Welcome, welcome, welcome to the third day of PHDwin Week 2025. I'm here with my partner in crime, Nikhil. How you doing this morning, Nick?
Pretty good. Good morning, everybody.
So we've had a great week so far. I think yesterday was a real good one, huh, Nick?
Oh yeah, that was a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
I think one really nice thing about it is that the way that it was set up yesterday, we had a progression going. I felt like we were really building there, right?
Yeah.
In the morning, I thought Rick Schercherda had an incredible presentation.
Oh, yeah.
I said it on the stream yesterday. I mean it today. It was an honor to get him on. I've wanted him on for years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, every presenter that comes on is a big deal, but that's one that I've had a personal connection to Richard since my beginning of my career. It was great to see him show his stuff on the camera, huh? I mean,
that was great. You go back anytime someone goes back millions of years. I personally get very, very invested. So I really loved that one. I really loved that one.
Yeah, I mean, he did it all. He went back in time. He showed how to properly do a type curve. He was just hitting out the main points. I mean, he went so long we didn't have time for Q&A. I mean, he just was burning the barn down. So if you didn't see that session, be sure to catch it. Why Midland, Texas is the center of the universe. Definitely is the type of thing that was the reason why we're doing PHDwin Week. A little technical, a little PHDwin work. It kind of all came together. And it was version 2 for those of you out there that are still in that version of the program. And then afterwards, I thought that your presentation was excellent. Good job. Let's all give everyone a round of applause. I think you did good yesterday. I know you were nervous though going into that, right?
Thank you. Yeah. It was a lot of material to get through. Ended up going faster than I thought. So I'm glad. I hope people get a lot out of that. I think people will be going forward because we're going to be using that in the future for people to get started with V3. So yeah. Very happy with that one.
We're going to have Well Database on later today. So that's going to be the other part kind of yours. Kimberly Ayers is going to be on this morning. I've been talking about her all week. I can't wait for y'all to see her technique. I can't wait for y'all to see how she does her work in PHDwin. We got Jim Tague coming up later in the afternoon in the 3 o'clock slot. We got another full day for PHDwin Week, right? And so we're going to kick it off today, though. Pass it over to Courtney Stevens at QED. She's going to give you another quick start of how to get into version 3. But don't miss Kimberly Ayers, 10 o'clock. Make sure you're sticking and staying tuned to PHDwin Week 2025. Thank y'all very much.
Welcome to today's presentation with Courtney Stevens, founder of QED Energy Associates. Courtney is here to walk us through the importance of using scenarios and qualifiers in PHDwin version 3 for reservoir engineering. She'll start by explaining how different price decks and operating expenses can impact your database results. Then, she'll demonstrate setting up best and worst-case scenarios, helping you better understand how to test various inputs and forecasts. Thank you to Courtney for leading us through this session at PHDwin Week 2025. Let's get started.
Hi, I'm Courtney Stevens, owner and founder of QED Energy Associates, where we make the world's best reservoir engineering technicians. I'm excited to be here with you today for PHDwin Week 2025. Big thank you to John Smith and the whole team at TRC for putting together an excellent PHDwin Week conference again this year. We truly appreciate you guys. I am here today to talk to you about scenarios in PHDwin version 3. Now, how I tend to teach is I tend to break things down into very, very, very simple parts. So please excuse me if you feel like this example is way too simple. But I'm going to do a simple example to show how we might utilize scenarios and qualifiers in PHDwin version 3. Well, lots of times when I'm running a database, I want to check how sensitive my database results are to different price decks. What if we had a flat price deck of $100 per barrel for oil and $5 per MMBTU for gas? The results would certainly be different if we brought that down a bit to maybe 90 and 450, or if we took it all the way down to 80 and 4, there would be lots of different price decks we could test. If we tested something like $50 per barrel and $2.50 per MMBTU, we would probably get, definitely less recoverable hydrocarbons in our reserve report answers. Again, I might want to test whenever I'm running my database in PHDwin version 3. Different operating expenses. Certainly I'm going to do my best to go through the lease operating statements and come up with some reasonable fixed and variable operating costs associated with each of my assets. But, maybe I'd want to test how sensitive, or how different operating expenses would affect the results of my file. So I put some, pretty simple examples here. We could try $12,000 per well per month and 20 cents per MCF, or, we could kind of drop that and try what if wells cost $10,000 per well per month with 18 cents per MCF for gas. And I've kind of given us lots of options to look at here. My question for you is, what if we needed to put together a best case scenario? So I'm going to ask you to pick which price stack and which expenses setup we would use if we were going to put together a best case scenario for our wells that are in our database. All right, which price stack would you choose if you're putting together a best case scenario? That's right, you'd choose the highest one. $100 for oil, $5 for gas. That sounds good. Likewise, we're putting together a best case scenario. What would you choose for your expenses? Oh, you got it. We'd choose the lowest, $2,000 per well per month and only 10 cents per MCF on those variable OPEX for gas. That makes sense for a best case scenario. Now let's do the opposite. Let's do worst case scenario. What would you choose to be the price stack? Okay, you'd choose that flat $50 a barrel and $2.50 for gas because that's the lowest out of all the options that I threw up here. And for these options here, what would you choose for a worst case scenario? You've got it. You'd choose the highest. You would choose the $12,000 per well per month and the 20 cents per MCF for gas. Well, that makes sense. So when we're putting things into PHDwin, we're really putting them in under a qualifier. So every time you're putting something into PHDwin version 3, it's getting a qualifier or a word attached to it. So if I was going to put in this particular price deck, I would put that in, and we're going to do this here in a minute, under the qualifier high. And if I was going to put in this other price deck, I would put that in under the qualifier low. Likewise, and we're going to do this here in a minute, I would put in these operating expenses under the word high, and I would put in these operating expenses under the word low. Now those are called qualifiers, and every input that we input into a PHDwin v3 database has a qualifier associated with it. A scenario is a grouping of qualifiers. So for our best case scenario, we would want price inputs that were qualified as high and expense inputs that were qualified as low. But for our worst case scenario, which we're going to set up, we would want our price inputs that were qualified as low, but our expense inputs qualified as high. A scenario is a grouping of qualifiers. When you set up a scenario in PHDwin version 3, you're actually picking the qualifier for each of these sections of inputs. So the inputs that you're putting into a PHDwin v3 database are divided into expenses, fiscal models, investments, ownership, prices, PRMS, projections, and shrink. And you get to choose for each scenario that you set up which qualifiers that represent inputs you want to be run for the outputs for that scenario. Now let's look at this in PHDwin version 3. I've got a database set up with just one case here called test well 1. Now remember, whenever you are on the home ribbon up here on your tab, if your screen doesn't look like mine, remember to change the view. Whenever you open a PHDwin database, if it looks pretty blank, it might be in the blank view. So remember, on the home ribbon in PHDwin version 3, you can always hit the drop down and select view. I personally like the A&D view. That gives me a production plot, some input information, some well information, and historical production data. But you can set up your own custom views as well. When you're on the Home tab, we have this drop down right here where it says Scenario. And I've already set up for us a best case and a worst case scenario. So let me show you really quickly how I set up these best and worst case scenarios for us. I went to Database Settings and I clicked Scenarios. Now when you enter this menu, you can't make any changes unless you click Edit. So I did that. You can add any scenarios that you want here. You can copy. I'm going to show you that soon. And then on the Qualifiers tab, this is where you can choose for each of your scenarios which qualifiers are going to be utilized for each section. So for example, I have a default database where all inputs that I was putting into this database were being qualified as default. But now that I've made a best case scenario, I've also established two qualifiers called high and low. And you can add qualifiers really easy. You just add this plus, and I'll put one called test, and now that'll be on the list. So you can add as many qualifiers as you want. I would recommend using alphanumeric strings. I'd start with letters, not with numbers, but that's just my personal preference. And so then you can drag and drop, as is the nature of PHDwin, to utilize different qualifiers for your particular scenario. So right now I'm in this best case scenario, and I've dragged and dropped the word low to be my qualifier for expenses. And then I've dragged and dropped the word high to be my qualifier for prices. Same thing on the worst case scenario, and I'll scroll to that. I dragged and dropped the word high to be my qualifier on the word expenses, and I dragged and dropped the word low to be my qualifier on prices. Now I'm going to click save, and we're going to get out of this particular menu. We do need to exit edit mode because we were editing scenarios, so I'll click that button right here, just a single left mouse click. And what I'd like you to know is that when you're in a scenario, every change you make is changing according to that scenario. So I'm going to go back to the Home tab, and right now we're in the best case scenario. So if I add a price to this single case, it's going to add that price and give it the qualifier for this scenario, which for best case scenario, we gave it the word high for prices. So let's go ahead and put in an oil price and a gas price. So I'm going to drag and drop oil over here. My high price was going to be $100 a barrel. I'm going to drag and drop gas. My high gas price was going to be $5 per MCF. I think I can double click and change that to, I feel like I could change that to per MMBTU, but I actually don't have a BTU factor in here, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. Now, when we're on the best case scenario, whenever we're entering expenses, those are going to save to the word low. So let's go ahead and enter our fixed OPEX, which is going to be $2,000 per well per month. That does sound low. And then we needed to put in gas OPEX, which is a variable OPEX of only 10 cents per MCF. So whenever I'm saving these inputs to this case, because I'm on the best case scenario, I'm saving those inputs to the qualifiers associated with this scenario for each section. Let's flip now over to the worst case scenario. Okay, when we're in the worst case scenario, we'll see that there are no expenses because we haven't put any on yet. But we know when we add expenses to this worst case scenario, it's going to save under that qualifier that we specified, which happened to be high. So I'll drag and drop over the fixed cost, which in this case was going to be $12,000 per well per month. And then I'll drag and drop over the OPEX, which is going to be 20 cents per MCF. Then let's flip over to prices. Again, when we establish prices, when we're on the worst case scenario, it's going to save to the qualifiers low for prices because that's what we specified within the scenario. So for oil price, we were going to have $50 per barrel, and for gas price, we were going to have $2.50 per MMBTU, And I'm not going to worry about changing that right now because I don't actually have any BTU factors. So we've just done a very quick, very simple example of how we could utilize qualifiers and scenarios. First of all, anytime you enter a database, the first thing you need to do is set up your scenario and make sure you're selected on the correct scenario. Just like in the old PHDwin v2, one of the first things you did was choose the partnership that was correct. I would always go to like File Partners back in v2 and make sure I was on the right partnership. First things first, when you open a v3 database, choose the scenario that you need to be on or set up a new scenario. Scenario should just be the first thing you think of when you open a v3 database. The reason that's important is because when you're using PHDwin v3, every change you're making, every input you're putting into the database is actually saving to a qualifier, and that qualifier is according to whatever we set in the scenario. Now, how do we get back to those scenarios again? On the Database Settings tab, you can just click Scenarios. Remember, you can view things, but you can't change anything unless you hit the Edit button here. So if you wanted to view, you could look at how things are currently qualified, but if you wanted to make any changes, we would need to hit Edit. For right now, I'm just going to hit Close. Now to look at another application of scenarios and qualifiers, let's change databases. I'm in a database right now that just has this test well. I'm going to change over to a database that Aaron and Frankie and I were working for PHDwin Week. So this is a PHDwin Week import database that my whole executive team, other than Ashley, was working on. So it was Frankie Delgado was working on it, Aaron Randolph was working on it, and I am now going to work on this database. So here's kind of the mentality of how we would use scenarios when we are sitting down at a database. When Frankie gets in the database, he has set up a scenario called FD, which are his initials. And he has chosen for all forecasts to save to a qualifier that are his initials. So as he's going through and reforecasting, putting new projections, adjusting the decline curves case by case by case, every time it's saving, he's got a qualifier for projections called FD. Within his scenario, the FD scenario. Now, Aaron is not just working technical stuff on our team. Aaron Randolph is also our lead trainer. So Aaron didn't have as much time this week to go through and reforecast all the wells in the database. Instead, she put an 80-20 sort on the database, and she only had time to go through and reforecast the wells that represented the top 80% of the value, which, as usual, were in the top. It was only like 20% of the cases held 80% of the value. So Aaron established a scenario called the ER scenario, which is her initials. And just on those cases, just those few cases that she was going to focus on because her time was limited, she put a new forecast on. She adjusted the ARPS equations. She changed the decline curve parameters for the forecasts. And her qualifier for projections is her initials, ER. And so every adjustment Aaron made got saved under her initials. But she didn't change every case. She just changed those top 20% of the value cases. Now, while I'm live with you guys, she did point out that I needed to go back and look at the Aldrich L6. She said that it looked like maybe there'd been some recent work done. She wasn't sure, but she wanted me, the boss, to go back and just make a check on that one guy. And so I might look at the Aldrich L6, and any changes I would make, I'm going to make under my own scenario. So let's together go ahead and set up a scenario just for me. When we want to mess with scenarios, we're going to go to Database Settings, and we're going to click Scenarios. This menu is going to open up, but we can't make any changes unless we click Edit. Now I'm going to add a new scenario, so I'll click the Add button, and I'm going to call it my initials, which are CS. And then in qualifiers, I'll go ahead and establish a new qualifier called CS. And in my scenario, I'll drag and drop that qualifier over so that for projections, any changes made to projections, if I'm within that scenario, are going to be under CS. As a final step, I need to put all the cases in my scenario. So do remember to go to the case selection tab, hit the drop down for that new scenario that you're setting up, and drag and drop over the cases that you'd like to show up in your scenario. We almost always drag and drop all cases, but you could do a subset if you wanted to. So now that I've saved that, I'm going to exit edit mode. And then back on the home tab, I'm going to choose CS, which is now my scenario. So any changes that are currently being made are being saved to my initials. All right, well, I'm not loving this 5% minimum decline on this case. So when I'm on the projections tab, I'm going to go ahead and change the dmin to 10. I'm going to change the QF to something that I can see on this page, maybe 10,000. And then I actually want to go through this little part of production. So you reservoir engineers, hold your horses. This technician's about to adjust this curve up. That's probably not right, but I don't claim to be a reservoir engineer. If you ever do any business with QED, please note, we don't have any professional engineers on our books. Everyone at QED is a reservoir engineering technician, and any curves we ever worked on or any work we did, period, would need to be reviewed by a qualified investment professional prior to using that work to make any investment decisions. And a qualified professional in our minds would be a reservoir engineer with professional engineering credentials in the state of Texas. So, I mean, just for us, that's what we would say. But I'm just for this, I'm just going to adjust this curve up. I expect Mark Bunch to give me a call after this and say this is not a very good curve. It's okay, Mark. I know if you call, it's because you love me and you want me to be better. I appreciate that. And so I'm going to make that adjustment. The point here is that when I save that, that is saving to my initials, CS. I am the qualifier that's being used because we're on the CS scenario. Now, just in terms of chain of command, I've been doing little curves like this for about, 25 years. Erin, about 10 years less than me, and Frank, about 7 years less than her. So we're probably going to trust my curves if I made a curve, even though, I'm not a reservoir engineer. We'll trust my curves probably the most. And then we would trust Erin's curves if they exist, and then we would just take Frankie's curves. So for the Aldrich L6, that's got my curve on it. But then for the top 20% of the wells, those would have curves that Erin did and curves that Frank did. And then for all the rest, they would just have projections qualified as FD, just the ones that Frankie did. So now let's set up a QED scenario that says we're going to run something, and if a forecast exists, if a projection exists that's qualified as CS, then we'll use that. But if not, check for a qualifier called ER, and if that doesn't exist, use the qualifier FD. So I'm going to go over to database settings, scenarios, and I've already kind of started this. I'll click the edit button. I've got us a scenario QED, but let's go to the qualifier tab and let's make sure that this hierarchy is what we want. See, it's not just that you have to pick one qualifier for each section. You can choose a hierarchy of qualifiers, and how this reads is when our database is running, it would go to the first case, that Aldrich 6L, and it would say, all right, for the projections, does a qualified projection CS exist? If there's a projection that has a qualifier CS, use that. But if not, let's check the next qualifier, ER. Does this case have a projection qualified as ER? If yes, use ER. If not, let's check the next qualifier. Does this case, and so forth, and that's how it chooses for every single case. At each case, it's going to inspect for each potential input that hierarchy of qualifiers and choose what's going to be run for your scenario. Now I'm going to move over to another database that has probably a more similar workflow to what you might be used to. So I'm going to go over to the Home tab, change database, and this time I'm going to go to my Project Pinecone database. And when this comes up, I'm going to hit the drop down on the scenarios, and you might see some words that look sort of familiar to you in these scenario names. So I've got a mid 2024, a YE 2024, and a mid 2025. So what these actually were in this database. We use this database to do a mid-year evaluation at mid-year 2024. Then we use this database again to do an evaluation at year-end 2024. This summer, we did a mid-year 2025 evaluation. And now it's time for me to prepare this database to work on our year-end 2025 evaluation. So let's go over to the Database Settings tab and let's check out how these scenarios are set up. I'm going to go over to the Qualifiers tab so we can just really start at the beginning. So originally, when you establish a database, there's going to be a qualifier established as well as a scenario established called default. So if you don't do anything, everything's getting saved to the word default in a scenario called default. The first thing we did was we established a QED scenario with a QED qualifier, and this was probably before we really got cooking on this database. Things were being saved to the qualifier QED. But when we got started big time with our mid-year 2024 evaluation, we went ahead and established that qualifier MID 2024, and that became the primary qualifier for every input in the database for that mid-2024 scenario. So when it was July 1st, 2024, we input a new price stack, and that got saved to that qualifier. We input the new expenses from the LOE, and that got saved to that qualifier. We did an update to make sure all the working and revenue interests were correct, and that got saved to that qualifier. We certainly went through and updated all the forecasts, and that got saved to that qualifier. So that year, when we did our mid-year evaluation, all of the inputs got saved to these qualifiers. Then when it became year end, same thing. We went through and we input new expenses. We probably had the same fiscal models because those are your severance tax and ad val tax models. But we input all of the information, and anytime information was input, it was inputting to that new qualifier. For mid-year, same thing. Everything got input to this new qualifier, mid-year 2025. And now what I'd like us to do is I'd like us to set up our year-end 2025 in the same way. So I'm going to go back to the Settings tab and I'm going to click Edit. The great news is you can't actually copy an existing scenario. So, before you just saw me hit the plus button and type it in, but we've already got a pretty good hierarchy of qualifiers going here that I don't want to have to retype in. So let's take this mid-2025 scenario, let's right-click on it and choose Duplicate Scenario. Now I'm going to retitle that YE 2025. And then I'm going to change the report date. That needs to be 1/2026 for this particular evaluation. That looks good. I need it to be 50 years max eco life. I need it to have a primary discount rate of 10. I need it to discount 12 times per year at the end of month. Everything else looks good. So I could click Save, but instead of clicking Save, I'm going to go ahead over to the Qualifiers tab. And now for this new scenario that we've defined, I'm going to drag and drop over a qualifier for year-end 2025 for all types of inputs. Now I need to establish that new qualifier, so I'm going to hit Add, and then I'm just going to type YE 2025. The qualifiers don't have to be the same name as the scenario. The qualifiers could be any alphanumeric string that you want. Again, I like to start mine with an alpha character, not a numeric character, but that's personal preference. You can start yours any way you want. And then we can just drag and drop this over to each section. And as you drag and drop it to each section, it pushes all of the existing hierarchy of qualifiers down one. So this kind of protects us. Like, what if we were in a hurry and we didn't have time to go through and do a new forecast on every single case for our year-end evaluation? Well, if it didn't find a year-end 2025 forecast, it would use the mid-year. And then if it didn't find a mid-year, it would use the year end from last year, and so on. So the scenarios and qualifiers, this is another typical workflow that might save you some time whenever you're going through rolling databases forward. Now I'm going to go ahead and click Save. And then after that saves, I'll click Exit Edit Mode. Now remember, on the Home tab, I do need to go over and flick to this new scenario. You know what I didn't do? I didn't add any cases, which I told you to do a second ago. So when I flick to this scenario, there's not going to be any cases in the case list. This happens to me, every once in a while. Oh man, the cases were in there because I copied an existing scenario. That's brilliant. If you add a new scenario, you do have to go back and do the case selection. If you copy an existing scenario, it's going to copy the case selection from the scenario that you copied. Woof! That's an extra step that we didn't even have to worry about. Let's talk about changing scenario settings. What if I was doing this evaluation for an energy lending bank, a reserves-based lending energy bank, that wanted us to run the database with a primary discount rate of PV9? How do we make changes to those scenarios? Well, we click the scenario button on the database settings tab, and then we just need to remember to click Edit. I'm going to go ahead and change that discount factor, that primary discount rate, from 10 to 9, and then I'll click Save, and that's how we can change scenario settings. I'm going to go ahead and exit Edit Mode. What if we wanted to go ahead and test all these different price stacks? I'm going to set up some qualifiers called flat 100, flat 90, flat 80, flat 70, flat 60, flat 50. So I would go over to the database settings tab to scenarios, and under qualifiers, make sure to click Edit. We could add as many new qualifiers as we want. And I'm going to add flat 100. Man, I'm having trouble spelling today, guys. I think it's when you're on camera. I think when you're in the hot seat, it's a little bit harder to type correctly. And each time I want to add one, I'm just using a single left mouse click to hit Add. I do find there's a few like nuance clicks that I tend to do when I'm clicking in PHDwin. So anytime I feel like a single click versus double click, I'll try and tell you. So that's just a single left mouse click on those plus buttons right there. And then we could potentially set up scenarios if we wanted to use all of those different qualifiers for prices. So definitely one of the things that I hope you're looking at as soon as you open a database is the scenario, which on the home ribbon is just right here on this drop down. But to make it easy for you, you might want to pin these things to your quick access toolbar. So if you go to that database settings tab, if you right click on scenarios, you can do a single left click to add to quick access toolbar. You can also right click and do show quick access toolbar in the ribbon below. And then that way, anytime you want, those scenarios and settings are just right there for you. If you need to find us, our contact information is as follows. You can call us on the phone. Our website is QEDEA.com. And if you email dreamteam@QEDEA.com, that actually goes to all of us. That goes to me, to Frankie Delgado, to Aaron Randolph, and to our Managing Director of Sales and Operations, Ashley Onias. So if ever you needed us, if you need help today, or if you need to hire a tech, feel free to give us a call. Thanks so much for your time today. And big shout out thanks to John Smith over there at TRC Consultants. Thank you, sir, for having us again this year.
Thank you to Courtney Stevens for an excellent presentation at PHDwin Week 2025. Today, you learned how to effectively use scenarios and qualifiers in PHDwin version 3. testing various price decks and operating expenses to enhance decision-making and forecasting. Up next, we have Kimberly Ayers from Ayers Petroleum Consulting, who will be presenting an end-to-end demo on integrating APC Appalachian Basin data with PHDwin and A4E. Stay tuned for this insightful session from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Thanks for joining us. The next session begins shortly.
Welcome to today's session with Kimberly Ayers, CMA of Ayers Petroleum Consulting. Kimberly will lead an end-to-end demo showing how to integrate APC Appalachian Basin data with PHDwin and A4E. She'll cover study selection, autocast decline curve analysis, forecasting and economics, and QA/QC valuation. Thank you to Kimberly for joining us. Let's get started.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kimberly Ayers, and I am excited to be here and a part of PHDwin Week 2025. I'll be presenting Type Wells in Action. Appalachian Basin data meets A4E in PHDwin version 3. Before we get started, I wanted to give you a little bit more about myself and my team so that you know my perspective and that the conversation can be beneficial to you knowing what are my expertise lies. I have a master's in petroleum from West Virginia University, and I'm also a certified mineral appraiser. I founded Ayers Petroleum Consulting in 2017, and we're located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. My small team of production and reservoir engineers loves assisting small and mid-sized conventional and unconventional operators. We are specifically focused on the Appalachian Basin, which is comprised of Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia primarily. We do also assist clients in Kentucky, Tennessee, New York, Virginia, etc. Occasionally, we assist banks. We work with mineral owners frequently and mineral buyers, and we love being a part of the oil and gas industry. In this presentation, we're going to be demoing the Appalachian Basin Horizontal Well Database. This is a product that my team maintains and has subscribers to, but it basically is a compilation of state available data. Each of the 3 states we focus on have Marcellus, Utica, and Burkett shale plays in them, and all of the states have different reporting requirements and timing and difficult data to import into databases. So this product has been around since the beginning of the shale play, and we do a really good job at cleaning it up and making it usable to engineers in a format that you can pull directly into PHDwin version 3. We do this monthly. We also provide production and EUR forecast along with all of the regular header data. We keep all of the operators up to date when acquisitions are happening. And we do a lot of cleansing of the data so that it's usable for not only our team, but to our subscribers. I would encourage you all to sign up for a free monthly newsletter if you're interested in in the engineering or operations development type topics in the Appalachian Basin. It's free. It's at that link below. And we publish that monthly with some of the topics that I find interesting, and we just love serving everyone up here and learning what we can about the unconventional development. All right, for my presentation today, I'm hoping to take you through a full workflow of selecting your data from your database of information. In my case, I'm using the App Basin database. In your case, it could be internal data, it could be another public data source. We're going to integrate that directly into the Blue River Analytics A for E Spotfire dashboard. That's going to help us with some different items. We're going to then push that into PHDwin version 3. We're going to do a full PDP workflow and a type well. Then we're going to push it back into Blue River Analytics A for E reporting dashboard that ties right into PHDwin to do some analysis on the work we did. Before we start, though, I really wanted to discuss my philosophy on type well development and what the goal of that should be. As I mentioned, I'm wanting to do a round trip evaluation here of PDPs and type wells. PDP, I'm sure all of you are more than well versed in the best practices of fitting curves and auto forecasting methods that are coming out and using PHDwin. I did want to focus on my philosophy to type well development because we're going to spend the first half really going over a well selection and then what we do with that and how we come up with our parameters. So in my mind, there's three main goals of a type well if you're sharing them outside of the engineering team. You want them to be representative, you want them to be reliable, and you want them to be refined. Now, what I specifically mean by that is representative wells, or what we call analogy wells, analogy set. You'll hear me using those words. They need to be representative of what you're trying to produce. Now, I could be doing a type well that represents what happened in the past to try and understand if wells of the same vintage underperformed what would have been expected a long time ago. Or in most cases, I'm looking for a type well to represent future development in a field that's upcoming. So in that case, I need to make sure that the geology is consistent if I know that, or that the completion methods are consistent. Maybe I want to consider a specific operator, maybe I don't. And then typically we can do that by vintaging in my particular area. So we're going to talk about each of those and how they impact the type well and the analogy set and where that goes. I know in some basins, geology is very consistent. In our basins, some areas, the resource is a true resource play. In other areas, it's maybe more of a structure play. So I try to keep the geology in mind. And then completion technology, in our case, drastically changed in 2016. So we're pretty easily able to filter out old completions versus new completions to look for wells that are representative of new development. When I say reliable, what I mean by that is we need to have a relatively tight confidence range. It doesn't need to be as tight as your PDPs per PRMS rules, SPWE monographs, but it needs to be tight. And we want it to be repeatable and functional across a lot of tools. And what I mean by that is we need to be able to share our analogy set with others. We need to be able to push that analogy set easily in and out of software. And we need to be able to document why we selected the wells that we selected. I'm sure a lot of you have been a part of A&D processes and type wells over an undeveloped area that is being valued in the deal. And a lot of the discussion comes down to which wells, which PDP wells are in or out of the analogy set. So that is something we're going to focus on here as well. And then because of the tools we have at our fingertips, we're going to be able to repeat that across all of the tools and then represent that to the stakeholders. Now, what I mean by refined is that it needs to be, our type wells need to be easy to explain, quick to produce, and visually understandable. Thankfully, Spotfire has done a lot of that for us. And now that we're integrating these tools from Blue River Analytics and PHDwin and looping this whole workflow together, it becomes really quick to produce a type well. I'm sure a lot of you who've been in the industry for a while remember getting days to come up with a type well. Now we're expected to do them in hours, and they still need to have all of the prior attributes that I mentioned. So integrating these tools have been really helpful to me and my team so that we can not only get a reliable representative type well very quickly, but we also now have these really great looking visualizations and statistically solid visualizations of the data that we can share with the management team to give them a sense of how confident we are. All right, that's enough of my theory. I would love to chat with any of you about your type well philosophy, and I'm sure we have some disagreements. I'm sure we agree on a lot of things, but this is where I'm coming from as I select my wells. All right, so here's my basic workflow we're going to be walking through. First, we're going to do some data exploration and selection of the analogy set. To me, this is very important. There's basically two methods here in which you can approach a type well. You can approach it from, here is a general geographic area. I'm going to push all of that through, fitting, auto-fitting, and then I'm going to normalize the data, and then I'm going to have my curve parameters. That normalization step becomes very important in that case. In my method that I prefer, also because of my familiarity with the area, I like to really sort down and filter to wells I believe are analogous before auto-fitting and then normalizing to a specific parameter and then coming up with a type curve. So I like to start with a smaller set of analogy wells and move from there rather than larger, normalize, then have your parameters. So we're going to do first, that will be in the APC at basin database. And then our second step is going to be pushing that list of wells into the Blue River Analytics A4E tool. In that tool, I'll show you how to auto-fit DCA. We're going to do some normalization and look at the resulting parameter distributions and get a sense of what our type curve will look like. The third step is going to be pushing that well set into PHDwin. We're going to do a PDP analysis on those wells and then have a type curve, a representative type curve of those wells. And then after that, we're going to push the resulting economics and well evaluations into A4E's PHDwin reports dashboard and review our data and see where we come out with things. To set the stage, I want to put a couple points out here that will orient our example evaluation. So I'm going to assume that our client, or maybe I'm an engineer at a non-operating partner who is an owner with several E&P companies. The location is in Wetzel County, West Virginia, and the reason we're doing this is both Antero and EQT have proposed new development. We need to decide if we want to participate in these wells because we're a working interest owner. And we're going to focus just on this county. We're going to assume that we only own interest in wells in this county for these two operators. And we've been asked to provide a current value of both the PDPs that we're partners in and a representative type well for the area. Thankfully, we don't have a lot of timing assumptions here, and we're just going to assume everything is January 1st, 2026. All right, so I've set the stage, and now we're going to jump right into the next step. All right, and here we are in the Appalachian Basin database. This is our Spotfire dashboard that myself and my team use to look through the database, manage the database, and then also select our analogy wells for type well development. Starting here on this main page, I did want to show you guys where most of the development is in the Appalachian Basin. We have northeastern Pennsylvania, southwestern Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and then development in Ohio. The colors are by the current production status. So the red are producing wells and the other colors are in various stages of development. First off, based on the defined problem, we're going to filter down to producing wells because we're going to be basing this off of producing wells from the 2 operators we are partners with. So I'm going to filter us down to just producing wells. I'm going to filter us down to the state of West Virginia. And I also know that the majority of wells in Wetzel County are Marcellus wells, and that's what the new development will be. So I'm filtering to Marcellus. That leaves me down here in West Virginia with that development. And then I'm going to go over here and filter to Wetzel County specifically. And there we are. So now I have a variety of operators here that are involved. I know from the proposed development that there's going to be new wells drilled in this blank area here in the northwestern corner. And you can see here that the greenish wells are EQT wells and the yellow wells are Antero wells. And up here to the north, we have Expand Energy wells. So I'm probably going to be wanting to use all of those in development of my type well. Also to the south, we have Tribune wells. However, I know that their land position is right here very close, and their completions design is significantly different than what I would expect from a EQT or Antero well. So typically when I first start my type well development, I like to choose a radius so that I know that theoretically the geology within a certain amount of miles will be similar. I also know from experience that this county's geology is relatively flat and relatively consistent. So we don't have any large controlling faults or variations in productivity according to the geologist. So what I'm going to do is, I know my development is here in this area, so I'm just going to choose a spot in the middle of that, and I'm going to go out to an 8-mile radius here, and this does grab in some Expand Energy, EQT, Antero, and Tribune wells. And I'm going to filter down to that set. And I'm going to continue walking you through the dashboard and removing wells as we go that I find that are not analogous. First off, we're going to look at our reservoir analysis. So I do know that generally the Marcellus play is less mature going to the northwest. So in my well set, I might have grabbed one well that's still considered dry gas. The majority of these are wet gas and condensate wells. And then I have a couple unassigned. So that tells me that we might have grabbed a few wells that are very new with very limited production. All right, so now I'm just going to filter down to the wet gas and condensate wells and see what that does here to our permitting history. I also am going to observe that the majority of permits, at least for this county, were done prior to 2016. And as I mentioned, starting out, that mostly completions technology is relatively similar since 2016. So the majority of the wells I'm going to be working with are going to be in this set. I'm not going to filter at this point because it is possible that wells that were permitted back a few years had extended permits and then were completed with modern completions. All right, let's take a look here at the operators that are involved. So again, I'm down to these few operators. I did mention that I want to exclude Tribune in this case. So we're going to do that here. I'm going to select Antero and Expand and EQT. Let that load for a moment. Now on the operator metrics page, we can see that the majority of the wells are EQT, and we do have some Antero wells in here, so that's important. I would like to point out that the majority of these EQT wells came through an acquisition or a merger. And the same with Expand, but that was because this is a combination of the Chesapeake and the SWIN companies that are now Expand, so they always show up acquisitions in our database. And then Anteros are all original wells. Now we're going to look at our drilling metrics page. This is where we're going to start filtering down to the years in which we're interested in the data. So As I mentioned, 2016 is a really good cutoff, so I'm going to go ahead and start selecting wells past 2017 and also wells with an empty date, because sometimes we don't have drilling records, but we do have completion records in these states. So I'm filtered down to this set, and now I'm down to 83 wells. I also would like to point out this footage per year. You can see early on, 2017, we're less than 15,000 feet, and now we're regularly above 20,000 feet. And we have a wide variety of drilling companies in this basin, just out of curiosity there. Now we're going to move over to our completion metrics. Looks like some of those empty wells did have completions, but they were back in a few years ago. So we're definitely going to filter down there. I also am going to expand this so we can look at our number of stages versus average stage length. That's a really good indicator up here of if the frac was of modern design or not. So we went in this basin generally from very long stages, as you can see here, 300 plus, and then we overcorrected generally down to closer to 150. And then since about 2018, 2019, most operators are using 200-foot stages basically across the board. So you can see the effect of longer lateral length here, where we reach that 200-foot stage length, and then our number of stages is increasing because of lateral length. So at this point, I'm going to further be filtering down from my analogy set, and I'm going to select wells with 200-foot stage lengths or more. So that gets me to this well set here. And now you can see that our marked well set is down to 64 wells. All right, and we have a whole bunch of different metrics here we can look at. These become important when we are normalizing. So I do see that Antera's got a cluster here, total sand. Their lateral lengths are probably similar. EQT's got a cluster here. So we are going to continue on here with our completions design stage. And as you can see, the wells left on the map are the ones left in my filter. I've got quite a few expand energy wells up here still. Got a lot of Antera wells. Antera seems to do a pretty large ratio of their sand versus water. Our stage length over here, as I said, we filtered to stuff over 200 feet. And down here, most of our stages have more than 2,000 pounds per foot of sand, which is pretty normal. And we consider that as a modern frac. Sometimes we're over 2,500 to 3,000, but this seems to be a pretty good well set. Again, we're at 64 wells. Going to quickly take a look at the production history. This is loading here. So it looks like my well set has been reduced down to wells since 2020. That's pretty common for up here once I start sorting. And these maps here are showing total gas and total oil produced to date. Now, I will note in West Virginia, oil production is whatever liquid volume that you are producing at the wellhead. These are actually natural gas liquids, condensate, etc. In West Virginia, all of that gets aggregated into an oil category. So that's what that's representing. And at this point, I'm feeling pretty confident that I've got a geographically distributed analogy set. Again, my development area is in between these two areas. I've got some EQT wells, some expand wells, and some Antera wells. So we're going to now push these over into the Blue River Analytics A4E dashboard and do some additional analysis. All right, and now we're jumping over into the Blue River Analytics A4E dashboard. The way I connect to my particular well set that I liked, again, remember, I like to filter to my well set based on completions, vintage, etc., before I start doing the production analysis. So the way that I do that is in the A4E dashboard, I drop in my API table list. Now, the fun thing about this dashboard is that later today in PHDwin week, the Blue River Analytics guys are going to be going over exactly how this dashboard works. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time with this or showing you how I did what I did, because they're going to cover that. But I'm just going to show you how I make some additional well selections. So here's my lead-in page. Again, I'm back to that same set of 64 wells, and I'm now going to be focusing on production rather than well construction. So I've got a couple nice heat maps here. I can see that my oil production first 12 months heat map here is changing. Our GOR is definitely changing to the east. And I think that's informative as we go here. And again, remember, we're looking for a well in the middle of these. So it does seem like we might have some pretty good averaging going on. Once I do that, I get over to my data review. Now, I did go ahead and you can look at every single well's production curve in this dashboard. And I decided to eliminate several wells that had odd production profiles. Those would be wells that were either constrained for some reason or maybe had a very significant frac hit early in their life, etc. So the way you do that here is reviewing these spark lines, selecting it, and then viewing it in the graph. I went ahead and did that, and that has reduced my well set down into 56 wells. Then I used the A for E tool here to auto forecast based on the parameters I set up. Again, the guys are going to tell you all about this in their session. So I had this AutoCast DCA for my now 56 set of wells. And then I can go here and look at some analytics on what that those auto forecasted DCA curves look like. I can look at my spread of initial rates, my spread of initial declines, and my histograms of B factors for my set of wells. Now, the important thing I like to look at here is the tornado plot here at the bottom. So this chart is displaying every single header item that I have in the property table. That may or may not be relevant to productivity, but who knows? And then if it's on the left side, that means it's a negative correlative value. If it's on the right, it is correlative. In this case, the DCA was ran on non-normalized data to anything. So what I did was I told it to normalize based on lateral length. That is this value here that I've highlighted. So basically we can zoom in and see that there's various different parameters here that are really correlative. Some EURs that I loaded in from the data, the TTLs are total lateral length. Different factors here seem to be really influencing production. If I were spending a lot of time, I would really dig into that. Maybe I would reduce my sample set a little bit, but this to me is extremely powerful to see what the statistical model is suggesting is the most predictive or influential value to matching EUR. So then at that point, we can come over and look at our type well profile. And then this is where we can see every single well opposed to the averages. And I can also go ahead and select the entire 56 well set. And I can jump up here. You can see my heat map here on EUR. You can see all of the forecasts here. And then I can jump over here and expand the curve here, and we can see all the various parameters. We can see our average gas, we can see our median gas, and we can see a straight line fit. We can see all of the gas wells behind us. Also, we can do some cleanup here at this step and do an iterative process where it looks like some of my wells had 0 values for the first few months. So we can go in and clean that up, get everything shifted and normalized over. Once I finish that, I can actually directly export this data over into PHDwin. So I can select this entire data set here. And then you can see I'm selecting wells and it populates it over here into really nice, easy forecasts. So, or easy tables for editing and importing into PHDwin. So I have my case list here, everything we need. I have my production list here, everything we need. And then the forecast, specially designed for V3 or V2. And we can port those directly over to PHDwin and start our economics review. All right. Now we are over here in PHDwin version 3. Before we get started, I wanted to mention a few things. First off, we have our PHDwin license and the SQL Management Studio set up in an Amazon Workspace remote desktop. So this works great for us. We have one license and my team and I can access this one at a time. And it's worked great for us to have it sitting in a remote desktop format for us because most of our team is remote. That being said, you might see Amazon Workspaces popping up here and there around my window. Next, Jonathan's mentioned this before. I myself am a Aries user until roughly 3 years ago when I was introduced to version 3. I have never used version 2, and I've also never taken a training course, either Aries, PHDwin, any of them. So I'm self-taught. Which can be fun for everyone because I may do things slightly differently as far as it goes when doing a workflow and using the tool itself. So this would be great. I would love to hear your comments on my workflow. Maybe because I do things a little bit differently, you will find something interesting about my workflow that is helpful to you. But my whole point of this part of my presentation is to take you completely through how I would evaluate a PDP asset and then do a type well on top of it. So let's jump right into it. As I just talked about, we use the Appalachian Basin Spotfire to select our well set. Then we push that data into the Blue River Analytics A4E dashboard. We use that primarily to filter down on production and to get our auto forecasts. At that point, I have a 55 well set, and I have taken the exports from A4E and loaded them in to my PHDwin project. So since this is start to finish, I am going to go ahead and show you how I did that. So I used the import tool here, and I navigated to my cases CSV that came right out of A4E, did my setup, and then have my mapping already designed here. I've got a lot of information I didn't necessarily pull over, but this is what we did. And I repeated the process for the production table and the forecast table. Now, the first thing I like to do when I get in a database is to make sure that things are set up as I think they should be. In this case, we're not going to do any complicated scenario work. I have my sort set up to operator because that's what I'm concerned with, and I don't have any filters. So I can see here I've got my 55 cases located in West Virginia. The next thing I like to do is make sure that I go over here and my effective date is set up appropriately. So based on the design of my question, I'm evaluating this well set with an effective date of January 2026. So that's set up here in my scenario settings. Next, I want to check a couple of wells to see what's going on. Let's put this back over here. There we go. So let us make sure we got all the data we thought we did. So I've got my well names. I've got everything set up as a gas measure phase, and we're running a phase configuration of phase independent gas. All of the other items came in. We've got some ID codes that I use to map. We've got our monthly production table, which is what I would expect based on this being public data. And then all of our economic items are down here at the bottom, and we'll deal with those in a minute. So I went through and checked that all of this data came through for the majority of my wells. And now I want to move on to my forecasting step. Now, the question is, wait a second, we just did forecasting in A4E. Yes, I like auto forecasting tools to date as my starting point. So there's been other talks about we can't automate out an engineer. We still need engineers looking at things to avoid overestimating or underestimating reserves, even if we have parameter controls on our auto forecasts. I still believe that it's my job as an engineer, if I'm signing up on a project, I need to at least look at every single auto forecast. Now, you can do that in the A4E tool and you can modify those curves. I personally prefer to look through and make any adjustments to my curves in the actual software of record that I'm using for the reserves reporting. So in this case, PHDwin, here I would use the rate time. I would also use my cum versus rate, cum time, and some of the other flow regime evaluation methods that have been showcased previously in PHDwin week. But I will mention that I did go through in preparation for my talk and I touched every single well and did some quick manual forecasting up here in the forecasting ribbon. This talk of mine is not meant to focus on the accuracy of forecasting, looking at flow regimes. I could still be picky about every single one of these forecasts. And in a real situation, I probably would do that. This case right here, it's a quick workflow and just getting us close. Again, I started off with those loaded in auto forecasts from A4E. One thing I know about this field and that you could notice as you were going, selecting through some wells here is that we could probably justify using an OGR rather than an independent phase for oil. But in our situation here, I'm going to go ahead and just use an independent phase for oil. We'll talk about that more when we're at the type well set. So just click through a couple of them here. We've got unique forecasts on all of them. And I would argue in this case that getting our QI right is probably the most important when pulling an auto forecast. That's usually where I'm the most picky, and because our B factors are pretty easily constrained in most auto forecasting methods and in A4E. I also would like to mention that these fields produce NGLs that we're in. I mentioned that early on that West Virginia reports oil as a blend of NGLs and wellhead condensate, etc. In our case right here, we're going to assume that NGLs, the cost to produce is equal to the cost you receive in sales. So I'm not considering NGLs in my case at all. Also, these wells produce water. I did not pull in the water forecasts or the water volumes. Typically, we can estimate our water costs as $1 per MCF in Appalachia. There's a lot of water sharing that goes on for frac. We have readily available water for frac, but we also recycle almost 100%. So we've got a pretty good handle on our $1 per MCF cost of water. So I decided to skip that step. All right. So these are all of our forecasts. The next thing I like to do is that I like to see the total forecast of an area or my wells. So what I did here is I created a simple sum plot of all of my wells from Antero. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull over the Antero wells, and I'm going to forecast my volumes to EUR. I like that I can do this on the economic limit, etc. I like using EUR. I really like that I can do this for network gross. This helps me compare visually to LOS statements, etc. if I have that. And I'm going to compile this. Even though it says unresolved group, it was already loaded in here once. So we can see our report date. We can see where our forecasts start with the bumpy lines because of the calendar days. And we can see that roughly our decline in production is matching the decline in the forecast. That always gets me a little bit more comfortable with what's going on here with my forecast. I also have an all wells set that I had previously loaded. So this is all wells, heavily influenced by that Antero set because it's 31 of the 55 wells. And as you can see, I had also built previously total for EQT and expand. All right, now that I feel comfortable about my forecasting, Again, to me, when I'm building a type well, the most important thing from my perspective is making sure that I pick a legitimate and a comprehensive analogy set, and then that my production's steady, and then that my forecasts are defendable for the PDPs. And then we can start doing the aggregation and can be concerned about all of the type well type items. So I approach my type well development as a first as a evaluation of the PDP. All right, so now for fun, we are going to do an economics workflow on the PDP. So let's go here to this first well. So I just like typically to go through my tabs and address each of those items. So what we're going to do here is we're first going to add in a price deck. Let's go over the models here before we jump strictly into that. So I have pre-built a couple of models here, and then we're going to use the global editor to push those into my individual wells. I have pulled a strip price for both gas and oil and loaded that in here. I have built a wet gas energy model. And at this point, we're not going to run any shrinkage. One thing I did not mention is that we're assuming that the volumes reported in the state database are paid volumes. That means that we're getting plant tailgate BTU. We should use plant tailgate BTU content, and that we don't have any shrinkage because they're the paid volumes. And then also in Appalachia, we have a pretty significant pricing differential to NYMEX on gas, and also a small differential to oil. However, as I mentioned, the NGL, the oil reported in West Virginia is generally super light. So we're going to add a percent shrinkage here for the oil, and we're going to use 45% for this particular area. And we're going to set the hard date. We're going to set it at first production of the major phase. All right. So now we have all of our models. While I'm here, I'm also going to mention that we're going to include some expense models here in a second. And I have a 50 cents per MCF and a $5,000 per well fixed expense. All right, let's go over into the global editor and have some fun. So first off, again, I'm going to add my prices. So I'm going to add a gas price model, an oil price model, an energy factor, and we're going to add a shrinkage model. And we're going to add these in right here. And we also can't forget to add in our differentials. So we'll add those two in there. All right, so now we got to work on this. So we're going to apply, work down the list here on all of my price related items, and shrink. We're going to apply a price model to gas, price model to oil. Our energy factor is going to gas. Our differential is going to go to gas. The next differential is going to oil. And our shrink model is going on to oil. All right, we're going to add this as the price. It already knows price. We're going to add this as our add differential. It's already auto loading these in here, which is very nice. So if I had multiple options, they would find them there. And then we're going to be here with my shrinkage percentage, and it knows that is called new model still because I didn't rename it. So this is all of our pricing and shrinkage model, gas quality related items. I'm going to pull over my 55 cases here. I'm going to apply that in the global editor. And there we go. You can see our pricing in here. I've got my price for my gas and my differential, my BTU factor. Same with the oil with my differential. And we have our shrinkage here at 45%. Awesome. All right, on to the next tab. Let's go to expenses. We're going to repeat that. As I mentioned, I built in a variable cost of 50 cents and fixed of $5,000 per well per month. So we're going to go back to our global editor. I've got my wells loaded in there already. Notice that my attributes cleared because I already did the run. And I'm going to go here to my expenses tab, and I'm going to pull in expense models. I have 2 of them. I'm going to apply. The product is going to be gas and total wells. There's total wells. Stream is going to be op cost in this case. And well cost in this case. We're just going to call it an expense. And it already knows what I want to do there. All right, we're adding that in. We're almost done. Expenses. There we go. There's our 50 cents. There's our 5,000. We got taxes up next. I'm going to, again, use the global editor here, and I'm going to make sure that I have my fiscal model set up here to be West Virginia severance taxes. So we're going to apply a model. We're going to roll down to West Virginia. We're going to apply that. We should have our severance taxes loaded in now. It's all very quick. There's our 5% severance tax. Now, ownership, I'm going to approach a little bit differently. I'm going to do this as a build on a single well and then share that model to other wells. So one of the things I didn't mention at the beginning is that our particular case, we're pretending that we are not of interest. So we're going to say we have a 5% working interest, and the lease NRI in this region generally 80%. So I see my ownership's out of balance. All I got to do is hit this little calculator right here. It gets rid of my error. I love that particular tool in PHDwin. And I'm going to save this case. Now I'm going to go over here to my global editor, and I'm going to go to my ownership options, and I'm going to do copy from existing. I'm going to apply my case input ID, which is going to be 856 to the rest of my wells. Got all my wells in there. Click apply. And now let's check another well. There we go. No matter which well I select, we've now got that ownership setting ready to go across the cases. Okay. The last piece here that we can't forget is investments. I'm going to do a similar thing. I need to add in P&A for all of my wells. And I'm going to assume that's $125,000. And I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to copy from existing. And this is case 856. I'm going to apply. Forgot to click save. There we go. Pushing across. And now you can see all of my cases here. If I just click through, they all have abandonment. Let's just do one more quick check on our eco options. Again, my economic start is January 1, 2026, which is the same as my effective date of the report. I am going to run my economic limit as maximum cumulative cash flow. And my kill date is not set at the moment. Typically, we run this to 50 years, and I typically like to hard code this in. And then I will once again go over here to my eco options, and I will change my kill date on all of my wells. So I did one as a specific, and now I can do all of the wells as a group. And apply that. And now we have economics set up here on our PDPs. All right. In the interest of time, I'm not going to show you my reporting or checking that I did of the PDP cases because I talk too much. So just assume that we ran that through our one line, we looked at the summaries, and then that is pushed into our SQL database, which we'll access later. Now I want to spend a little bit of time looking at building our type well parameters. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to build a non-economic group case, and we're going to do a normalized curve. As I talked about at the beginning, we have a wide range of lateral lengths here in Appalachia. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to name this my type well 1. And I'm going to switch here my major phase to gas, independent phase to gas. Select that. We're going to go here to our case settings. I'm going to gather my volumes until EUR. I'm going to normalize to peak production because I know this area. And when during my production review, I saw that most of the wells were unconstrained and we didn't have a ramp month. In other states and other areas, it's very important to start at the first production. And then, as I mentioned, we're going to normalize our wells on lateral length. And now we're going to pull all 55 cases over into this set and compile them. What I like to do here is find my curve parameters and then build out my case wells. So we do have a compiled group here, and we've got a pretty solid band of results. I'm going to zoom in here a little bit. We see our red curve here representing the average. And we've got some high side and low side producers here. And I really like here that in PHDwin, I can select a well on my well list and it highlights it over in the other side, or I can select this well and it shows me where it is in the list, and then I can remove that well if I'm uncomfortable with it drawing the average up. So let's just do that in this case and see what happens there. It adjusted. You may not have seen it. It was super quick. All right. Let's go ahead and add a gas curve here. So I'm just going to do a standard gas fit. And then I'm going to zoom back out for a second so that I've got a little bit of a better view. Zoom in. So generally here, I'm familiar with a 1.2 B factor. Typically fits all right. I prefer a 6% D-min. I'm going to set my QF at 300 MCF, sorry, 30 MCF. And I'm going to adjust my DI to be a little bit more aggressive. Oh, wow, I hit it right on the first try. Let's zoom in here a little bit and see about the fit. Wow, looks really good here for the first set of years. And then I'm probably a touch low. We do need to be careful here because I don't have well count turned on, and we might have some survivor bias of low side uneconomic wells. So I'm okay with the long term of the curve being a little bit lower than the average line being shown here. I do also know that we have some infill drilling that's going to happen, so I am much more comfortable with being on the low side for generational effects than I am being on the high side. That being said, we're going to save that case. I will then do a similar process for the Antero wells, the EQT wells, the expand wells. And then I like to compare all of those B factors, DEIs, QIs, etc., all based on the different well sets, just to make sure I'm in the safe zone. And then I would set my final curve parameters to do my comparison between Antero and EQT and whether or not I would recommend my company investing in future development as a working interest partner. I would also add in all of the other expenses and the CapEx investments, the pricing, everything we did for the PDP run, and compare those runs. But per usual, I've talked too long and I'm almost out of time. And I want to show you the A4E analytics on the backside that I use to evaluate my runs. So we're going to stop here for a moment in PHDwin and jump over into the A4E dashboarding. All right, now we are ready to export our economics over into the A4E PHDwin reporting dashboard. So you'll see up here on my reports ribbon, I have it set to the Spotfire 2025 report. I have my cases selected. There are cases here for Antero and EQT, and I have it to preview. And once I click run, I get this handy report here saying that all of the data was pushed into my SQL database. Then I jump over here into the A4E dashboard and I click this refresh data from PHDwin, and it pulls all of that live economics data. Now, I love this because I have a lot of great graphics here that I can easily screenshot or export into presentations to show visually my economics runs, my KPIs, probit plots, etc. Now, as with the other A4E dashboard, the Blue River guys are going to be fully demoing this for you later today. So I'm just going to show you a couple of things that were important to me. I love seeing this cash flow waterfall here. It helps me understand where most of my net revenue is coming from and where my expenses are coming from. My clients have found this to be extremely helpful in understanding their fields. And then if I had some variety in my data, I could select different pieces of that to compare. I love this report summary page. You can basically create the one-line table here at the bottom, and you can sort and filter it by any value. In this case, I want to sort by basically my KPIs at the bottom. So we're going to include these last couple of ones here, and we're going to sort by ROI. The fun thing here is this graph at the top interacts with the graph at the bottom. So up here, I currently have it showing all revenue barred by operator, but now I'm going to change that to case name. So I can see all my different cases, and when I highlight them here, it highlights it at the bottom. I'm going to change this to net revenue over to my gross gas. Actually, let's go to our economic gas EUR. So it can be interesting to see if there's some variations in maybe wells that have EURs that are high EURs, but are maybe not your best ROI if you have some variation in your economics. I found this dashboard to be very helpful. Additionally, you can use this page to look at a bunch of different wells individually. And then one more, because we're running out of time, is the probit plot. If I were showing you not the PDP cases and showing you my comparative type wells, I would have one dot per type well, and I would do a lot of comparison between each of these type wells in order to make my recommendation. For this case, I thought it was more fun to show you all of the individual PDP wells. I can look at my net cash and color it by the operator. I have all kinds of options here to allow me to slice and dice my data. And I can look at the statistical spread on the data in the probit plots and just really have a good time looking at all of this variation. All right, as a summary of what we've done a full workflow through really exploring our data, selecting that ideal analogy set, and then running that through A4E to get our auto fits, then working in PHDwin and doing a full economic analysis on a PDP set, and then using that to inform the settings to fitting a type well, and seeing the economics of that, and then pushing those results into the A4E PHDwin reporting dashboard. I want to thank you all for your time. My contact information is here. I look forward to your questions, your comments, constructive criticism, and let's continue the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you to Kimberly Ayres for an excellent demonstration of integrating APC Appalachian Basin data with PHDwin and A4E. She walked us through study selection, autocast decline curve analysis, forecasting and economics, and QA/QC valuation, showing how these tools come together in a seamless workflow. Up next is Garrett Hoover from TRC Consultants with the latest in PHDwin reporting, including oil equivalency, custom products, projection edit, history and projection variance, monthly volume export, and comptroller/Oxy-ready outputs. Session begins shortly.
Hello, hello. Thank you all again for joining us for the third day of PHDwin Week 2024. Thank you, Kimberly, very much for what was an excellent presentation about not just workflow. I really appreciate how she talked some about that. She talked about her product and her services. She talked about what her methodology is and her perspective. And also, there's something that I really appreciate about Kimberly, about the way she takes it on, is she's constantly looking to do better. She's constantly looking for, how can we make this more efficient? How can I make my team more efficient? I feel like in this industry, there's a lot of people trying to do that same thing. They're trying to get more efficient. They're trying to make it so that their company is more successful. They get more times to go to their kids' ball game and that sort of thing. But if you don't have a mentality to do it constantly, then you get behind. If you're not pushing, life is either two directions. Either you're falling behind or you're pushing forward. There's no static, unfortunately, especially in the oil industry. When things are up or down, you got to constantly be moving. And I love her perspective that she's constantly moving. She's constantly trying to take on. She's constantly trying to see what's out there. And to me, that is the best way, not just to be an engineer, not just to be, in oil and gas, but in life, And so we're going to have her on in just a second. But Kimberly's someone that I've really enjoyed getting to know the last couple of years as she's come in from the Aries world. And, hearing that presentation and hearing how open she is, how transparent she is about how this is an ongoing process, as I think an inspiration to all of us. Garrett Hoover's session is going to be delayed a little bit. I know it's supposed to come on at 11. So we're going to push that a little bit so I can talk with Kimberly some. And, if y'all have questions, please go ahead and send them to events@phdwin.com. And I'll be sure to ask those questions. I got it pulled up right here where I can see the questions. But, if you were waiting for Garrett's session, if you jumped on right now for Garrett's session, let me talk with Kimberly for a little bit. And then right afterwards, we'll do Garrett's session. And then we're going to push out the replay a little bit. Luckily, this is our PHDwin week, so we can move things around a little bit. I want to give a shout out to the director of PHDwin week this year, Sebastian. He's behind the scenes making all these tight things meet together. Him and his team have done a lot of hard work to make it so that all these pieces can come together. And so this is one of those days where we're just getting really tight down to it. And so thank you all for, working with us some. And thank you to all the presenters like Kimberly for spending their time to contribute such great content to the greater overall industry. So, Sebastian, if you want to go ahead and bring Kimberly on, we can get into that chat a little bit. And as I said, if you have any questions, events@phdwin.com. Hey, Kimberly, how you doing?
Hello. I want to second that.
Oh, there we go.
Do we have audio?
There we go. Talk now.
There we are.
There, audio. Boom. There we go. We got it. There we go.
Per usual, I talk too early, too much, and too fast. So,
I appreciate that about you. You can get a conversation going. We can get there at NAPE, and we're like a million miles a minute. So I like it. I go at the same speed. So that's great. So, Kimberly, first thing I want to talk about a little bit is you talked early on in your presentation about the service you offer and the data you offer. But I want to come back around to that because I think that is something that's very unique in this industry. And, we have a lot of different data vendors on this year. As you know, I've been working with Well Database. I've talked to you about that and all these other vendors, but you're a key part of that puzzle as well. And so just talk a little bit about, what that offering is. So anyone that's watching this part of the stream can hear a little bit extra.
Thanks. Yeah. So my database subscription product is similar to the big names you've heard of, but we are focused just on the 3 states up here because our data up here is unique and has been less of a focus for those other data services. And we're all engineers as we're building that database monthly and keeping it up to date. So it's a similar product to those names you've heard, but again, we are having engineers look directly at those completion records, type that in, correct data, build in surveys, adjust the surveys. If we know wells are crossing because someone typed in a number, we're fixing it. And we're working with all of our clients to do that because I use that data on a daily basis for our clients. And if it's wrong, we got to fix it. We get a lot of misassigned formations here, and then 3 states that report completely differently. And we aggregate all of that because the play crosses the lines quickly, and you want to be able to look at all of those wells across state lines without having to deal with those arbitrary borders. So that's our product, and we love working in it, using it with the clients, selling it as a subscription. And I definitely appreciate you being able to allowing me to show that and letting me talk about it.
No, we appreciate you taking that on. That is a really unique area for data. I mean, a lot of our clients, we get so used to down here in Austin, Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico and all that. It's so much different up there where you are. And that's why it really takes that expertise that you have to not just have that data, but qualify it, right? And make sure it's quality data. And then another thing I think is really unique is that you're delivering it in a PHDwin native format, right? I mean, you're the only data vendor I know that you just give them a PHZ is my understanding, right?
Yes.
And so
Yes, that's true.
that makes it as easy as possible. They just pull that in and boom, they're off to the races. So anyone that's working those areas, definitely reach out to Kimberly. She's got you covered. I mean, you kind of don't say no to work as it is, Kimberly. I've learned you. You pop up and say, yeah, I need help with leasing. I need help with that. You're just like, yes, and you figure it out. So we appreciate that hustle. So I've got some great questions coming in actually for you. I've got some compliments too. David Yard says, first of all, excellent presentation. So thank you very much, David. We appreciate the comment. And then he wanted to ask you, Kimberly, what was the LL for the final TC economics case?
The lateral length for the final economics case was 16,000 feet. I didn't highlight that. This gives me the opportunity to say that I could have talked for another hour on all of the selection I did. You notice I was phasing in and out a few times. I spent a lot of time picking that well set. And then at the end, knowing that I'm within the parameters of the well set I selected, that my type well is, it's not 25,000 feet because that's longer than any of the wells that I selected. I'm pretty passionate about an analogy set being good, if you couldn't tell. I just didn't spend all of the time going through those details. There's plenty other courses on that and SBWE's monographs and the rules and here or there. But I ended up at that length.
Sounds like I need to have you on another PHDwin week is what I'm hearing, that you got more to say. No, I'm just joking. We really appreciate you being on this year. And thank you, David, for a good question. So I got another good question coming in from the audience. Again, events@PHDwin.com if you want questions for Kimberly here. So Zeno Phillips says, excellent presentation, Kimberly. Great depiction of your workflow. And I agree with that 100%. And understand your philosophy for selecting a smaller subset for a type well. He said, although there is that risk of biasing the results. His question is, why did you exclude the Tribune wells from the workflow?
I didn't go into that detail, but I am aware that Tribune's area is very small and that they have fully developed their land position and that those wells were all drilled prior to the modern completions era. So I knew before we got going that I was going to be excluding them in the next step. So I didn't go back and fix that in the video, but they're not moving that direction, and it is going to be Antero or EQT in that little blank area.
And so that kind of information, I call that on the ground information, right? That's the kind of thing that you're not going to get if you're just sitting there scrubbing through someone's spreadsheets very easily, right? Or you're just sitting there on Veris's big dashboard thing or whatever, right? Like it takes talking with people. It takes networking. It takes you, knowing that region really well. It takes you knowing these different players and all that, right? Can you speak a little bit about that process of how you're working on building out those networks, building out those information feeds?
Sure. It goes back to the fact that we're building the database monthly. So every month we're pulling completion records. We're looking at what changed month over month, who's moving where. We know this private bought this private, et cetera. So we're in the data. So then it's very easy for me to jump right into an area and know, oh, the reserves are about this, but if, this company is moving in, they do their completions a little differently. It really just comes from, we chose to be Appalachian Basin specialists. And if that's all we're doing, we have a pretty good sense of where's it expanding, who's doing what type of completions operators prefer. I mean, we always maybe start in with those potential biases, and then I like to double check it in the dashboards. And that's one of the benefits I've really seen in the A4E product, that we've integrated that into our process, is their tornado chart. So I like that tool uses the math and the statistics of all of their forecasting to really tell us what is the driving factor, because I have natural instincts as an engineer, and from my experience, but a lot of the completions are the same now, and we've developed a lot of the area, and I really like that I can use that tornado plot to maybe show me a parameter that is actually controlling my forecast that I didn't realize, right? This is where we're moving into the world of machine learning, and I love it.
Yeah, no, we're doing it. We're moving forward. I mean, they're a key partner. As you know, I launched a developer program this year, and so much of it I built on the back of that partnership and what we're working together. You've taken on that new technology pretty much as soon as it got on the table. You're always scrambling and grabbing whatever I've got lying around there, and like, how can I make my process better? And so, that's a real big help. I really consider you to be a key player as far as we're moving forward with these other partnerships. I mean, I know you probably heard on Friday, I've got Whitson on, and they're going to talk a little bit about what our integrations look like. And most of those ideas might be coming from a certain someone that's on camera with me now. And so, you're just a really important part of, how we're building this out. But what I want to ask, Kimberly, kind of, I've taken up a bunch of your time. I know you're at a conference. I see you back there. You're busy, got stuff going on. But, as far as, working with the team here at TRC and, PHDwin, what would you say to someone that is coming new to us? Maybe they're not used to us. Maybe they're coming from the area side or something like that. How would you represent what it's like being part, of our ecosystem, so to speak?
The biggest surprise to me has been, quite frankly, the community around PHDwin. I haven't experienced that with another software that I've used regularly throughout my career. There's a bunch of different ones. I would say you guys and Whitson both have a great support staff. I know I can get a hold of you. And then most of the users that I know are fans. So we are working with each other and open about maybe a bug we found or a workflow we would like to see or something we'd like to add. And you guys have been super receptive to that. And just that community was not what I was expecting. Like, again, I mentioned I'm self-trained, so I'm usually used to having to spend time and figure out what this or that means. And it's been great to just either ask you guys or ask other people that I've met through the various PHDwin Week events how they would do this. So that's been really great. I feel a little stranded up here in the Northeast sometimes. So it's great to be included and to be able to meet those connections with other professionals.
Well, we love that. We love getting you a part of anything. So I'm just going to be getting you some comments here. So you want to be part of the community here? Get ready. This is going to be like the roll call of the who's who. Courtney Stevens said, way to go, Kim. John Sinclair said, thank you, Kim. Azit said, this was a great presentation and use of V3. Thanks, Kim. Kurt Meir, you know who he is. He's Mr. YouTube for PHDwin. He says, impressive work, Kimberly. Fantastic presentation, Kim. Really cool to see a workflow. Thank you for sharing. And so we know you've done so much in the last month, juggling things. We know you've had a lot of changes, and you kind of put this presentation, squeezed us between the cracks. Here you are, looking a hallway or something like that, talking with me and all that. And so I will let you go. But before we let you go, I just want to say thank you so much for being part of the community. I agree. Azip jumped on and said you're helping foster the growth here, and we really appreciate that. We really appreciate you being part of PHDwin Wing. You will always have friends at TRC. You ever need anything, you reach out to us. If anyone needs the Appalachian Girl, right? Isn't that your calling tag, right? Yeah. You need the Appalachian Girl, give her a call. Kimberly Ayers, everyone. All right, we're going to go ahead and switch over to Garrett Hoover. Thank you very much for your time, Kimberly. Good luck for the rest of the week. All right, bye, y'all.
Welcome to today's presentation with Garrett Hoover from TRC Consultants. Garrett will walk us through what's new in PHDwin reporting, highlighting enhancements designed to streamline workflows and improve accuracy. In this session, he'll cover the latest features, including enhanced oil equivalency, custom product handling, and the powerful projection edit tool. Garrett will also introduce the History and Projection Variance Report, demonstrate the monthly volume export, and share outputs tailored for the Texas Comptroller and Oxy Property Tax teams. Thank you to Garrett Hoover for joining us to showcase these important updates. Let's begin.
Hello, my name is Garrett. I'm the lead report developer here at TRC Consultants, and today I'm going to be talking about staying current with reporting, showing some new and revised reports that we have going on. So what I will be covering today for our updated reports is oil equivalency and what reports have that included, in addition to showing off the one-liner and some different versions of the one-liner that I'm not sure everybody knows about that I think are pretty fun and helpful. For new reports, I'm going to go over the projection edit, which, yes, we had last time, but this time I'm going to show you how to run it, edit the data once it's run, and then re-import it back into the program. And then I'm going to show our two new reports, which is the history projection variance, along with the monthly volume export. And then I'm going to show off some custom reports, one that was built with the Texas Comptroller, and then an example of a report that is similar to a report that made for the Oxy Property Tax Division. And after that, then I'll go into Spotfire, kind of showing what we have on our side to be able to hook up into Spotfire. Alright, so for our updated reports, we have oil equivalency. It has been added into the detailed and one-liner reports, and you're able to select it in the user-defined report when you're picking out all your columns. And just because of where and how it's been added, it will be in your CSV reports if you're using the report KCECO output table, which that's the one by default. So unless you make a custom output table, you'll get those oil equivalency values. Now this will just show you the gross and net oil equivalency values. So right now I will show off the detailed version of that with this small group of cases. And like all the other different versions of detailed, this is a parameter. So it starts with your standard type. You get oil and gas. Click on the type. Down here you have the oil equivalency. We'll run that, and you have your gross oil, gas, and then the oil equivalency of it. Same with your net. Everything else is the basic that's in there, but those are added to this now. And then I will show you the custom user. And since it is in one of these report tables, you're able to select it just like you can in the CSV, where it'll go straight to Excel. And so I will switch out, we'll do the gas revenue with the net oil equivalency. Just scroll down here since it's alphabetical, resubmit it, and now I have my net oil equivalency, which you can math that out using the input for the oil equivalency that is in the products configuration. So come over here to oil equivalency ratios, and it will use anything in here in the ratio output to that oil equivalency column. You can add more in here if you want. You can add sulfur or methane, not there by default, but you can add them there if you wanted to, and then it would use them. And so next we have our one-liner, and a couple of different variations of the one-liner that we have are the user-defined, where you can select two products to show in the one-liner format. It's similar to the detailed user-defined. That one gets 3. Just because of space available, this is a one-liner. We're only getting 2 with the one-liner. And then we have our value ranking, which has different groupings. You can group, if you want to, group by class and then class and category. And it will show you the rankings for overall on every case you selected, or you can have it show the rankings for just those specific groups. And that's the same with the total value for that percentage. It can be just in the groups or throughout the whole selection. And then the present worth type. So everything you have in the PW table and at the bottom of the reports now in a one-liner format. That one was added, might have been in there last time, but I don't think anybody talked about it, and I don't know how many people actually select all the different types and run them all. But I'll show you how each one of those works, in addition to the one-liner having the oil equivalency. So we have our user defined, where we can select oil and gas. I'll switch that up and add NGL. Now we have oil and NGL. Our oil equivalency, it's going to be the same as the detailed. You have your gross, your nets, that's oil, gas, and then oil equivalency. And we'll go with our value ranking. So here is the base value ranking on these cases. Ranks for the selection, percent of total value, and cumulative percentage of exactly what we have. So I'm going to group by class and category. Notice our rankings have all of these as just 1 through 10 with this alone by itself. And the cumulative percent is also just for each group. So we will check the overall ranking and percent of total value so that rerun it. Now you can see 4 is not here because it's in this other group, and the cumulative percent is of every single one that you ran. And now we will go to the present worth option. So you have all the different present worth profiles variations that you put in here, all in a one-liner format. You can see everything side by side. This will follow whatever order you have them in, starting with A, going down to the very end. All right, so now some new reports. So for the projection edit, you can easily edit the values in Excel. I'm going to walk through this process in the program just to make it easier, but you run the report, you can run the report, it will open it up in Excel. You can update any data that you want to, save it, and then go back in and re-import it, and all of the appropriate columns should auto-populate, so you don't have to get anything on there. It will auto fill in. So yeah, why not? Let's use these same exact ones. Come down here to projection edit. We'll run these. Opens up in Excel. And I like to just set all my columns the same. So come over here to our values, and you'll notice the names are a little bit more detailed than you might think. That's because those are the names that they are set to for our importer. So it's just easier to have the names the same, that way it does auto map. So what's some fun things we can do with my segment 1 and 2? Let's have this segment 2 end in 27. It's not a whole lot, but hey, should be fun. And that was for ARPS. Now we get the problem with having it extended all the way. So we have oil here. Yeah. Let's have an oil QF. Those are QI. Have our oil QF be 321. All right. So I've just made a couple changes. Not much. You can save it to make as many edits as you want to, but I will save these to my flash drive as a CSV because that's what it'll import. All right, we're saved. Actually, let me go ahead and close that just in case it has an issue. Come back to the home, we will import, and then I just need to find my CSV. All right, And we'll map data, and notice all of these, the values that you need are auto-populated. And we don't have the class, we don't have this gen info populated because you're probably not going to change that. And since there is this category and subcategory, field and reservoir, country, state, two different values in the same cell, they're not going to input. They're not going to import very well. So they're here, and we'll just import it. All right. It took, so let's see, made this one my oil. Was that on case 1? And it brought it all in. It's easy as can be with that. And go back to my reports selection for going forward. And now, so one of our newer ones, the history and projection variance, it was requested quite a bit since we did have this in 2, but hadn't made it in 3 yet. One of the issues with this is because it uses projection data and that it is not actually saved in the database, it's calculated and used in the eco engine. Wasn't there to store, I couldn't pull it report wise. So we had talked a while to things like, well, we should be able to hit the eco engine with reports. We hadn't had a chance to test it, but we did, which is how we got this report. And as just a first initial, can we do it? And so it shows us we can hit the eco engine, and knowing that, we'll be able to make more reports that are a bit more in-depth than we have had previously. This gives us much greater access. And for this report, you have, just like in 2, you have columns for history, projection, the variance between them, and then your history cums. And you will only get values for in the history column. It is only history. There won't be any projection value, so depending on your precedence, doesn't matter in this one. And you'll only see projected the same way, won't have any history, even if that's precedence, and you won't have leading or trailing zeros. Variance is only going to show up when you have both. And an option on this report is making the variance a percentage. And that percentage is color-coded. So I will come over here to the history projection variance. The variance a percentage. And that percentage is color-coded. So I will come over here to the history projection variance on these, and we'll get that one going. So in this particular case, no history. This is the printout that I had, was for my second case because it has overlap. And now if I want to show the variance as a percentage, still not there, but we have percentage. And if your variance is under plus or minus 200, it'll be green. If it's over that, it will be red, just to have it stand out to you. And let's see, I don't think I have any that are over that right now. No, I don't. But it does give you just a nice little visual indicator. You don't have to have it if you don't want it. You just want to see the pure variance. You don't have to check it and run it. That's what you have. And another one that we have been requested quite a bit is a monthly volume export. So you'll run this like a few reports that we have, goes directly to Excel. And for this one, you'll get more than just oil and gas. You'll have your oil, gas, water, and NGL. It will show your history next to your projection for the whole case. I do want to warn you, because this goes directly to Excel and how the reports have to be made, it will run the report, generate the whole thing, and then like save it in Excel and then open it up. So it can take a while to open up. It'll be thinking and thinking, and it'll say it's done thinking down here and finished. That's because it's gone to Excel and it's loading in there. So unless an error message pops up, it's thinking in the background. So here we have the variance in Excel. It's a nice, good Excel format. One column, shouldn't be any weird extra rows. And it'll go down, and the limit we have on this is the limits for Excel, which I think I did some rough math on it. If you had a couple thousand cases, each with 50 years of history and projection, I think that, and each case had that full 50 years, I think then we might be hitting the limit of Excel, but it's still so much better than what we had into with how we're able to get it and see everything. It's just now we're at the limits of Excel as opposed to Access. And we'll continue working on this monthly volume export to add in more products and make it more dynamic, but just as a first go around, we have these 4 most common products. And so now we have our custom reports. So here's the report that I made with the Texas Comptroller. This is actually a recreation of their version 2 report. And I know the text is here, I'll run it. And some of this is their general specific ID code, so it'll be blank on this report. But it does have quite a bit of different information on it. Let me go to... Did I not add this? Oh. It is said differently than I thought it was. It's got quite a bit of different data in here. So this top section, ID codes, and these are all basically different sub-reports in one larger report. Here you've got your gen info, and then we have a section of just projections. This is report date product data of just the products that are there. This section is our economic data. We have a section for investments. It'll list out all of the investments you have in here. Prices for oil, gas, and condensate, which is what they wanted. Tax information for all of your static variable taxes. All the costs that are in here. And they will spell out onto new pages if you have multiple costs, investments, taxes. And then the last section in here is everything they have in notes. And so in version 2, they had 3 different reports. One that's a working copy, preliminary, and final. Now it's the single report where all you're doing is changing the report header. Everything else is the same. So it's got quite a bit in it that I think probably has more individually in it than most reports. I'd say maybe the input report is different, but that's still broken up into kind of definitive sections. And this has a whole bunch of different sub-reports in it. I like it. It shows a lot of information, and I hadn't made anything like this, so it was a fun little challenge to try and recreate what he had done in 2. All right, next we have our example of a report that is similar to the Oxy Property Tax Department's report. And I like this one because it's got more on it than we normally have on reports. It has some pretty good parameters. So like our user-defined reports and the detailed and one-liners, you have product selection that will be up here for your economics. We've got oil, gas, and CO2 in this example, and that can be changed out to all the products that you have. The next is the projections at report date down here beside the graph, and you can select which graph you want, which slot you want in there. So it's, got both. You can select your products. Then they have a projection for volume per month and how many days are in that month. So right now we're doing, just the big average for anything. But if you wanted specific number of days in the month for your information, you would have that. And I like this report because it's got more on it. We have a couple of reports where we have the graph with, you have an option to check and you can get some of this projection at report data underneath it. And it changes the style of the graph from landscape to portrait. But you don't have all your economics. Others, you have your page of economics and then your graph page, which is handy. You get a bigger graph. But I like this because it doesn't look like anything we currently have. And it just, you get a little bit of everything with it. And now we'll go into our Spotfire section. So when we started talking about getting Spotfire and wanting to use it for visualization, I want to say that was around last year when we started, because everyone uses some kind of visualization software. We didn't have anything, so we got a license for Spotfire. Started out with the demo, which is what I did. So I had the trial on it. And some of the issues that we had was Spotfire did not like linking to stored procedures and queries, which is what we use to run all of our other reports. It is able to be done, and we got help from somebody else with that, but it used quite a bit of Python and basically all of their work for it. So while, yes, we could get that and copy it over and change one or two things to get it for what we wanted, it wasn't really a feasible option. I did notice while playing around that Spotfire would kind of work better with tables that we had, just like our regular report output tables. It's like, okay, maybe we can kind of work with that. And that's what we ended up doing right now is you run the Spotfire report and it will give you your different output tables. And so it can hit on those. I think we're at 4 right now. And it reads that data considerably better. And so right now you can get a package for Spotfire on the client portal. All it's doing is running the report and putting that data into an output database. And it is implemented pretty good by Blue River. They have a pre-built dashboard and they're actually presenting later today. So if you come in and watch them, you'll see the fun visualizations that they've been able to do with it, which is past our expertise. So if you're going to run the Spotfire, you're going to need to set it up and then you'll run it, verify that it is there, and then you can work on the visualization. So right now, I'm going to walk you through the whole setup process to the verifying the data. I don't have Spotfire on this machine, so I can't show you that visualization. But again, Blue River's later this afternoon, they can show you that portion. And right now, the tables that we have output are all your ID codes, your monthly economics, monthly history, and then those economics in the one-liner format. So I'm going to assume that you have downloaded Spotfire from our client portal. Come over to reports, add new report, change report type to DevExpress. You can do it as CSV. It's better if you just change it to DevExpress. You get one less pop-up. So import it, you'll navigate to where it is. And so here's my Spotfire one. Open that. It needs investments, report KCECO, and user-defined KCECO. All years, all monthly. Everything should be checked, but it's best to give it a look over. All right, so we'll close that. Now we need to go to Management Studio. Because we're putting this in an output database, the database has to exist before the data can fill it. So this is the particular instance that I'm working in. Current databases, let me refresh. All right. So new database, it needs to be called Spotfire. And Once it's there, it'll be at the bottom, or not, depending on how you have all your names. It's empty, but that database has to be there. Otherwise, you'll get an error and nothing will work. So I have these cases, everything's checked. So I will run it. All the economics will happen, and you'll get a previewer page. Once this preview page is open and it tells you that the report is complete, it will tell you which tables have been created and they're like the names, so you know which ones are there. Unless this page shows up, the report hasn't finished running because it's executing the query, creating the tables, and populating them. And if you've run this a second time, it will delete everything that were previously in the tables. So these queries have a lot to do before they can finish. And some of these, like your monthly history and monthly production, with every, since they're monthly, if you do all years, all months, that's a lot of rows. So this report pops up. We can close this. It lets us know that it's done. Now we'll come back over here to Management Studio and refresh our Spotfire tables. All of them are here, but we can check them out. So we'll do top 1,000. Here are the cases that I ran with all the different ID codes in alphabetical order. You can use that to link in your visualization. We have all of our one-liner info, has your economics, important dates, life, if it's commercial or non-economic, and why it's non-economic, some forecast info. This is what was in one of our connects, is this one-liner along with the productions. And we have had requests for adding models and project information to these Spotfire tables. So we have an example that has those. If y'all are using and need other tables to use in Spotfire, if there's different data that would look good that you want to see, let us know. We can work on adding more tables and just kind of filling that out. But for now, this is what we have. It's got quite a bit of info. I'm sure it can always use more though. All right, so that's all for Stan Curtin Reports. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you to Garrett Hoover for an excellent walkthrough of the latest reporting enhancements in PHDwin. Today, you saw how new tools like Projection Edit, History and Projection Variance, and Monthly Volume Export can make reporting more powerful and practical. Garrett also highlighted enhanced oil equivalency, custom product capabilities, and outputs ready for regulatory and tax reporting. These updates bring real efficiency and clarity to everyday workflows. Up next, we'll move into our featured replay, running from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Stay with us for
Hello, everyone. All right, before the feature replay, I want to bring Garrett on a little bit. If you have any questions about that last session, be sure to email events@PHDwin.com, or if you're on the YouTube feed, on the side of the YouTube feed is the chat box. If you type in there, then it'll show up here, and I can ask the questions that way, or comments or compliments. We love all the compliments coming in today. One thing I do want to point out, I just want to do a little bit of catching up. We're getting a lot of questions about the CE hours. The trick is, do you keep track? That's part of the professional requirements. You have to keep track of your hours for your records. We're keeping track. Doesn't matter where you're watching from. There's going to be a form to fill out after the conference. And then from that, you'll put in what you have. We'll verify it. And then we're going to issue out those hours. In order to do that, though, you do need to see the ethics session tomorrow morning. I know that some of y'all have some conflicts with that ethics session. If there is any issue about conflicts, reach out to me. I will work with you, and we'll try to work out arrangements so you can still get your credit hours. But within this week, basically, you have to watch the ethics session in order for to count. You get the ethics session, and then all the other hours that you're spending on PHDwin week, we can have as CE hours to get for your accreditation. So just a little update on that. And so I'm gonna go ahead and bring on Garrett real quick, and we're gonna talk a little bit about his presentation. Again, if you have any questions, please go ahead and send those over. But I'm bringing Garrett. Hey, Garrett, how you doing?
Doing good. How about yourself, John?
Doing good, doing good, doing good. All right, everyone. I want everyone to know Garrett is the newest father at TRC Consultants. He's got a little one at home. He's been doing the presentation and all this at PHDwin Week. What a newborn. I mean, literally in the middle of this thing, a newborn was born. Tell us a little bit about that, Garrett.
Well, we are about a month and 5 days now. So, sleep's a great thing to have. Wish I had more of it. But it's getting there. I did have to, leave from this to come record. It was easy. We were able to get that workout and get some help. Have had a good amount of help from friends. But everything's, going good. It's nice and healthy. Screams plenty. It's, does all the things babies are supposed to do, right?
I love how you're measuring a month in days. You definitely know where you are in the thing when you have in days since birth on mine or whatever. Because then you move to months, and then eventually it's years, and then it's like, oh yeah, it's happened recently, right, or whatever. So you're in that small window. Enjoy it, man. Make sure you soak it up. I tell your wife, thank you so much for letting us borrow you a little bit for PHDwin Week this morning and pull it over. And so let's talk a little bit about the reporting some. So, well, first things first, John Sinclair said, Garrett, wow, this is so nice. You've made it so much easier than it was in V2. Excellent reporting features. And, I thank you very much, John Sinclair, for that comment. But, that's one thing I keep coming back to, Garrett, is to me, the biggest upgrade between version 2 and version 3 is that we're no longer dependent on that third-party report engine. I mean, you get custom report requests in 2 still, and I see it in your face. You're like, oh no, I have to go back into the old mines and I have to go and fight the demons that, that old report engine used, right? A lot of people don't understand that we were licensed in version 2, an outside report engine, but we're using the Microsoft native one now in version 3. And that just gives you a lot more flexibility, doesn't it, Garrett, to be able to do a lot with the reports, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've, started with the version 3 reports, so I know that better. And going back to the version 2 reports, when it is a formatted report, if you want something in Access or Excel outputs, those are easy. That's great. Those are my favorite ones to do for 2. But when it's version 3, Crystal Reports does not do what I think it should do, how I think it should do it, just based on everything I've done since then. So it's like, okay, well, I think it's supposed to do this. It's not. Let me dig around and find out. And if there's a report I can clobber from to make a new one, it makes it so much better. If I have to start from scratch on one of those, it's going to take a long time. But that doesn't normally happen. It's like, oh, we want, an extra column on the Eco Excel report. Great. It's annoying, but that's still so much easier to do. Whereas version 3, that's all I've known how to do. And so I'll still, pull from the current ones that I have just to copy and paste and make some stuff easier and shorten that consultant time. But I can do more. I know it better. And now with our 2 new reports where we are working with Eco Engine, we still haven't fully explored what we can do with that. But now, so much more is open because not everything is actually saved in our databases. A lot is, but not all of it. And so now I have, able to have that connection, can work all these things out. We're going to be able to get more. And now we could previously, but the graphs, we can interleave them. We can have them separate, pop-ups on the 2nd page, on the 5th page. They work better than doing the weird batch report run.
Oh yeah. Y'all come to NAPE and you'll ask me, why should I run 3? That's the report I run. I go, here, look, there's one called graphs only. It sticks all the graphs in a PDF. It took us 2 minutes. You ready to run 3 yet? I mean, that's my number one, Garrett, right? Because it's so hard.
A few years ago, you had me actually run the batch report for those graphs in 2, and it froze on me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was recording and it's like, okay, go through the process. Nope. It didn't want to. I think I only got that thing to work once. Now, that's probably a user issue. But in 3, it's a report by itself. It's added on a couple. It's like it's easy. You put a checkbox, you select which graphs you want on there, and they're already in.
And that's it. And then you're off to the races, right? Well, and then you can have it where you can interleave the graphs, as you talked about. You can have multiple graphs, so detailed report, and then 3 graphs if you want. There's just so much that's customizable. We have the custom user report. Let's just like the columns and all that. So there's a lot of people that always wanted custom reporting in version 2. We've got that today in version 3, right? I mean, a lot of what people asked for requests before. Now we can just do it in the program, right? With that, you have to build something, right?
Yeah. So we have the custom user report, which is a formatted report, but it is much more dynamic than everything else because you can select your, I want to say 10, 11 columns.
11, yeah.
With the date, you can set it to be a one-liner, and we had a request that the one-liner, it was 1 case per page. So it's still a one-liner, but it's not efficient. I'm going to work on that for, I think, sometime in the future, maybe 20. But you can select all that. You can do some header info, but we also have those CSV reports.
That's right, CSV
which
reports.
You can run our custom output tables. You can make your own. You can add whatever products in there, and it takes in your sort into account. So you'll have your sort info, and then you'll have some info that's required, which is the date, the report, if it's an incremental, there's a few extra columns, and then it's everything that's in your output table. And you can choose that is. You can have it be gross, you can have it be net, you can have it on whatever. You can add extra streams, throw those in there, and you can make it as long or as short as you want in whatever order you want.
Yeah, Josh, who is our consulting expert,
yeah,
right? He pops up and says, I really like how easy it is to create monthly and one-line CSV reports. So much more flexible and no worry about the queries or the limits of the PHDwin out file. So that's one thing that I really want to hammer on for a second. So in version 2, we were relying on that access database, and anyone who lives in this industry knows the access database 2 gigabyte limit really well. That's a 32-bit file limit. It's not like Microsoft baked it in the crust. That's just what happens when you're dealing with the 32-bit product stack. In SQL Server, the Express that we ship with it has, what's the limit of Express? I'm forgetting right now. Garrett, do you remember off the top of your head?
Is it 10 gig?
That's right. It's 10 gigabytes. So
yeah.
5 times as much can be saved in the free version of SQL that we bundle with PHDwin. And then if you're a larger company and you need more data than that, like Crown Rock, we've been working with them for years. Keith over there is a great V3 user. He has so many wells that he blows that limit. Like he runs 2 runs and he blows the limit. So he had to get the full SQL Server. Teddy's another one that's popped up over the years, has a lot of wells. We love working with Teddy, but he had to get the full SQL Server in order to have more places.
Teddy called me this morning to talk about the Spotfire. He's one of the people who has the beta that wanted extra tables. He said he's been using it for the past 2 months, and it's great. He does all the runs, puts it out on that Spotfire database, and then all the people that need the data but don't work in PHDwin, it's right there. And so they're working on, he's going to have his next monthly run in a few days, but he was using our Connect sheets, but because of how ridiculous his stuff was, he was running like 5 different scenarios in there, combining them. Now it's all in a table. He doesn't have to worry because Excel does have a limit.
It has limits, right?
It's 1 million rows. Now, most people probably not going to hit that.
He does.
You can. Teddy does. I'd never seen that, which is why on the last batch of Connect stuff, our Excel sheets are broken out to only monthly and no monthly, and then some combined because his monthly ones blew up the
breaking.
sheet.
Yep, we're breaking.
It didn't work. It's like, all right, well, someone else probably going to have that problem. But when it just goes straight to a table, you don't have that. SQL doesn't care how many rows you have. It's just there.
And what I really like about that too. So you're talking about the developer program, Garrett, talking about how me and you've been working with different vendors in the last year. So TIPCO, the people behind Spotfire, I've been kind of saving this announcement. This is because we didn't have a lot to show for PHDwin. You showed kind of where that integration is at this point. They didn't have time to get someone on, but they're officially part of the developer program. So what Garrett's been working with, what we've been working on, this is part of a long-term partnership. We've got Blue River Analytics, who's going to be part of PHDwin Week. We're on last year, going to be back on this year. They're going to show off the dashboards that they built in Spotfire, but the actual company that's building that technology stack is actually part of the developer program. And we're talking with them about better integrations, taking on more data, working around some of these challenges. But what you built for the Spotfire could easily apply to Tableau, could easily be used for Power BI. It could just go into a data warehouse. If there's one company we're working with that just wants all of their data, all their runs in a big SQL server so they can query them out and go back to them. that Spotfire database that becomes a great flattened piece of data to move into any other system, right, Garrett? I mean, we call it Spotfire,
No.
but it can go anywhere,
Yeah,
right?
it's Spotfire, and programs don't care. That's just the name of the database that we have. With other clients we have, I've got 3 or 4 different that its company name is the database name, because that helps me figure that out. But it works, and we can have any custom ones that we want. If you want specific tables, if you want certain names, we can change that up. It can, really be as dynamic as you want it to be with what data's in there.
Your camera popped off real quick, Garrett. So play with that real quick and see if we can get you back on. But I want to point something out that you pointed out in your presentation. I want to pick it up from right here. So, we need people to step up and help us with this. So what we've built out so far, what's in that Spotfire output so far, is been maybe like 5 clients total, Garrett, including Blue River, has kind of worked with us to build out what that looks like. We need more. We can do more. There can be more. But we don't want to just throw mud against a wall and see what sticks. We want to make sure we're building these things out in a way that can actually work with y'all's internal processes, that can actually make your companies more efficient, that can show the people in the company that don't run PHDwin what data they need to see and what data they don't need to see. And so if you're thinking about moving into version 3, if you're a version 2 client that's thinking about moving into version 3, first of all, if you're sitting on a pile of custom reports, they need to go to Garrett. So one question that came in is, how do I get my own custom report, Garrett? What's the process there? Just let them know real quick.
Well, you would just email consulting or me directly. It'll still go, if it goes to consulting, it'll reach me or Josh, who commented a little while ago, but it will come to me. And then it will be checking to see, it's like, all right, do we have anything that is similar to this or not? Do you need this fully separated out or all put together? So it can be like our input report. If they're similar, input report has, 10, 12 different sections. They're all different sub-reports on one page. So you can, if into you ran 5, 6 reports back to back to back, nothing changed, you just had to run them all. We can either make separate reports and you can do the same thing, or you can set them up as a batch run, or we can put it all into one report. And you can, change those parameters. Like, all right, I want report 137 today, and check those on, hit submit, and it'll do those one after the other.
I think you changed out your mic, Garrett, to not use this one. So double check that real quick. I think it's using the laptop mic. But so what Garrett's talking about is right on the money, though. And I want to point out, the Texas Comptroller has one of those reports. So first of all, who's using version 3? The guy who figures out your taxes. Okay, that is the final answer. Banks are using it, consulting firms are using it, the state of Texas is using it. Okay, people, I had the general land office on yesterday. He showed that report off today. So we really appreciate Doug. We love how Doug's always pushing our capabilities. Me and you've gone back and forth with Doug a ton, right? He's a great user that's always pushing us. But if you need that kind of thing, you need a custom report. You're coming from Aries and y'all had a custom output or a report engine that we need to integrate with. Guess what? Me and Garrett can integrate with Access if needed. If you have some sort of dreams of a dashboard, and that's how you're going to sell management on moving to 3, is showing them the cool dashboard. See what Blue River's doing. Look at what Garrett was just doing. Put that together. Have that vision. Come to me and Garrett, and we'll figure out a way to do that, right? Like, we understand that you need carrots and sticks. And, we run around all the time and we go, well, you got to get ready before you get that Z3 file. You got to get ready before you get that Z3 file. And it's true. But this is the carrot, this better report engine, the ability to do data visualization, the ability for us to be able to integrate with products like the Blue River product that they put together, the A4E that Kimberly showed in the presentation before this. This is all that A4E is built on the exact stack that Garrett just showed off for Spotfire. So we give everyone the same access. The developers that come into my program get the same access level as, companies that we've worked with for a long time. It's just, where is your vision? You, the user of PHDwin, what are you getting set up to do? What does your company need to be more efficient in the future, to move forward into that version 3 era? And that's what me and Garrett are here to talk about. That's what we're here to do. One last thing I want to bring up, Garrett. So the variance report was a very important report coming in build 19, and we'll be talking more about build 19 later this week. But, you know, that was a big request for a long time. A lot of people wanted to see that variance because there's a lot of, hey, how well you back figured a forecast is an indicator for how well you're going forward in the future. But as part of it, as you were trying to allude to earlier, you tapped into the economic engine doing that. I think
so we had
talk about
this report was requested, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago maybe, and I made something. It's like, all right, here's the data. This has to be right. We'll lose half the data. It's like monthly history. That's always been in the database. We've always had that. But then it's like, okay, I can pull that. We don't save our monthly projection data unless that segment is monthly. But anything else, it's not saved on a monthly value. So I would have to take the output. But the output would either use that projection or history. So it may or may not work. And at least in the databases I ran, I had maybe 1 year of overlap because future history probably not going to happen a whole lot. And if your projections aren't, you know, a few years back and your report date a few years back, you're only going to get some of that overlap on it. It's like, all right, well, we have this. It works, but it's essentially useless because you could be comparing a monthly value with a monthly value. And of course, that's going to line up. It's the same thing. And it's like, okay, well, what's precedence? Like, well, maybe this, maybe that, but I don't know where one runs out and one starts. So it was a half-done report. And we had, you know, thought about it and talked the past year. It's like, well, we should be able to use the eco engine in the reports. It's all in the same thing. If I have the right connection, it should work. We just didn't have the time to go in and check that. And now I did. I worked with, you know, Bob, our developer, who does all the eco engine stuff. We got it. We had a few days of screen sharing back and forth, and it's like, okay, I have this and this. Let's try this one. Well, you're not working because you don't have this connection. I don't know that. Had another connection. Got it working. It's like, okay, cool. We're going forward. So now we have those two reports that use projection. And because I already have that connection to Eco Engine, I'm just using Eco Engine to call what the monthly is also. Because it's there. Might as well use it twice.
Okay. Look, I'm just going to say this to the audience. I try to be real good as far as like being Mr. Salesman. I like being diplomatic. I like getting on these things and for a week pretending that I'm not the head of sales, but I just got to put that hat on real quick. You can't get this anywhere else. Aries, the graph doesn't even talk to the economic engine. You don't even get the line like you did in version 2 whenever your ACL gets cut off or whatever. It's two different modules, first of all. But second of all, there's a lot of talk about cloud products and all that that's going on. That Eco Engine is up on their server. It cannot talk to your Spotfire dashboard without dumps and without exporting out all this data, and then you just got a snapshot of the data. What Garrett is dealing with here is pulling live data out of the Eco Engine as it generates it. That doesn't get laid down anywhere. It can immediately be fed into reports, can be fed into your dashboard. There's so much that we can do here. We've only scratched the surface of what's possible with the combination of what I think is the world's most powerful eco engine for oil and gas reserves, period, in version 3. And the fact that we're doing it all on premises means that we can integrate with Spotfire, integrate with Excel, integrate with other products, and then not have to go through all these hoops to move the data around because it's sitting there on your machine, on your server, ready to go. And you know what else that means? No one else is looking at your data. No one else is combing through your reserves, getting insights. If y'all ever look at the actual terms and conditions of some of those companies that do those cloud products, I mean, look, I'm taking my swing. I'm just going to say it. They get y'all signing up for stuff I don't think that y'all know that y'all are signing up for. Like, you can never criticize them. Like, that's not actually your data anymore. Like, oh, by the way, next year the rate goes up 5x. Good luck. It's on our server. We don't do that. The data's on your server. We do everything on premises with PHDwin. And Garrett can create a report that is your company-specific report. We're not going to distribute. Now, every now and then, Garrett, as you know, you show me a custom report someone asked for, and I go, hey, ask that person if I can just put it in PHDwin. Tell them you'll comp it for them if I can just put it in PHDwin. And that happens pretty often, right? We get some good ideas from reports, from custom ones from clients, right? We can both think of examples of that. But if you come to us and say, no, our company needs this output in Excel, this output in a PDF, it has to be exactly like this, down to the pixel, right? You've done the ones where it's like down to the pixel has to be, right? I remember that
It's
one, right?
not exactly. One had to change things up because they were using something that was to a PDF and then pulling the numbers with some other program to put somewhere else. I don't really know, but had to change things. The words had to be the same, had to be in roughly the same spots. That was ridiculous to do. It was like, but we have this. This doesn't look like two. Things are changed and moved around. Well, it had to go back because that's what they built everything on. But I'm working with some people who it's like, okay, they had this, but we're moving forward. So it's more of a process of, me and them going back and forth. Like, okay, what about this and this? And I sent something off yesterday of one of these output types, like the Spotfire, for a person. And it's like, okay, well, we're pulling it into this other database. We need unique IDs. Well, we need more unique IDs so we don't accidentally write this over. And it's like, okay. And it used to be one person running it, not a problem. But then it's like, well, it's multi-user. It's like, all right, well, let's add some user ID to those columns. So you're not wiping out everybody else's. You're only wiping out your run, but you still have those IDs. So when you pull it back, you're just pulling those.
Two could
And it's
never
like-
do that. It was all one user, right? You blew out the out file, and that was it. Everyone was living out of the same out file. We can do that now. We have that flexibility now, and the other side of it about this too. I know people watching this stream, you're not the one actually fighting the fight. You're here on PHDwin Week. You're sitting here. You're being part of this conference. I'm probably not selling you, but I know what happens. Someone gets one of these other people in their ear at a conference or something like that. They come back to the office when the engineer goes, hey, we should really look at blankety blank. This is the new thing. Why are we still using PHDwin and all that? Let me just be clear about something too. Garrett, how long have you been with the company?
7, 8. Let's see, what year is it now? 5.
You can't even figure it out. Okay, at least I think you're 6. Actually, I think 6 or 7.
Let's
6 or
see.
7 years for him.
Actually, no, I might be coming up on 10.
10? Really? We need to get you a ring then. I mean, oh my gosh. So
Well, that's like I was an intern and when I graduated in 14, and then I think we got hired on around then. So it's it's 8 to 10.
So last month I hit 13 years. Here's what I want to ask everyone that's watching this feed. Whenever you talk to these other vendors making all these promises, have they been at the company for 13 years, 10 years? Are they going to be there in 10 more years? Are they going to, whenever those promises actually have to hit the rubber on the road, whenever they go, yeah, I'll give you whatever feature you need that you ask for, are they going to be the ones still around? Are their venture capital backers still going to be the one, once they finish cashing those checks, living up to those promises? I know how it is. And we know that this is an industry where everyone's a fast mover and shaker, and everyone's trying to be as efficient as possible. And that's part of the reason why we had that session today is we wanted you to see the vision. That's why we had the other custom reports on. That's what we're showing we're doing Spotfire this week. That's why I had Kimberly on earlier to show her workflow. We wanted to show a vision of what's possible, what the high end looks like. You can run it out of the cloud. Kimberly did it. PHDwin in the cloud. You can run the Spotfire. Blue River's doing it. Like all this is very possible in PHDwin. But more importantly than any of that is we have been here for a long time. We're going to be here for a long time. Me and Garrett have been on PHDwin Week year after year after year. He's delivering the updates on these reports. He's got a new little kid. He's not going anywhere. I have fun doing this. I'm not going anywhere. We're going to show up for you. We're going to pick up the phone. We're going to get you that next report. We're going to move you down the road. We don't make promises we can't keep. I mean, every now and then a timeline slips or something like that. That's the development, and that's the way it goes. But, we're not here to sell pixie dust. And we get really frustrated sometimes in this industry because we know we have cool tech. We know we can do cool things. And sometimes magical thinking overcomes what can practically be done. And so we're going to have the replay of the session up so that everyone can see what the cool things that we're doing in reporting. Make sure to catch Build 19 whenever it comes out. We'll be talking about that later this week as a timing for that. So that way you can get those cool reports that Garrett showed off. But if you want your own report, if you have some 2 reports, you want to see what it's going to take to bring them a 3. You got Aries reports. You want to see what it's going to take to bring them a 3. You got an access report engine that we got to shove data into. Garrett's the guy to talk to. Garrett, how do they get a hold of you?
Email at ghoover@phdwin.com or consulting@phdwin.com.
Yeah, let's go with that one. Consulting@phdwin.com. I am Jay Smith or sales@phdwin.com. Thank you very much, Garrett, for jumping on. We really appreciate the update with reporting, and we appreciate everyone who's watching this live.
So Amanda just messaged me. I'm going to hit 11 in October.
Oh my gosh, 11. So I'm barely look at that, 11 years, 11
Yeah.
and 13. We stick around, guys, in this oil industry. I mean, how many of y'all been at the same job that long? We're a very stable company. That's why you want to do business with us. We're going to be around. We have been around. We're going to be around. So, well, one last question here, Garrett, that just kind of popped on real quick. Are there any plans to add a JSON output for AI data? You know what I'll say to that? Come talk to me and Garrett about it. And sure, if you have a vision for an output for a data type, I know for a fact I've talked to Bob about this a little bit, Garrett. Have you gotten into the JSON stuff? Have you talked to him a little bit about this?
I have not.
So I've talked to him a little bit
working on
about
getting
this.
the 19 stuff out.
The 19, I know you're busy like on the ground. I'm kind of more vision guy. This is something that's possible, right, with PHDwin, but we need clients to step up and get an idea what that data would look like. We had clients step up to help us figure out what needs to go into the Spotfire dashboards. We internally, I mean, y'all know it. AI is like a couple companies that are just licensing out all these other companies. All these AI companies are just ChatGPT with bells on, basically, that they're just using their APIs and all that to get it out. Very few people have the GPUs and the centers and all that to be able to do it themselves. And so we are a small company. We don't have a rack of GPUs somewhere to do AI ourselves, but we're more than happy to work with those emerging technologies and get the data out in a format that works best for that. So if you have a format that with a particular AI product that you want to work with, send it consulting at PHDwin.com, sales@PHDwin.com. Give me a sample of that format. And heck yeah, we're going to take that kind of thing on because we're constantly building out. We want PHDwin to be a platform. That's why we did this developer program this year. That's why Garrett's constantly extending the output of the data in PHDwin. It's about being a platform for your data and big data. We're talking tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of cases in a single database and all that rich data that we can do so much with. But we need examples. And so if you have a good example, send it over to me, sales@PHDwin.com. If you have any other questions, you're watching the replay of this feed and you're wondering, can we do this? Can we do that? The answer is probably yes. We own our entire code stack. We're not licensing all this tech and all that. For the most part, PHDwin is stuff we built internally that Garrett and me are working on all the time. And so send that over and make sure that you're engaging with us, because quite frankly, it's the squeaky wheel that gets the grease. A lot of y'all are running on Teddy's grease right now, right? I mean, how much of that Spotfire stuff, like, him and a couple other, people were the ones that really set what that output looks like. So you want to be the one to set what the AI output looks like? Send me an example file. Talk to me about what it looks like. Get on a call with me and Garrett, and we'll be happy to help you move that down the road, because we like to build things that are practical and not hand wave and just go, yeah, sure, or whatever. Let's build something practical. Let's do something that's worthwhile. And so with that said, I'll go ahead and let you get back to your little kiddo. I don't want another day to be spent there with you not getting the time, but thank you for jumping on, Garrett, and being part of PHDwin Week 2025.
All right. You have a good rest of the day.
All right. Bye, Garrett. All right. So real quick, everyone, do a little bit of housekeeping. So next up is our replays. We got some replay for today. And then it's going to be later on this afternoon. We've got some really good sessions coming up, and we're kind of tying them together. So one of the replays we have is Jim Teague. He recently published a book that talks about methodology in PHDwin. And so, he talked a little bit about what was going to be in that book last year. This year, he's going to deep dive into it a little bit more. Make sure you're catching that session. That's at 2:00. And it's about the P&A costs in reserve reports and how do you compare it to real world outcomes. I've talked to Jim about this. He really feels like the PRMS standard leaves some gaps here, and he's going to talk about where his proposal, how to fill in some of those gaps. And then I kept talking Blue River, Blue River, Blue River, Blue River. You want to see what you can do with Spotfire? You want to see what's possible with the setup that Garrett just showed off with Spotfire? Show up at 3:00. See what Blue River's been able to do. See that. So Kimberly used the A4E product in the 10:00 one. We're going to end the day with the big full demo, and we're going to see all the cool tech that our partner company Blue River has been working on this year. And so we look forward to welcome them at 3:00. But you know what? If you got to go work, you can't catch anything this afternoon. I get it. The replays will be available. Make sure you're showing up. 10 a.m. Garrett Gramillion. Our ethics presentation is incredible. He has worked so hard on this presentation. I've had 5 years of ethics presentations now because we've had to do them every year. I'm not supposed to play favorites. This one's going to be my favorite. I'm sorry to y'all, but I've been working with them on it. He's done such a good job to make it entertaining, make it engaging, and speak to the issues of the day. And you need it anyway to get your PE hours. So time to show up and do it. And then we're going to have JD Patrick on. He's just going to give us some tips from the support desk tomorrow at 11. And then 2:00 tomorrow, the Connor Award, the prestigious Connor Award. We're going to have Larry Connor come to our office and give the next person the Connor Award. So make sure you show up. Make sure you see that. It's going to be a big day tomorrow, but we have a big day that's still finishing up today. So next up is our featured replay. Go, and if you haven't seen it before, enjoy it. I might jump on again and give some insight. I've been liking doing that randomly. But if you've seen it before, don't worry. I won't say anything too important. Just make sure you show up at 2 o'clock and you catch the new version of it. So that way Jim can help move us all down the road and give us that insight that we really need that's to come to PHDwin Week 4. Again, thank you all very much for tuning in. Thank you all so much for supporting PHDwin TRC. Your support and maintenance every year is the reason why we can do PHDwin Week at this level, that we can offer PE hours, that can have a whole week full of people on. So it's really appreciated. I got to say, as a guy that's been here for 13 years, y'all been amazing. Like it really means a lot to be part of this industry, you know, to be at a place and be able to work on such high level things like, you know, work with the comptroller, work with the general land office, work with these huge operators, work with these huge royalty companies, work with all these banks and consultant firms. It is an honor and a pleasure to be part of this community, as Kimberly talked about earlier, to be part of the PHDwin ecosystem is the way I like to put it. But the ecosystem is you. And so thank you for your time to be here today, for your time to be on this stream. So I'm going to go ahead and get off my soapbox, but thank y'all again very much. And y'all watch now for this replay. And then again, 2 o'clock, jump back in. We're going to have live content again at 2 o'clock with Jim Tig. All right. Thank you all very much.
Hello and welcome to today's featured morning session.
Our next speaker has a storied history with TRC Consultants and PHDwin internationally. For a long time, we have wanted to share the story behind Maersk Oil. Maersk Oil had the challenge of becoming SPE/PRMs compliant with hundreds of employees, dozens of departments, and over 7 countries.
We hope you will enjoy the presentation. We would like to extend a special thank you for Richard Smith for joining us today for this special presentation. Please help us in welcoming Richard Smith.
After Richard's presentation, stay tuned for a special session featuring TRC's take on the Maersk Oil story. Take it away, Richard.
Hello and good day. My name is Richard Smith. I'm happy to be part of PHDwin Week 2024. My presentation today tells the story of how Maersk Oil, a Danish company that had never been SPE/PRMS compliant in reserves reporting, became reserves compliant in less than 9 months, and the entire Maersk portfolio, including contingent and prospective resources, in less than 17 months. This in itself may not sound unique or exceptional to those of us who have grown up with PRMS and reserves. However, considering the issues in changing an embedded system that was not comfortable with the U.S. defined regulations of the SPE and PRMS, and the SEC did not want to change the Maersk system used for a few decades. To my knowledge, few companies have successfully made the transition as quickly as Maersk. As you will hear in this presentation, consequences of the company of ultimately knowing the short and long-term financial outlook of their business led to one conclusion. A little about me. I'm a registered petroleum engineer in the state of Colorado. I have been the president of Integrated Reservoir Management, located in Denver since 1993. I was hired by Maersk in 2009 as the Director of International Petroleum Development. I sat as a board member on the Society of Petroleum Evaluation Engineers in the London chapter from 2016 through 2018. I'm considered an expert in reserves, integrated studies, simulation, fuel management, and litigation. I have been an advisor, a manager, and a consultant to national oil companies, including Petróleos de Venezuela, ADNOC, ADMA, and ZATCO in the United Arab Emirates, the Kuwait Oil Company, and Qatar Petroleum. I managed and delivered the annual reserves reports for AP Mueller Maersk boards for nearly 5 years. I was the only licensed petroleum engineer in the Maersk organization. A little history behind Maersk. Maersk is a Danish company that's listed on the Danish Stock Exchange. Investors became concerned in 2009 with the performance of Maersk Oil as a unique entity and began to try to make comparisons with US-based SEC-registered companies and started to compare itself against companies like Apache, Marathon, and Oxy. but lacked the precision of reporting and to do so. Here you can see a distribution of the reserves volumes of gross production by operator, and you can see where Maersk is in orange with an operated volume of 626,000 barrels of oil a day. Maersk recognized that to compete competitively on a global scale, Maersk needed to align itself with international industry standards and practices. So in early 2010, walking back from lunch with Maersk Oil CEO, I was asked two critical questions. Is Maersk Oil PRMS and SEC compliant? And the answer was no. The second question was, could Maersk submit a compliant reserves report by April 15th, 2010? And my answer was, only if we start no later than June 1 and we hire capable staff and name a reserves manager. Maybe we can. So to look at the state of affairs of Maersk at the time, Maersk lacked the corporate guidance and experience for setting a corporate reserves discipline. Lack of departmental communication and shared knowledge between business and operation units was widespread. The challenge at Maersk was as much a people challenge as it was a technical one. Groups traditionally worked with little supervision or corporate oversight. There became a fairly high level of resistance for management. We all know that organizational change is difficult, and at Maersk, half of the stakeholders were opposed to SPE-compliant reserves processes. Part of the challenge was getting people to align regardless of their different titles, department, or responsibilities. So in early 2010, we performed an outside audit of Maersk's reserves process. And what was the audit opinion of Maersk Oil's reserve process? Well, first of all, reserves in Maersk were based on internal definitions versus common definitions commonly found in GAAP, PRMS, and SPE standards. It was also found that the evaluators lacked a unified standard of form of evaluation and consistency. However, it was noted that the individuals doing the analysis and evaluations had the right intention, but their execution was inconsistent because they didn't have the consistent methods across all the business units. There were a number of key issues identified. Volumes tended to be non-compliant from the mapping and the geology and geophysics, and they were not compatible with international industry standards. Accounting discrepancies existed as well because long-term and short-term financial reports did not align with historical production data in the past or backward-looking forecasts. And it was noted that there was a major misclassification of resources, often reported as reserves. There was a critical procedural misalignment compared to international industry standards. There was a lack of control and documentation. There were critical gaps in standards and training. There was no compliant reserves manual or essential definitions. There was an absence of specific reserves and resources training. There was non-compliant mapping and forecasting. Geological maps were not compliant and did not match well data. And predominantly individual or simulation-based forecasts were not supportable. Finance department responsibilities and disconnect was widespread. Finance department managed economics, financial forecast, and year-end report. There was a lack of cross-functional communication and direction. Finance department managed the economics, financial forecast, and year-end reporting. However, there was no alignment between the departments, especially operations and production. The worst situation observed was that reservoir engineers and field staff were excluded from economic contracts terms and calculations because a dedicated economist was assigned to handle the economic aspects, but not embedded with the evaluators and did not share the details. So there were some major gaps in the evaluation of what was economic and what was not. In addition, there were challenges in the management of costs. It was discovered that costing was oversimplified and made quite easy because of expediency. That was determined to be because Maersk was using only Excel software, and it was not compatible with some of the complex contract terms and conditions. In addition, because of Maersk's international operations and many offshore scenarios that it had with other operators and business partners, the complicated and convoluted cost centers associated with platform costs and fuel and flare management were typically non-compliant. So why did Maersk make the decision to move to PRMS and SPE compliance? Well, there was a definitive need identified for international competitiveness. And here, back to this plot, we'll take a look at that again. Maersk had to operate at the same level as leading international competitors to remain competitive. You can see that Maersk had almost 3,500 employees. It included 130 operated licenses. We were in 11 countries, and we operated 626,000 barrels of oil a day. However, when you broke that down by country, you could see that we had 7 major countries and 51 fields identified. But in the 5th column to the right, you can see the reports categories and classes which were desired for our year-end reporting and which were not done as a functional part of day-to-day Maersk business. So on May 31st, 2010, the board approved a plan to become SPE SEC compliant for year-end 2010, which at that time required a dedicated reserves manager, an internal team, and tools to ensure consistency across the organization. Although a 2010 timeline was very difficult, the goal was to submit a compliant report. AP Mueller Maersk boards gave approval to begin hiring a team and purchasing reserve-specific software. I was approved as the first reserves manager for Maersk. Here you can see the basic timeline in the last months of the year, from June to October, October being the training and implementation effort, which was done on a global basis. So in August to September, Maersk allowed the hiring of 1 assistant, which was all, but it allowed the hiring of outside consultants to provide us with software and reserves experience, which was very definitely required. So no software solution was available for all compliance requirements except one after the evaluation of what was made available on the market. So what was a primary focus to Maersk was the complex production sharing agreements which existed, the complex governmental lease fee terms and conditions which existed, and the cost recovery clauses which existed in many of our contracts. So moving forward, Maersk had a plan to achieve compliance. Beginning in October 10, training and professional implementation began. Maersk required trained personnel in multiple countries. The task at hand was global and faced political challenges beyond just corporate bureaucracy. Training required international travel, and cultural expectations were part of what was planned. Cultural norms related to training for U.S. standard led to resistance, and multiple nationalities from Western European countries and Maersk brought nativist resistance against U.S. rules. Convincing stakeholders PRMS was an international norm was a challenge. As we know, change is never easy, and Maersk was no exception. Maersk was a European and multinational company. SPE and USA rules, predominantly SEC rules, were seen as overbearing and unpopular and not pertinent to European countries. Some senior management pushed back quite hard and became reluctant to encourage change. They were also unwilling to enforce the new standards. Finance and operations were not interested in understanding stakeholder needs outside their departmental roles. And lack of compliance for complex royalty and operating cost structures led to conflicts between reserves processes and finance departments. There was a lack of unified vision. Personnel and upper management lacked control mechanisms to force departmental change, and that meant that a lack of unified vision meant that change came very slowly. It was also noted that operations and finance had a notable lack of synergy. Operations typically focused on production and production only and booking reserves. Finance focused predominantly on cash flow that had very positive budgets. And there was a disconnect between production engineering economics and modeling, which led to aggressive and inflated budgets. It was noted that misclassification of resources ran unchecked at Maersk Oil. Reserve quantities lacked class and categories which would reflect asset risk. Volumes presented in reserves reports are typically overestimated, and they lacked correct determination and were included in reports without technical support. Contingent resources are often mislabeled as reserves, and they are often not substantiated by data. Prospective resources were determined to be quite positive and large and typically highly speculative. Reserves uncertainty was misunderstood. The concept of 1P, 2P, and 3P was misunderstood and hard to correct. Published reserve volumes pre-year end 2010 were unreliable and non-compliant. The term most probable became a source of major conflict within the company in this process. Maersk reserves previously booked as most probable had a significant risk of misrepresentation. Volumes typically lacked supportive evidence in contrast to conjecture, which was common. Finance look-back volumes included misrepresentations, which led to forecasts having significant look-back differences. Getting the job done, a number of initiatives were required for success. Number one, all evaluators must be trained in the SPE PRMS reserve system. All volumes must be supported by technical data, and all reserves must meet evidence and economic-based criteria. Here you can see what we determined to be the basic plan for year-end 2010. The delivery year-end 2010 reserves in 2011 on April 15th. Deliver on September 30th of the same year, SPE compliant contingent resources of 1C, 2C, and 3C. And October 3rd, year-end 2011 reserves and resources portfolio report, completely making it a complete report. And it led to bigger and bigger things. So Maersk began to identify that on the international business stage, making its reserves and resources known to the public had additional benefits in seeking and achieving partnerships in other projects. You can see here in 2010 where we were in 2012. You can see the major countries in which Maersk had significant volumes of both contingent and of both reserves, contingent, and prospective resources. Qatar being one of the biggest, Denmark being the second largest, and potentially very, very large reserves in Angola and the USA and Kazakhstan. Norway was still in prospective resources at this time. As discussed earlier, Maersk had major assets of 51 fields in 7 countries. What made the whole process difficult was the economics and cost structures behind dozens of platforms and all the related infrastructure and surface facilities. In addition to that, we had thousands of wells, both injection and producing wells and disposal wells. Most of the fields had complicated and convoluted contracts. Prior to 2010, no international assets were compliant. Each country and asset had unique concepts and methods, and asset teams appeared siloed. Unfortunately, asset teams at that time were not responsible for economics or detailed costing. So the new changes to ensure consistency and compliance were a strict focus on quality in all aspects, no tolerance for substandard work, failure to comply would not be tolerated, and economics and modeling were to be required to be robust and comprehensive. So Maersk Oil Corporate Resource Management System was created. The acronym is called MOCRMS. And so it follows very closely the SPE PRMS distribution of resources, as you can see on the right. So the new business model required all resources to be defined and reported using the same standards and methods, regardless of the class of resource. New reporting standard had to include all resources, including the same rules and definitions. There was no exception allowed. Here you can see the result of initial planning to get compliance and agreement with all the stakeholders that were involved in the process inside Maersk. On the left side, you can see the number of authorities within Maersk that were identified to cross-collaborate in order for us to proceed with delivery of a reserves report. The x-axis presents a timeline, and you can see in the red arrows where everything comes together and then separates depending on objectives and processes, all arriving in the bottom right to delivery of a report. This is a very simple summary of the process year end to year start of how the reserves process was managed. Needless to say, this took a tremendous amount of time and commitment, and it was a process that never stopped. One of the things that Maersk corporate management did not recognize was that reserves is a constant process that just doesn't stop and start in October and then in January. So in choosing software, Mocrimus decided that it was going to be PHDwin. It was the only software that could meet corporate reserves needs at Maersk Oil. PHDwin could handle all categories and classes and incremental design, complex and convoluted cash flows and contract terms, and I can only assure you how complex and convoluted some of these contract terms were. It was a fast and stable program, and its ability to be updated on a monthly and yearly basis was very easy. So this process of Mocrimus required relearning across the entire organization, all 7 countries, and basically about 1,000 employees. It involved the differences between reserves, entitlement reserves, and non-reserves resources. So in order to make our process fully compliant and audit ready, the Resource Evaluation Support Package, or called RESP, was created. This was a documentation package which could be handed over in its entirety to a third-party qualified auditor with all of the data and documentation necessarily to certify whether or not we were audit compliant. It had all the technical and financial audit compliant information. It had all the process data that was required, and utilized the PHDwin tools, which our auditors were also fully compliant in using. The RESP contained all of the essential field information that was required. It contained compliant geological maps for volumetrics, which were very heavily scrutinized. It had all the summarized volumes, not just for the current year, but previous years. And it was provided discussion of key information, changes, and differences from previous reports. All the basic information for compliance was in the RESP, and it went straight to the auditors. So Maersk Oil finally adopts the new standards for compliance. So you can see that the lasting changes were at Maersk Oil in this process. So you see the 4 major objectives for the year. The first, PRMS report. Consultant audited and approved 1, 2, and 3P reserves. Following that were contingent resources and prospective resources, which are also SPE PRMS compliant. And then in October 3rd, 2011, was the following year, and that was the kickoff for the next year's process. So the reserve system continues to improve and the team grows to expand the competency of the group. Maersk begins the transition from the consultant-assisted process to an in-house capability. MOCRIT, the Maersk Oil Corporate Reserves team, grows from 2 individuals to 7, which included 2 PhD technicians and programmers, senior reserves engineer and advisor, a senior reservoir engineer, a developmental geologist, and a junior reservoir engineer. So the process leads to lasting corporate governance. So Mocrimus provides the tools for continued success. So Mocrimus provides tools for continued success. Year-end 2011 changes lead to lasting corporate governance. Mocrimus manual and definitions are published. The Mocrimus process and methods of training were distributed across the entire organization in all countries. A complete set of corporate control documents and processes and quality assurance methods were developed and implemented. Here you can see the basic feedback, which was sent to all the business units, and this was the operation plan for year-on-year compliant reserves reporting. So looking back, how did we get there in 18 months? Well, we began with universal resistance across the corporation. And even though we had anticipated a management of change issue, Maersk began this process of converting to PRMS compliance with universal resistance across the corporation. Although there was enough support in senior management, there were a number of people, both on the board and in other positions, that did not like the idea of management of change, which was originally proposed. In fact, one member actually says, Maersk does not do that. So it became important and very valuable that we began the identification of supporters and adversarial personnel equally to be important. Some senior managers supported the change, and some senior managers enabled resistance. Focusing and moving forward and working closely with supportive staff helps spur the change. So initially, the training was provided by TRC Consulting and PHDwin, and Ryder Scott performed a lot of our training processes and offered expert audit opinions. The change required a lot of politicking, where one business unit, for instance, at Maersk, refused to comply with auditor directions for change, and the research team was required to make the associate appropriate necessary changes. It was no doubt that TRC consultants and Ryder Scott played a pivotal role. The first-year effort yielded results with step-by-step forward action with critical support from some managers and focused project management and hard deadlines. Objectives are met. The first deadline for fully audited and compliant year-end 2010 1P and 2.3 change finally happened at Maersk. The first-year effort did yield So change finally happened at Maersk. First year effort did yield results with step-by-step forward action with critical support from some managers and focused project management and hard deadlines. The objectives were met. The consultants of TRC and Ryder Scott played a pivotal role. The first deadline for fully audited and compliant reserves of April 15th was met. So the first year effort did yield results. Deadlines were met, and focused project management allowed us to meet those deadlines. The first deadline for fully audited and compliant year-end 2010 1P, 2P, and 3P reserves was August 15th, 2011. Fortunately, some high-level managers aligned themselves with the program and fully supported the change. However, cultural norms were restricted to enforcement down the line. Some departments or individuals still did not align and were resistant and refused to comply. Eventually, AP Mueller and Maersk board set a get it right or else ultimatum for the expectation of year-end 2013 reporting. Basically, they said if the same audit errors that came through since year-end 2010 would continue, individuals would be possibly subject to disciplinary action. Finally, AP Mueller and Maersk boards had their first Capital Markets Day on October 9th, 2012. Maersk Oil released internationally their audited 2011 1P, 2P, and 1C volumes. That was the success. It allowed Maersk to finally compare itself with the other companies which you saw in the comparative graph earlier. Successive years of compliant reporting soon followed. One of the outcomes of becoming compliant was a very solid understanding of resource maturation, which followed the basic PRMS 9-square resource distribution. This is an example of subsequent years in this graph showing from 2000 and subsequently a process of resource maturation. Subsequently, a resource maturation process was accepted, which followed the PRMS 9. Subsequently, corporate growth was measured in resource maturation concepts as demonstrated in this graph. From top to bottom, or should I say from bottom to top, you see how resources migrate from prospective resources all the way up into reserves, but by their respective category. This allowed Maersk to fully understand where it was in its processes to move forward. However, even though reserves reporting continued through 2016, Maersk Oil was acquired by Total in a stock and debt trade in 2017. The review and acquisition process proceeded rapidly. Maersk's reserves and resource reports were compliant and audited, which enabled straightforward evaluation. However, compliant practices probably came a little bit too late. Management faced the reality. Maersk's extensive asset portfolio and new practices is not enough to reverse previous years of poor business decisions. Debt and future operational liabilities lead the decision to sell Maersk Oil. The need for a strong evidence-based reserves and resources management system for year-on-year corporate practices must rely on projects that are commercial and depend on a strong economic and technical foundation. Question remains, if Maersk had Mokromess years earlier, would it have been necessary for the company to have sold its resources? That's in my presentation. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Richard, for all the hard work on your presentation. Stay tuned, we have a special segment coming up next.
So thank you for watching that replay last year. Richard Smith, we loved telling that story last year. We got one more replay on the queue for you. That's going to be the one I talked about earlier. It's going to be Jim Tague's presentation from last year. If you're catching lunch, though, you saw it last year, that's fine. Just make sure you're showing back up 2 p.m. Central Time for the live presentation where he's going to go into talking about, in particular, P&A costs in reserve reports. So that's going to be a great presentation. We really appreciate you joining PHDwin Week. I'm going to go and switch it over right now to the other replay. And then don't forget, 3 o'clock, Blue River Analytics. I've been going back and forth with them. They're really excited to present with y'all. So get ready for some more fun content for PHDwin Week. We're halfway through at this point right now, PHDwin Week. Hope you've been enjoying it so far. All right, on to our other featured replay for the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you for standing by on our stream. The session will begin shortly. Please allow a few more minutes for more participants to join our stream. Jim is the published author of Oil and Gas Performance Analysis, a practical guide for managers, engineers, and field personnel.
The following presentation covers material from Jim's upcoming book, Oil and Gas Reserves in Non-Technical Language. Next up, Jim Tague will present what a reserves report can and cannot tell you.
Hello, and good afternoon. Welcome to PHDwin Week. My name is Jim Tague, and today I'm going to discuss a topic that is critical to all of us, and one that we don't always like to talk about, and that is why reserve reports fail. Now, by fail, I'm not talking about making mistakes in our model, making wrong assumptions, or anything like that. What I'm talking about is when we produce a robust reserve report, certified, audited, valid, scrubbed all the way through, and then the results, the production forecasts, the cash flows never occur. Failure to monetize the reserve. That is what I'm going to talk about today. And why is this important? Well, on a selfish reason, it's important because when that happens, the finger sometimes points back at the reserve auditor, reserve engineer, put it together, and that is unfair. But more importantly is the impact on the end user. The end user of the report usually uses this report to make numerous decisions. Well, all sorts of decisions, and some are massive, big investments, big monetary values. And when a reserve report fails to become monetized, that means they usually lost money. And that's what we want to avoid, one, within our community, and two, we need to inform people who use our reserve reports of several key facts. And one of those is the fact that just because we prepare a reserve report does not mean it will ever come to fruition. That is not our job. So what I want to do today is to teach all of you, both reserve engineers and the end users, how to validate a reserve report. Because here's the secret. When a company or a project fails to recognize the reserves, say monetize, or they fail to, the reported reserves do not materialize, there are many, many warning signs. Many. It's not a surprise. And what I want to go over today is to teach you what those warning signs are, how to validate a report, and to ensure that those reserves that you are investing in can be monetized. So I'll start with the basics, something that we're all probably familiar with, anybody who's watching this presentation. It's going to set the basis for I'm taking this talk. The reserve report. What is a reserve report? Well, in the simplest terms, it is a report that represents the amount of oil and gas, natural gas liquids that can be recovered over a period of time and then assigns a value to those. Comes out in production forecasts, cash flow forecasts. It is a very important document. In fact, I like to say it's probably a foundation document in our industry. I'll go so far as to say you have the Constitution of the United States, that level of importance. Well, an oil and gas reserve report has pretty much the same foundation bedrock to anything and everything we do as far as investing in our industry. So again, that's why it's critical that these reserve reports, we understand what they are and why sometimes they fail, as in the results or the projections in that reserve report never materialize. So who uses the reserve reports and why is this important? Well, we use the reserve reports internally, budgeting, production forecasting, exploration, valuation, benchmarking, many, many uses. If you're in corporate planning side, you've done it all with reserve reports and the forecasts. Investors, energy finance professionals, bankers, private equity, this is a critical document to them, to that community. It quantifies your intrinsic value, and they use it to look at the growth and whether to make a loan or investment in that industry. Even at the highest level, large governments, agencies use a reserve estimate calculations to form energy policy, good or bad, levy taxes, and to promote capital investment. So a reserve report has many, many critical components to it, and many end users rely on it. But here's the rub, and this is sort of the preamble to my book that's coming out this fall from Penwell, Oil and Gas Reserves in Non-Technical Language. This is my statement. You outside of reservoir engineering profession, us, truly understands what it takes to calculate an oil and gas reserve report, prepare it, etc. In fact, far too many who use the report take it as fact, almost gospel, in which they make sound decisions, and they think they can make sound decisions from this. For this reason, because they don't understand the limitations to it, our industry is littered with squandered investments in bankrupt companies that still manage to post phenomenal reserve reports. Just think back to pre-COVID, 2019, 2020. Sort of a disaster for our industry, but many, many recovered. Some didn't, and those that didn't still had vast amount of reserves. In fact, if we look at it, we try to warn people who use the reserve report, and we even warn ourselves. Every certified reserve report, and many non-certified, have caveats, warnings, caveat emptor, buyer beware. And here's the common one you'll see in almost any certified reserve report. Basically, it's not possible to measure underground accumulations of oil and natural gas in an exact way. Oil and natural gas reserve engineering is complex, requiring subjective estimates of underground accumulations of hydrocarbons and assumptions concerning future oil and natural gas prices, production levels, development costs, etc. As a result, estimated quantities of proved reserves, projections of future production rates, and timing may prove inaccurate. We put a warning out there. This is in all reserve reports. And then if you're a public company, you take this to a level that goes way up here. In fact, it gets extremely legal, and it's sort of a CYA, I think. But SEC requires risk disclosures. And here's a quick little summary slide of some of the risks that they're required to put in. It's almost boilerplate language, but let's take a look. General business and industry risks, oil, natural gas liquid prices are volatile. Really? Estimates of proved oil and natural gas reserves involve assumptions. Tell us something we don't know. Development, exploratory drilling efforts, and well operations may not be profitable. I continue. Future drilling and completion activities with associated locations may not come to fruition, etc., etc. There are a lot of warnings out here that put the limits around a reserve report. In fact, it goes far beyond this. If you haven't looked at an oil and gas 10K report that's required to be put out by a publicly traded company, they have risk disclosures that go on and on and on. Here's from Earthstone Energy, 2022 10K. 16 pages of very fine print, 12,453 words describing the risk associated with reserves in oil and gas production. And this doesn't even cover the next 8 pages, which talk about the risk in investing in oil and gas stocks on a stock exchange, nor does it cover the risks that are called in the Safe Harbor Act, which basically, without getting the legalese, absolves management and so forth from writing these things so they can't get sued for it. But there's about 40 pages of risk disclosures involving oil and gas reserves. And just think, this is Earthstone. Imagine what Chevron and Exxon's look like when you have international risk, you have country risk, you have downstream refinery risk. 50, 60 pages maybe. I haven't looked, but I guarantee you it's up there. So very much CYA, but nobody ever reads this, and still people are surprised. So now I'm going to circle back into something we can relate to and what people generally know can impact a reserve report. This is what's out there. Most people who use reserve reports are familiar with commodity price fluctuations and what that can do. They may even have different price runs in the reserve. Operational challenges, drilling delays, equipment failures, things like that, people accept and understand and build into their risk profiles. Reservoir performance issues, geology. This happens. You invest in oil and gas, or you get involved with oil and gas, we never know for certainty what is 10, 15, 20,000 feet below the ground. Try, but it's impossible. Regulatory and environmental constraints. These can certainly impact reserves and their value. Just ask anybody who's in the E&P industry in California right now what they're facing. Technology limitations as we expand out into tertiary type projects, more and more risk around that, capital constraints. Is the money out there, especially in a low price environment? These are things that are known by end users and within our community. But I will posit to you that these are not the reasons why a reserve report is not monetized. Here's the unspoken reality. I will posit to all of you listening that the real reason a reserve report may not be monetized is the impact of management. We know how to assess those previous bullets, or at least account for or build in risk. But more than any other factor, poor management can stop a reserve report from reaching its full potential during good times and all but doom the ability to profitably monetize the reserves in bad times. So, related to poor management, these are what I feel are the real reasons reserves are often failed to become monetized. Ineffective leadership, poor decision making, somewhat of a no-brainer here, but wrong strategic priorities, wrong investments, things like that, just poor leadership as a catch-all. You're going to have issues with reserves development. Lack of internal oversight, financial controls to operations, OPEX continues to go up and up and up, and you're a highly high-cost developer, producer of reserves. You're going to impact your cash flow. Operational inefficiencies is part of that. Here's the big one. I'd say vast majority of bankruptcies that, being a good reserve report, went nowhere are due to risky acquisitions. Common, and perhaps more than any other industry, well, I won't say that, but we are all highly incented to grow, and management can face a lot of pressure to grow production and reserves and jump into risky acquisitions. Smart, astute management does this very successfully, as we've seen the big successful companies today, but others that did this acquired a lot of debt. They're not around anymore. And then here's one that I'm going to get into much more detail later in this presentation. Poor balance sheet management. Reserve reports do not account for corporate debt, high levels of debt, high annual interest payments, things like that, that can really take away from your ability to capitalize PUDs, new wells, and eat up a lot of your cash flow. So as I said, fortunately, these issues all present warning signs. There are lots of warning signs out there that there's going to be an issue with management's ability to monetize the reserves found in a reserve report. And that's what I'm going to cover for the rest of this presentation. How you can discover and use those warning signs to assess the ability of a reserve report to be monetized. As I mentioned earlier, the good news is there are many warning signs, tips that can tell you whether management may or may not have the ability to effectively monetize a reserve report, volumes and the cash flows that are projected in the reserve. How do you discover these warning signs? How do you qualitatively and quantitatively assess a team or a company's ability to monetize a reserve report? Well, there are many, many techniques, and given the limited amount of time I have, I'm going to concentrate on just a handful that I'll quickly go through and help you use and be able to employ these in your own analysis. Some of the key approaches that I recommend when analyzing management's ability to monetize a reserve report: cost validation, reserve-backed metrics calculation, looking at metrics, balance sheet analysis, production forecast decline analysis, and then my favorite, look-back analysis. So we're going to start with cost validation, which basically you take the reserve report and some of the costs that are in that, and you compare it to the real world. But before we do that, I want to cover the data sources you're going to need to accomplish this sort of analysis. And there are some limitations here. Private companies, what you need to evaluate the reserve report management's ability to monetize it are several things. You need the reserve report itself. You're going to need LOS reports, field to company level, and annual financial statements. All private companies are audited, required to prepare annual financial statements for the IRS, etc. Key data points in these are your production data forecast from the reserve report, operational expenses, all-in expenses. This is going to be something I bring up later that's critical to the analysis. Cash flows, your free cash flow, operational cash flow, capital expenditures, prices used, and your debt. Now, let's be honest with private companies. If you're a private equity investor or someone who has access to a confidentiality agreement, you're able to access confidential information, you can get these reports, especially the annual financial statements, debts, and so forth. Not everyone's going to have the ability, nor will a private company share that sort of information with you. You may only have the reserve report and the LOS report, and this is going to limit to some extent your ability to analyze the ability to monetize the reserves. Public companies, we go into a different realm of reports. If you're the banker, private equity, and something involved on that side, we have financial confidentiality. You may have access to the actual reserve report, but for most people, you'll never see a company's actual certified public reserve report. That's a confidential piece of information. But the annual financial statements are out there. They have to be published according to SEC. And these 10Ks, quarterlies, and supplemental reports have extensive information on reserves. Now, what they won't have is field by field data. They may have by region if they choose to break it out, or by country, but you will never usually find, nor are they required to reveal, field by field reserve information. Key data points in these documents, and you can see in the slide some examples of what these look like. Selected financial data, it's a nice table that summarizes a lot of cash flow and reserves. Your net income statement, and your reserve disclosure tables, supplemental oil and gas information table, your smog table. In fact, a typical 10K may have 20 plus associated tables with reserve information. Again, limitation here, if you are an investor or just looking at the company as a whole, you may not have access to the reserve report itself. Most certainly, probably you don't have access to the model used to create it. But those are your data sources, and using these, you can move forward with your analysis and start to analyze management's ability to deliver. So let's start with the first one, cost analysis. What I mean by cost analysis is you take the costs that are in the reserve report and you compare it to the real world OPEX, what the company or field really reports. Why is this important? Well, Those of us who have prepared reserve reports know that a reserve report typically reflects only operational costs. In fact, we can even exclude one-off costs, emergency repairs, or let's say a water flood was attempted and it didn't fail, or an acid job stimulation failed. A company will come back and ask that cost be removed because it's only going to be one of. There is debate and argument within our community on G&A costs, field expenses, legal management salaries. Do they land on the field? Do they land at the corporate level? Are they included in the reserve report at all? Other corporate costs, interest payments, those are not in a reserve report. Environmental compliance, corporate overhead, generally not included in a reserve report. Why does this matter? Well, in real life, if you start taking in the corporate overhead, interest payments, things like that, you have a much higher all-in cost per barrel, which means there's actually less cash available for reinvestment and potentially slowing the ability to monetize those reserves. And here's a key point: cash flow projections based on reserve OPEX may underestimate the financial burden of sustaining and expanding operations. In other words, you get these nice cash flows in the standard economic report or one of these other reserve reports, and they're not real. A company at the high level does not have that level of operational cash flow. Key takeaway here: you need to understand the difference between reserve OPEX and actual OPEX. And this is crucial to being able to determine whether a company can actually monetize those reserves. You know, in this vein, a reserve report can be overly optimistic. Now, this is well known, this isn't hidden from people who use reserve reports, but what you need to look for is how big that difference is. What the real difference is. So you calculate the OPEX out of a reserve report. Pretty simple. Not going to go into the details, but basically you take the investment, or not the investment, but the expense costs divided by the production for that year, and you get an OPEX. And then you do the same using the real world data, either from a 10K or an LOS, compare the two. There will be a little bit of a difference, but if it's big and it's recurring year after year, you may have to start considering the implications on a reserve report. Now, I'm going to sidebar here. In the reserve world, there's something called reconciliation, and this is where you put in your costs in the model, you spit them out, you compare them, and you make sure the model matches what you use for your costs. But that you're verifying your model and your assumptions, but you're accepting that there's no corporate G&A, no corporate interest payments. The one-ofs are removed. This is validation, comparing reserve OPEX to real OPEX. Same exercise for CapEx. You know, CapEx is usually put in by project, by well, by PUD, maybe a facility cost, and a good reserve auditor examines AFEs, looks hard at this, makes sure the costs match previous expenses. But when you compare the CapEx in a reserve report, sort of the projection, and you look at it in real life, it's usually understated. And there's reasons for this. Equipment failures, regulatory delays, or maybe you have to put in some scrubbers or something on a steam cogen for environmental compliance. Infrastructure upgrades. Maybe you put a pipeline in from one field to another to get to a better processing station. Additional facilities are required for scaling up production. Escalation, in some reports people put inflation factors in, others don't. These are reasons why CapEx, real life CapEx for a company, is usually higher than a reserve report. And let's not go to like corporate level CapEx. You want to build a new building or something like that, a nice fancy headquarters, things like that. Capital expenditures. There's reasons why it matters. Understated CapEx obviously can create a misleading financial outlook. And if you have higher OPEX in real life and you're understating your CapEx, well, that means you may not have the money you are saying you do in the reserve report to develop your wells. So key takeaway, once again, you look at the CapEx projections in the reserve report, and you can then compare that to real world CapEx. It will be different, but if it's substantially different year over year, there's your warning flag. That's your first indication that, especially when prices fall, there may be an issue in developing future reserves. Here's some of the reasons for the differences. Sort of covered them already. I want to put them in writing for you here. Cost discrepancies, exclusion of one-off expenses, omission of non-reserve CapEx, pre-tax reporting. That's another one. Reserve report is generally pre-tax. Some companies with net loss carry forwards, depletion may not pay much of federal tax, but your bigs that are very profitable are paying 28, 33, 40% federal taxes, cash taxes that reduce that cash flow you see in the reserve report. SEC smog makes them put in a tax value, but that's more beyond the scope of this discussion. Simplified cost assumptions, contingency costs, everybody knows in the real world there's always a break and a contingency. Reserve costs versus all-in costs. This is where when I do my analysis, I really try to dig in, and we've seen it start to be reflected in our industry, but OPEX versus all-in cash costs. Big difference. All-in costs put in all your expenses. G&A, interest on debt, costs related to G&G, and other non-recurring activities. I remember I did an exercise way back when we took our reserve report for a client, and then I loaded in, sort of put in a cost factor for all this G&A, and then put that into the reserve report and looked at the hit on the actual values. In other words, what I called a real world report, and it was substantial. So when we do the analysis, it's important to realize that reserve OPEX is very different from real world all-in costs. And the key to look for this is if there's a big variation year after year, again, major warning sign that that reserve report may not be monetized. Impact of these costs and reserve monetization, financial health, omitted CapEx, management's ability to monetize reserves may become problematic. Profitability is impacted. It is nowhere near as high as you see in the reserve report. Over time, if it's year after year, the cash flow that's projected in the reserve report will be eroded. And then in some cases, this is what reserve auditors start to look at. It may reflect a rather aggressive accounting practices or overbooking of reserves. That's a whole different topic, one that I am not going to touch in this conversation, but it is a warning flag, especially for reserve auditors, to start looking harder at the OPEX numbers and expenses put in a reserve. Now let's move on to the next way to assess management's ability to deliver. Metrics and benchmarking. Pretty straightforward. There are three metrics that I use in reserves analysis: reserve replacement ratio, F&D costs, and the recycle ratio. Reserve replacement ratio is fairly simple. I'm not going to go into detail what it is. It measures ability to replace your annual production. From a reserve report, you compare added reserves to produced reserves, which usually requires 2 back-to-back reserve reports. You can calculate it from a 10K. Again, I'm not going to take your time to go through the mathematics here, but there are plenty of sources out there that teach you how to do this if necessary. What it does in real-world application tracks your ability to add more reserves than you produce. In other words, grow. A reserve report or a reserve replacement ratio is problematic. It can be highly impacted by price sensitivity. We know when prices go down, reserves go down, you kick in the economic limits, cash flow goes down. and you get impairments. You have to write off a lot of reserves that come right back when the prices go up. But year over year, I don't like this ratio unless you know what the oil price is. I prefer to use 3 and 5 year measures of this. The key takeaway here, when you look at the reserve replacement ratio that comes out of the reserve report, compare it to the real world number, if they are radically different, then there may be a deeper issue here with the reserve estimation practices, the performance, and the financial capacity to add or deliver on reserve replacement or the reserves that are in the reserve. Again, big difference in the reserve replacement ratio, real world to reserve report. Major warning flag that things can go south in a low price environment. F&D costs. Like all reserve metrics, these are heavily impacted by price swings and reserve revisions, impairments, and so forth. But if prices are stable and you account for it, it's a good metric. You see in the slide here, basically it measures the cost efficiency, how much money, how much it costs for you to add a barrel of reserves. Reserve report, you just take the total capital expenditures, divide by the reserves add, 10K. You dig into the report, capital expenditures, improved reserve sections. Again, I don't have the time, nor do you want to listen to me go through how to actually do that. But what it does tell you is how profitably, how efficiently you add reserves with your capital expenses. Again, if there is a major difference between the reserve report projection and real world, then you have another warning sign that the reserves in that report may never be monetized. In other words, the capital assumptions you put in may not come to fruition, and there could be real issues as far as monetizing future reserves. Not so much current reserves, but future reserves. Recycle ratio. This is a slightly more complicated metric. It requires you to calculate your operator margin, which is how much cash each barrel you produce it makes. In other words, if your all-in costs to produce a barrel of oil are $30 and you're being paid $80 for that barrel, your margin is $50. There's ways to calculate that, and what you do is you take that margin and you divide it by your F&D costs. You have $50 profit per barrel and your F&D cost is $10, you have a recycle ratio of 5. Obviously, the higher the recycle ratio, the better off you are. Again, I calculate this from the reserve report, and I take it from the real world, and I look for differences. I expect differences, but if they are material and they are recurring, again, a warning sign. Something that tells you you need to take a harder look and begin to suspect whether management is going to deliver on that reserve report. Here's the big one. Validation through balance sheet analysis. As I mentioned earlier, a reserve report is not necessarily required to even take into account debt levels, etc. About the only ancillary way it comes into play is if you have a whole bunch of PUDs in a reserve report, a good reserve auditor is going to ask that you show how you can fund the capital to drill all those PUDs. But that's easy to get around. I mean, public companies, we're going to issue more stock. We're going to raise more debt. Private companies may say we're going to have more reserves. We can get a bigger reserve-backed loan. It's there, but only in an ancillary way. But in general, debt levels do not impact a reserve. And of all the things I'm going through, it's the debt level that's going to materially impact management's ability to deliver that reserve. So let's look at reserve reports versus corporate balance sheet realities. Reserve reports don't account for these following balance sheet items. Debt obligations. What's your debt? Your annual interest payments, real cash flow payments, hedging. Banks and RBLs will build in hedges and account for your hedge losses or gains and build that in after the reserve report. But very few reserve reports go in and actually adjust price decks for hedges. Other real cash expenses that impact the balance sheet are not included. Key point here, you need to look at a balance sheet if you have access to it. Like I said, private companies, you may not have access to their debt levels, but you need to look at anytime you look at a reserve report, you need to consider the balance sheet. Going into balance sheet financial statement analysis, well, if you get an MBA, you take an entire semester on financial statement analysis. I've got about 2 minutes to cover this. So I'm just going to point out a few highlights that you'll find in any 10K. You look in at the balance sheet statement, 2 things here jump out. Total assets, that's usually the value of your plant equipment and your latest reserve value. And then you look at a line called long-term debt. This is an unmentioned company back in 2018. You can see roughly $5 billion in debt, and their assets were worth about $7 billion. Pretty levered up, almost 1-to-1. Your balance is to your debt. Another look over here, you can see that their annual interest payment, just to pay the interest on that debt, is almost $400 million a year. That's real cash going out of the company. So you look at numbers like that, and then same company, another financial report in a 10K called Selected Financial Data. Here's the key one: net cash provided by operating activities. There's a lot of financial adjustments that a whole class will teach you what's included, what's not, but this is done for you. $461 million. If you remember from the previous slide, the debt was interest on the debt was $379 million. That leaves less than $100 million to develop and use for capital. That's not accounted for. That missing 400 million is generally not accounted for on a reserve. Now, again, long-term debt versus assets. I chose an example here, a highly levered company, and this company, I'm not mentioning names, was bankrupt in 2020. Impact of high debt. High debt levels, large debt obligations, reduced capital availability, and certainly low price challenges. Remember, prices fall, revenues from oil and gas sales go down, but your interest payment and your debt does not. It is static. It stays the same. It's fixed. And so when your cash flow is going down on this side and you've got these fixed debt expenses, bankruptcy, most common cause of bankruptcy. Many companies that are not levered up, they can survive a low cash flow or a low price environment. We saw that in Permian Basin and elsewhere. Many solidly run companies survived 2020 and are negative oil and are thriving today. But those with high balance sheets, high debt, they're gone. Again, high debt is a major warning sign that a reserve report is not going to be monetized. Now let's look at price sensitivity analysis. We do this. This is pretty common. All of us who have built reserve reports, we know how to build in a price deck. We can run a NYMEX, we can run a fixed price, we can run a bank deck, SEC pricing. A lot of times management says, I want you to run my reserves at $60. Or, hey, if things go really well, I want to see what the reserves look like at $100. Banks and private equity usually build in a low case price scenario. And this is something that is obviously easily done with PHDwin software. And it's actually sort of a fascinating exercise to do. I do it all the time. But there are limitations. It is valuable, but it is limited. Let's look at some of the price sensitivity. Standard scenarios, you use strip prices, bank prices. You include a low price case to assess downside risk. But how many of you who have done this do it iteratively? In other words, you build in the low price, you see what the reserve value is, the production and the cash flows, but then do you go back and use the cash flows to readjust the PUDs because you may not have all the capital to drill those PUDs that you built in the first 2 years? You can do it. It's iterative. But most of us just sort of drop that low price in and look at the results and realize that it's compounding, that the money will not be there to monetize those PUDs. Again, corporate expenses, debt interest, they remain constant. So that impacts your price sensitivity analysis even more than expected. So basically, true price sensitivity analysis is a complex exercise. It's valuable, but it's time consuming and iterative. But again, if you drop a low price in and you get all sorts of negative numbers, big time warning sign that management may not be able to deliver on that reserve report. My favorite, validation through look-back analysis. We'll pause and let this sink in. Wanted to pause here because I actually want to sidebar on this when it comes to look-backs. I have found throughout my career that for whatever reason, our industry does not like to do look-backs. We don't like report cards. Happens in the reserve community. How many times do we go back and look at what we prepared 2 or 3 years ago, especially if intuitively know that it didn't come to fruition? There's propensity in our industry to blame everything bad on low prices and not dig too deep beyond that to see where we made mistakes. But look-back analysis will reveal that, and that's why look-back analysis is a really, really good way to validate and ascertain management's ability to deliver on our reserve report, to monetize what is in that reserve report. Critical areas for look-back analysis. In the previous slide, I mentioned one of the ways to validate a reserve report is to do analysis of production forecasts and declines. I've actually wrapped it in on look-backs because that's what you need to do to analyze production and decline. You're actually looking back at past values, so I'll combine it here. But basically, pretty simplistic. You review actual production rates versus past projections to highlight discrepancies between the forecasted and decline rates. And you can see if there's operational inefficiencies, unexpected reservoir behavior, issues like that. Capital development, costs and pace. You look at what was built into reserve reports previous several years, and then you compare it to what actually happened. Is a company routinely under drilling, over drilling, spending more capital, even though it's loaded in, may have good value on the upside? Reserve revisions. Here's a big one. I'll cover that in a second, but reserve revisions, especially when they're reduced, invite immediate scrutiny. And then management reports review. I prepared some of these in the past, stood up before big bank syndicates, 16 banks, $1 billion revolver, present all this good stuff about the future. Following year, I'm doing it again, and I'm praying that they don't ask me about what I said the previous year, because some of it did not. But managed to dodge that. No one ever asked. So production and capital expense analysis, very straightforward. I'm not going to belabor it here. You just compare actual well and field production against previous forecasts to try to identify why it happens. Sometimes there's very valid reasons why it happens. But what you are looking for in both these, both field and company level lookbacks, is you're looking for trends. Are things routinely overestimated, underestimated? Do the production forecasts in the reserve report actually come to fruition? And even within the reserve report, how do they change year over year? Now, I'll get in a little detail on this one. Critically, you need to look at the PDP production. That is very important. That should not change. The production should match your PDP projections. If it's higher, well, then that's a good sign. That gives you confidence in management. But if every year the decline curves are failed to be met, in other words, that PDP forecast production does not materialize, you need to dig in. There's an issue there, both potentially how the company's operating, and potentially on how the reserve estimator is building in his declines. So that's a key one. Look at your PDP forecast, past, present, and look for a trend. And if they're not meeting the forecasts and reserve reports, then you need to suspect one, management's ability to deliver, or in this case, this is the one area where you might be able to reflect on how the reserves are being estimated by the estimator himself. Reserve revisions. This will get you in trouble very quickly with auditors and with the SEC. If you're a publicly traded company and you are revising reserves downwards every year, you may be adding more. You may have good discoveries. You're loading in more proved reserves. You're doing good, but you're writing reserves down every year. They're going to look. You're going to get an investigation real quick. So how do you see this? You go back to the standard reserve disclosure in a 10K, and they're required to put it out for the previous 3 years. In this example company, you can see in end of year 2019, negative 10 million barrels written down. 2020, negative 4 million, and then previous 2020 revised upwards. Now this company is a very well-run company since acquired, and they clearly explain in the writing why these revisions occurred. Change in price. Now that is the biggest one. The SEC and others will understand that. And then 4 million barrels related to changes in performance and other economic factors. That's not a good one. That one will invite scrutiny. You see other reasons why, sometimes change in performance, price offset by revisions. The SEC 5-year development rule came into play, so they probably had to drop some PUDs that they couldn't count anymore. But the big one is changes in performance. Now, this is something more difficult to do internally with a private company, but if you do it, you're going to need back-to-back reserve reports. You're going to have to dig a little bit and see what was written down. And those of you who have access to PHDwin, that software can probably run a comparative report and produce this. But downward revisions are a big warning sign that something is amiss. Final one, management presentations. You compare previous ones, not just the past reserve reports, but you look at the past presentations. If you're a banker, private equity, you look at what management is projected. You go back 2 years and you compare to what has actually happened. What I recommend, production forecast, review what was said over the past 3 years to what happened. CapEx analysis, again, we did it from the actual report, but now look at what management has said in their statements, pronouncements, investor presentations. And here you can start to see if there are trends, overestimation on a regular basis. That is what you look for. And if past pronouncements are always overestimating, again, a major warning. As I said, or will say, look backs are the ultimate report card. Now, this can be a pretty intensive form of analysis, but in summary, look backs are a reflection of management's ability to deliver. It's a crucial tool. A negative look back is one of the most solid warnings you can have on the ability to monetize a reserve report. And in low price scenarios, if your look backs are not good, the consequences are dire. Probably bankruptcy, failure to achieve a nice return on that investment, many other issues. So in summary, I look back at this presentation and it can be somewhat negative. I don't want this to be seen as I'm throwing shade on the entire industry or our reserve reporting process. In fact, the reserve reporting, when it is done correctly, is robust. A ton of work goes out there. Kudos to all of you who build those reports. For every bad management that fails to monetize a reserve report, there are 10 good ones. Solid people throughout our industry that know what they're doing and make those reserve reports happen. But there's the failures. They do happen. And I guess the key takeaway from this talk is you should be able to spot those failures before they happen. There are many warning signs. I went through all the steps to recognize them, how to analyze it, to see if management has the ability to deliver the reserves in that report. Now, like I said, if prices go down, the reserves may not materialize immediately, but they're not going anywhere. They're there, and they're going to be produced when the industry recovers. We've seen this. But if you've got issues with debt, issues with your capital allocation, your management styles, etc., you're not going to survive. And that's what I wanted to cover today, give you the ideas and the tools that allow you to recognize that so you're not surprised by them. Because there's no excuse for it. And as we've seen in the past, too many times, those of you listening to this, reserve engineers, reserve auditors, finger sometimes gets pointed to you. And as I said, that is unfair. I don't want that to happen. And if you're the end user of a report, well, hopefully what I covered today helps you go through that reserve report, validate it, and make sure that your investment is. With that, I will be around this afternoon for any questions or discussion of my presentation. Thanks. Have a great day. Hope to meet you in person.
Thank you to Jim Tague for his presentation on why reserves reports fail.
We have one more session coming up. The following.
Actually, we have 2 more sessions coming up. First of all, Jim's going to come back at 2 o'clock, and he's going to walk us through P&A costs on reserve reports. I'm really looking forward to that. You know, he's got some cool news to share, and I'm looking forward to his presentation. So that way we can kind of get an update on old Jim and see how he's been doing in the last year. And then at 3 o'clock, make sure he's plugged in. What might be one of the most exciting sessions for PHDwin Week. If you want to see cool, innovative tech, you want to see where the partnership with the Vela company has been going. Blue River Analytics, 3 p.m. are going to jump on and are going to do a really cool demo of their A4E Spotfire workflows. So I see some of y'all are still watching. You'll watch the replay. You'll watch all PHDwin Week. I got a little bonus for y'all, a little bonus round. How about this? So we got probably about 10 minutes before I got to change gears to get back into the presenters. And, well, I'm kind of bad. I call myself the king of PHDwin Week. So as king, I'm put on my crown and I can do whatever I want. So I'm going to show y'all something. I'm going to kind of pop over here real quick. And I want to show y'all something. Give whoever's watching right now, I'm going to give y'all some extra tips about how to use PHDwin. So what I want to talk about real quick, I want to talk about projection edit. So anyone that's been in our ecosystem a long time, you basically know what projection edit is. It's this report in version 2 or 3. You crank out the report, and then you edit the projections, and you bring it back in. And it's a long-standing report in 2. Pretty much everyone in 2 knows it. In version 3, we have a new version of it that came out this year when the build update 18 had projection edit added in this year. And so what I have shared right now is the output for version 3 projection edit. And then also I have in the same output the version 2 projection edit. And so first question that always comes up about projection edit, why do we have projection edit? Why can't there just be like a grid edit or something to edit the projections? Answer is because unlike some other systems, we have a lot tied to projections in PHDwin. The investments can be tied to projections. A lot of the rest of the well timing can be tied to projections. And we have now the project manager in 3 that can come in with being tied to projections. And so in order to put all the fail safes and checks in there to make sure that bad projections don't blow up everything, we would make the grid editor very slow, quite frankly. We could just not care. You know, the brand product doesn't care. You just shove, a Q in for a B factor, and good luck, right? Figure it out. It's your problem. But we don't like to operate that way. And so instead, we force the projections to come back in through the importer, because built into the importer is a bunch of training wheels about this value can be taken, this value can't be taken. And it's very fast. We've optimized it to be very fast compared to that line by line checker that we built in the gritter. The gritter is great because it can do drag down. You can pick dates in it. You can't do that easily in a spreadsheet, but it has trade-offs, you know? And so that's why we brought back the projection edit process in version 3, but we changed it. So I just want to talk real quick about how we change projection for anyone watching. This is your bonus round for being part of PHDwin Week. So here's old 2 projection edit. It had unique ID. It had some header information. It had the products, the units, the segment, and then the actual projection values ending on what solving for, usually volume and QF, volume and end date, okay? Now, one thing I do want to point out is in version 2, the projection edit was based upon the file name. You had to save this file as projections.csv. It would come in over whatever your active archive was. And so if you pushed out from one archive and then imported back into that same archive and you did it wrong, you would just blow away the values. You wouldn't even know which ones were wrong. You know, it didn't really have as many checks in it as we have in 3. And it didn't bring back like all this header data. It would just ignore. That wasn't part of what was mapped. It was just in here so y'all could resort it. It doesn't actually, you know, change anything, right? Or you'll notice like the case name and all that. It didn't really change anything. It wasn't part of the mapping. So version 3 is more complicated. We have different types of forecasts. You can have scheduled forecasts. You couldn't do that in 2. You can have like a secant decline. Can't do that in 2, right? And so how do we flatten that back in the projection edit? Well, one rule that we took from the version 2 era is that the version 3 import expects a tangent effective decline. Version 2, that was the only thing that it had. You didn't have the different decline methods. In version 3, you can use different decline methods like in the GUI, but the importer is expecting it to be converted back to tangent effective. Luckily, the output does that automatically. So if you're using nominal decline in the cases, it's going to actually convert it on the output, so you don't have to do that math, so to speak. But if you're just randomly shoving values into my projection edit format, make sure you use a tangent effective decline, or it's not going to come back in properly. You're not going to match to whatever other system that you're using. So if I go over here to the V3 projection edit, we got a lot of the same stuff. Unique IDs back, case name, some header things, okay. Now, unlike version 2, this case name is mapped. So the point is you could go to a blank new database, go take the projections out of one database, open a new database, import them in, and it'll generate cases. Second thing that's unique about the version 3 projection edit is that the name doesn't matter anymore. You can call it projections and my best day of life, whatever.csv, and it's going to come in. It doesn't have to be projections.csv. The old limitations about like having periods in the file name that version 2 had are gone. And so that makes it more flexible. What you can't do is you can't change the column headers. You can't change the order of the columns. You can't change the name of the column headers. Yeah, version 3 is looking at these column headers, and that's how it knows what it's doing. And then it also resorts the sheet to the correct sort that it needs to be to pull it in to version 3. So version 3 is a lot smarter when it comes to projection edit, but there's 2 gotchas that version 2 didn't have that I just want to point out real quick before we get back into our other presenters. First gotcha is this I column, phase configuration. Notice all these are coming out phase independent gas. I probably maybe have an oil in there. It's not just the output was gas. Well, if you don't specify the phase configuration on the import, it will go to phase independent gas. So if there's an oil well and you bring in that projection and you didn't specify phase independent oil or whatever, you know, particular phase configuration you wanted to use, it's going to go back to phase configuration gas. That's the default in the program. Luckily, whenever the projection edit cranks out this sheet, it gives you the phase configuration that you had on that qualifier. And so that way you can bring it back in the same way. But again, if you're just going to take this sheet and shove your projections from OFM or something in here, that's fine, but make sure you're defining a phase configuration, capital G gas. It's exactly like this, phase, independent dash, capital G gas, capital O oil. Make sure you get it formatted right, or it's not going to work properly on the other side. Another thing to consider is this qualifier column. We didn't have qualifiers in 2. We only have qualifiers in 3. What the sheet does in 3 is whatever your qualifier is, whenever you do the projection edit, it adds a 1 to it. So mine was called active. It was a 2 import. Whenever you do a 2 import, the qualifier is always called active to be the act from the active archive of 2, so on. So whenever I export this out, it added a 1 to it. So when I import it back in, it's going to make a new qualifier called active 1 that I then have to put at the top of my hierarchy. I have to manually go and put that at the top of my hierarchy. Why did I do that? Why didn't I just come back into active? Well, maybe I mess up. Maybe I don't want to import over what I had in place, because what if I put in a value here that PHDwin rejects, then I have to do it all over again. You can delete the 1 and come back into an existing qualifier. You do not have to make a new qualifier. You can do it what I call V2 mode. But then you got to deal with the problems with that. You lose your training wheels. You break it, you buy it. If you do something wrong in the sheet, well, you just blew up the qualifier. You can't just push it out again easily. So maybe you want to copy the qualifier. Maybe you just want to use this to build a new one. I kind of built training wheels into it, right? Also, it doesn't have to be called active. If you're a consulting firm or something like that, you could change that to, be an RSC or whatever the consultant firm is, DM, and bring it back in, Haas, whatever it is, and then bring that in. And then that will then build that qualifier on import and then put these projections with that new qualifier. So you have some options here of how you can do that. Just note you need to define a qualifier and you need to define a phase configuration in the version 3 one. One last thing about version 3 that kind of catches people sometimes. If I go to column V for volume, it's not populated. Why? Because this is all ARPs. All this is either flat or ARPs that I have in here right now. The V column only gets populated for scheduled forecasts. So that now is pretty much exclusively used for scheduled forecast data. What that means is that your X, your solve for, pretty much always needs to be volume and something. There's a QF volume, end date volume, something in volume, right? And so just be DE in volume. But just make sure that you're aware of that. We have some documentation on our website to kind of go more in depth about how to do this projection edit and push it out, pull it back into the program effectively. But you're watching right now. You're giving us extra time. You're on PHDwin week. You're enjoying it. You're doing it. So I figured I'd give you a little bit extra and just kind of walk you through the differences in projection edit. So there's a little bonus for you who is ever watching out there and part of the stream. We've had hundreds of people on every single day on this stream. I don't really get to see the numbers till afterwards because I'm sitting here at the gearbox. I don't get to go in the back room and see how we're doing until the end. But I know some of y'all are watching, and so that was for you. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen. I'm going to go take a break for a quick one in the hall. And then that way I can get back in time to see Jim do his next presentation. Can't wait to hear and talk to him. Can't wait to get an update from him. This is going to be real great, okay? So thank you all again for joining PHDwin Week. We're halfway through. We're at the halfway mark. We're about to start the second half in about 4 minutes. So we'll see you then, okay? All right, thank you all very much.
Welcome back to PHDwin Week. Up next, we're shifting from forecasts and type wells to the dollars and decisions that show up in your reserve reports. Jim Tague presents P&A costs in reserve reports, comparing assumptions to real-world outcomes. In this session, you'll see how plugging and abandonment costs can diverge from the assumptions we put into models, what drives those differences, and how to make your reports more defensible. Jim will walk through practical ways to pressure test your cost inputs, compare assumptions to actuals, and communicate uncertainty with scenarios your stakeholders can trust. If you're an engineer, auditor, lender, or anyone signing off on reserve statements, this is the session that helps you align economics with field reality and avoid surprises at year-end. Please welcome Jim Tague.
Good afternoon and welcome to PHDwin Week 2025. My name is Jim Tague and I am the president of the Performance Analytics Group, a small boutique firm that focuses on oil and gas reserves and valuations. I'd like to start by thanking all the good people at PHDwin for inviting me back to speak again this year. Last year, my talk focused on the inconsistencies between a reserve report and the real world. Why sometimes a nice reserve report fails to materialize in the real world. It's either not, volumes don't show up, or it's not monetized as people expected. And there were a lot of warning signs when this was about to happen. And that's what I covered. Got some good feedback on that. And thus, this year, I'd like to dig in on one aspect of that, especially on a subject that is becoming more and more relevant as the days go by. Literally, new regulations are coming out every month dealing with P&A and ARO costs and how we deal with them. And that's what I'm going to focus on. Now, in general, this talk is going to be high level. I'm not going into the nuts and bolts, how to load P&A costs or the timing and stuff into PHDwin itself. I'm going to be more trying to make you aware of what we're dealing with and how we now have to be cautious when it comes to P&A and ARO costs. There are some real inconsistencies between the way we have to approach it and what happens in the real world. And that's what this talk is going to focus on. So let's jump right into the presentation. And I'd like to start by addressing why I feel P&A costs are now becoming more relevant to the way we calculate certified reserves. When I started long ago, I spent most of my time on, decline curves, the costs associated with it, the volumes, the timing of the PUDs, all that good stuff, the capital expenditures. And it was almost an afterthought where I would throw in a P&A cost. And sometimes I'd even play the game of trying to zero it out with salvage costs. It was just sort of something that was out there, used some historical costs and just threw it in there. The timing sometimes was set automatically, other times I pushed it out. But it was not a central focus of my reserve valuations. That is changing for a number of reasons. And probably the primary reason why is the whole issue of plugging and abandonment, idle wells, orphan wells, is now in the public domain, especially over the last 5 years. There isn't a major news outlet that hasn't run a story on the orphan wells and this massive unfunded liability that sits out there for many states. They're seizing on the idle wells belonging to a large number of companies. You can go out there and Google and pull down reports from pretty ardent environmentalists like the Sierra Club that are all over this issue. And that leads to the environmental pressure here. They are certainly using it to make hay and to try to increase scrutiny and regulatory regulation on our industry. And they're having success. Politicians are listening. Bills have been passed here in Texas and in California and others dealing with this issue. California, I'll cover that in a little bit. The costs are pretty onerous. It's a definitive issue out there. Now that regulations are being passed, obviously the energy finance community, the banks, are very aware of this. They have their own means of calculating P&A liabilities, and there's thresholds that they just will not finance you. Good luck trying to get an RBL on an asset, even though if it's very cash flowing and it's a profitable asset right now, is sitting out there with a large unfunded or a future P&A liability. You won't get financing for it. There's reasons for that, and but basically they just don't want to take the risk that that unfunded liability, should the person who acquires it, the operator, go bankrupt, and somehow that liability boomerang onto them. With the banks doing it, and definitely with publicly traded companies. The SEC now has pretty strict requirements on what needs to be reported in financial and public statements, and they require you to go into pretty substantial detail on the timing and the total costs that you would face as a publicly traded oil and gas company. So before we go much further, knock out a little bit of schoolwork, as I call it. Some definitions. I think everybody here is fairly aware of what P&A and ARO, they are often used interchangeably within our industry, but and they refer to the costs that are, abandoning a well, cutting off the casing, plugging, surface equipment removal, basic remediation, all that good stuff. Is there a difference? Well, ARO actually has a accounting definition and is used in GAAP accounting under federal accounting standards. It is a legal term, and you certainly find it in the public documents of publicly traded companies. In the reserve world, we tend to use the term P&A, throw that around a little more often. Simply put, ARO, P&A, whatever you want to use, these are unavoidable legal and financial obligations. And in many cases, they may be underreported, underestimated, and as far as timing, that's a whole issue in and of itself that causes a lot of difficulty in the reserve world. But it's important to be aware of this. Why does it matter? Well, as we all know, just from our basic days as a baby reserve engineer, P&A liabilities impact the NPV of a well. Runs out, time's on the end, can impact the NPV of a well, project, entire entity. Just preaching to the choir there, we know that. Timing of P&A is difficult to predict, and of course, because whether you push it out, bring it up, either way, it has, with a discounting factor, if you're using a PV10, either can almost be erased. If you shove a P&A liability out 10, 20 years, it's discounted down to very minimal. But if you bring it up, it can be right there. And I'm going to cover some of the regulations, especially in California, now that they are requiring operators, in some cases, to abandon 20% of their idle wells a year with very little room for extensions. So suddenly what might have been discounted out into the future is now a significant real cash expense. Deferred unfunded P&A exposes companies to regulatory, environmental, and financial risk. Just talk to the reserve engineers of the large publicly traded companies and the SEC, and they will certainly emphasize this with an exclamation point. More holistically, the orphan wells, we don't deal with that in the reserve world too much. But when we have all this P&A liability that we've calculated, and if that operator, that company goes under, that liability now goes to the state funds. And we're seeing this more and more. Orphan well programs are growing. Let's face it, I've looked at some companies and working on some analysis. I can name off 20, 50, 60 producers here in Texas, operating companies that are producing less than 50 barrels a day but have over 300 wells in their well count. Do the math. It doesn't work. At that low of production, your cash flow, do a simple calculation on the potential P&A liability out there. You're looking at 12 to 15 years of their cash flow would have to be used to plug out all those wells. And we know that's not going to happen. Those are eventual, some environmental groups have now categorized those, but yes, they're out there. They will go bankrupt in the end, and the state's going to pick up the cost of that abandonment. So lots of reasons why this needs to be addressed, from the detailed reserve level all the way up to being aware of it in our industry. So now that we've sort of introduced the topic of P&A costs, let's dive into some details. Let's take a look at reserves versus reality. What's on paper? What is really going on out there? I think all of us have a sense of this, but I want to put it down in a presentation so you can really grasp what we're dealing with. So let's look at accounting for P&A and reserves. Again, this is sort of a school slide. Most of you are highly aware of this, work with this every day. But just to review, accounting for P&A. Regulations require P&A costs to be included in the economic limit test. But if you look, SPE, PRMS, SPEE, there is not a lot of guidance out there. I mean, boy, you look into those documents as far as how you classify a well, how much you can, the spacing, the rules, you name it. We have a lot of guidance that helps us do our job. The people who put that together are amazing people in our industry, and they're really out for our interests. There's, things push come to shove on a legal basis on a reserve report. As long as you're following the PRMS, SEC guidance, you're in good shape. Great detail. But again, go back and Google, look at your PRMS, go look at your documents. Maybe those of you who work for a reserve firm may have some good internal guidance. If so, I wish you would publish that out on the public domain. There's not a lot out there. PRMS outlines, principles of reserve classification, but gives minimal detail on P&A estimation. Actually, these documents provide a great deal of flexibility, more than you will find in many other areas of how we do our reserve calculation. It's almost like in some cases, they're very specific. How you classify this here, they give you flexibility, which is a good thing, but it can lead to inconsistent reporting across companies. Sometimes if you're the company reserve auditor or reserve generator and you're working with the outside auditor, there can be a lot of arguing over the timing and costs associated with reserves. The application guidelines, facts that have been published by the SPE and so forth offer some examples, but again, no standard method for calculating P&A and reserve models. Result of this is that most of us, I say most companies, most of us apply flat generic costs regardless of well complexity, depth, or geography. We'll go off of historical AFEs. We'll use the state sort of funding per foot type of requirements. That's what we do, but again, no specificity. Back, let's look at our reserve definitions, frequently answered questions, frequently asked questions. Read it. While abandonment costs are expected to be included in cash flow forecasts used to determine economic limit, does not prescribe specific methods for estimating these costs. Engineering judgment is required, and methods may vary. Let that sink in. Engineering judgment is required. We should apply a reasonable, supportable method for estimating well abandonment costs. These may be based on internal historical data, analog wells. They are very aware, though, that simplistic flat per well assumptions may not reflect true field conditions. SBE advises that estimates be documented, reviewed periodically, and adjusted for inflation, complexity, regulatory conditions, and site-specific factors. There's your guidance. longer you've been in the industry, the more you've seen, the more accurate you are and the more knowledgeable you are. But if you're fairly new to this industry, fairly new to reserves, like I said, there's not a lot out there to go by. And that's what I want to make you aware of and try to give you some guidelines for the rest of this talk. That was the reserve world. Let's look at P&A in the real world. Reserve report assumptions rarely match real world outcomes. That I can tell you, especially when it comes to timing and cost. In fact, in the reserve world, reserve counting, P&A is applied at the end of life, and idle wells are addressed using state requirements. So that's another layer of complexity coming in. P&A may kick in, and once a well goes uneconomic, it may kick in a year after, maybe 2 years after. And then if you have an idle well inventory, it's just the number of percentage that are abandoned using state requirements. That's pretty accurate. But in the real world, idle wells, P&A, the timing is usually pushed way out there. There's extensions given. There's things you can do. Most operators try to push that cost out as far as they can. And that sometimes leads to arguments. If you're on the company side versus the auditor side, the timing, et cetera, can lead to, let's just call it discussions. We tend to use in the reserve world, P&A costs, sort of flat generic ones. Any of you been on the operations side know that there is no generic cost. Maybe the stripper wells in West Texas, standard San Andres, I would feel pretty accurate using an AFE, but in more complex geological settings, why is a well idled? Maybe because there's a bunch of junk stuck down that hole that's going to cost too much to fix, and therefore the well's not economic to bring back on. And that's not going to be an easy abandonment. California, they want to see you tag bottom. It can get very expensive. And I've dealt with this. $50,000 abandonment becomes $500,000 because we have split casing and junk in the hole. And at the time, Dogger, now CalGen, would not approve an abandonment until we could tag bottom. $500,000 to abandon that well. So we all know that there's significant variation here. Right now, state and federal regulations are evolving rapidly, and they are pushing for earlier abandonment, full funding. Operators are facing pressure to shorten the timeline between well shut-in and actual plugging activity. This disconnect on how things are treated in the reserve world, the operator world, and the changing dynamics of the operator world lead to concern over how we deal for these costs. So how do you reconcile the differences? The SPE says engineering judgment, and then trying to use as much historical and analog data as you can. And that's where we have to start. We simply have no other way to go much further in that. But I feel one way to address this and see if there's inaccuracies in your reserve report is to break this P&A cost into several components. First one is timing. When in a reserve report do you account for the P&A costs? And then how does it fit in the real world? Well, in a reserve model, it affects the PV10, due to discounting, pushing costs too far forward, sorts it, pushing it way out there gives you a benefit. Reserve models actually often accelerate the abandonment costs while real world operators attempt to defer it. What do I mean by this? When I do a reserve report, when a well goes uneconomic, I will usually use a 2-year. I'll give a 2-year window, and then the P&A cost comes, a 2-year lag, P&A costs. Real world, we know they're seeking extensions. They are kicking that thing down the road 10, 15, 20 years. So a reserve report actually may be more onerous as far as timing and the discounted amount of that dollar amount. Costs. We go off historical and AFEs. These can be fairly accurate in the near term, but there's a dirty little secret in the industry with your idle wells, especially if you're given you have to buy idle so many in a year. You do the cheap ones first. You are not, by and large, most of them are not going in and fixing that well. That's going to cost $500,000 because it has split casing and junk in the hole. They're going to do the cheap ones first and keep punting those out into the future. So reconciling this, like I said, best thing to do is to look at the timing and the costs and approach each one separately. So let's start with the timing of P&A liabilities, reserves versus reality, dive a little deeper into this subject. P&A timing and reserve reports. For producing wells, P&A timing is usually based on the economic limit. Of course, we know what the definition of economic limit is, but it's when revenue no longer covers operating expenses, boom, cuts off the future volumes of production in our reserve report. Automatically calculated for us by PHDwin. I tend to use, in certain cases, 2 years after the economic limit, 1 year after the economic limit. Of course, this always causes significant anger, I would say, in the company level when you're loading in, if you're a bank and you're loading in a very conservative price deck in a low price environment, and a lot of good wells are getting, shut in, hit the ECL, and then bam, this huge P&A starts landing in, and the reserve report looks like junk. Some you can get real technical in there. Is loss okay for a year, especially if you got this strange sort of strip price in the future that goes down, then up. We have to watch that, deal with that. So definitely an issue there that sometimes we have to deal with. Gets a little more complicated when we're dealing with non-producing wells, shut-in wells, i.e. idle wells. Timing is more complex and definitely less standardized. In most cases, we will refer to the state idle well rules out there to determine the timing. And there's so many that will have to be abandoned each year, 10%, 20%, 2%, etc. These rules vary significantly by state jurisdiction. Some require P&A within 12 months, out to 60 months. I believe in Colorado now, don't quote me on this, I think it's 4 years. You can't even kick them. I don't even think they give extensions. Here, engineering judgment plays a larger role, and this can introduce the inconsistencies that I mentioned. The timing, obviously how you account for the P&A, either a producer or any of the other classifications categories, is a key driver of the PV10. It lands on there, and if you can shove it out 10 years, the discounts to nothing. But those days are going by the wayside. It's going to be much more rigorous and accounted for. P&A timing in the real world, starting to be more and more driven by reserve regulations and rules. It is a complex issue and is causing significant concerns and lobbying for regulations or against regulations. Not my world, but it's out there. But let's face it, in the real world, there may be a few cases, but I've never really seen a well that goes, boom, it's economic limit, the operator shuts it in, and in 2 years or whatever the idle well rule, it's applied. No, that doesn't happen. Many cases, a well will go idle. And the reasons for that, it may be low price, and that's easy to deal with. We've all worked through those. But a well may be, like I said, have a significant downhole issue. And it just doesn't make sense in $60 oil to go back and spend the money to get that well back online. It's a stripper well, and it's just not worth it. It'll be idle, and then it can sit there for a long time. Maybe it comes back on. So yes, reserves can probably be more aggressive on the timing when it comes to applying a P&A cost, especially because wells in real life go idle for a substantial period of time before they're P&A'd. Extensions in Texas, it's not difficult to get an extension from an engineer that says why this well could be brought back on in future life. So timing's pushed out there. As I mentioned briefly earlier, and why this has become a concern of politicians is, unfortunately, there are operators out there that continue to operate without plugging, and then they're going to declare bankruptcy to avoid the P&A costs, and those become orphan wells, and they land on the state's books to clean up. Argument on that, and where some rules may come in, but this doesn't apply in the reserve world, but just something you need to be aware of, is there's lots of arguments on the blanket bond. I think in Texas, you can go up to 100 wells and it's $50,000. Over that, it's $200,000. Nowhere do I know in this state where you can abandon 100 wells for less than $50,000. So the blanket bond requirements are, de minimis, and of course, environmentalists hate that. We're seeing rule changes there, but again, that really doesn't refer to the reserve world, but it certainly impacts the P&A and how operators abandon wells in the real world. Let's look at some of the regulations that are now coming out dealing with abandonments. Recently passed Texas Idle Well Regulation, Senate Bill 1150. Mandates plugging and reactivation. Inactive wells that have remained unused for 15 years or more than 25 years post-completion must now be plugged or returned to operation. There was some pushback, obviously, from the industry on this, but by and large, not as much as I expected. The industry knows this can be an issue, and they're trying to be proactive. So kudos to us. The Railroad Commission will start to enforce this 7, and then this is where the extensions come in, the exceptions, judgment. So the environmentalists hate this slide right here. You can defer some of your idle well costs, demonstrated history of reactivating wells. If you have a financial hardship, that's a good one, because a lot of this can get triggered if we have another $30, $40 oil price and we go idle for a while. We don't want to trigger in all these idle well abandonments. Submission of a performance bond. In other words, this is above the blanket bond, and you could submit an approved compliance plan committed to plug these wells out by 2040. So depending on how you play this out, you would still have to abandon a certain amount of wells per year. And this is something you'd have to work with. If one of your client companies is a Texas company, you're definitely going to have to work with them and take a look at this compliance plan, or work in an ARO, because it's accounting on the side, a plan to account for these idle well costs and P&A costs. And let's look at Colorado. A little more strict here, as expected. They passed a rule in 2023. Or if you were sort of grandfathered in, you had a certain number of idle wells on December 31st, 2023, you had to abandon 1 to 10 wells by 2027, 11 to 50 by 2028, so forth. After 2023, idle wells must be plugged within 4 years. The company has 4 years to either get that well back online or plug it out. That actually makes our job easier as a reserve auditor. You can just put a 4-year or 2 years, split the difference, and add those costs in. How do you deal with some of these extraneous costs out there? A company may say that's a corporate cost, therefore it's not in the reserve report. But Colorado now has an orphaned oil and gas well enterprise. Basically, they are collecting 125 or 225 per well annually at the production level. This is a tax that goes into a fund to abandon the orphan wells. How you account for that? I haven't had to do this. I haven't done Colorado reserves. Do you just build this in as an LOE cost on each well, or do you keep it at the corporate level? That's a good question. If somebody has an answer for that, please let me know. California. Is California a harbinger of what is to come? I hope not. I'll sidebar on this and get away from that. But California recently passed a rule that states if you buy a property in California, even a small one, that blanket bond, that 50,000, that 200,000, no longer applies. The CalGEM will come in and they will take a look at the entire P&A liability, that entire asset, from every single well to the tanks to surface reclamation. And that amount is what you must bond. So look at it in the last 2 years since this bill has passed. Oil and Gas Clearinghouse, EnergyNet, any of these. I don't think I've seen a sale of an oil and gas property in California. It basically killed what I call the aftermarket, the secondary sale of assets that are a lifeblood of the smaller E&P industry. If I wanted to go out there, let's say I buy a field for 100 barrels a day and it was 30, 40 wells, I used to be able to post a $200,000 bond with the state of California. Now they would come in and they would look at that 40, 50 wells, apply $200,000, $300,000 to abandonment, $15 million, and then put, the surface of the tanks, that's got to be gone. And say, if you want to buy that, you got to post a $20 million bond. Most small companies can't do that. So they've done that. And now they've passed, in December of last year, a new idle well program. They had a fairly rigorous one in place, but now on top of that bill that stops people from punting future bankruptcies to small companies, they put this in here. May 1st each year, you have to pay a fee for idle well. If it's less than 3 years, 1,000, 7 years, you can see here. If that well's been idle for a while, it's costing you a lot of money. 29 onwards, it's going to be, could be $60,000 per well if that well's 25 years of age, or actually in this case, 25 years idle. It's going to cost you $60,000 not to plug that well. Here's the other requirements. If you don't want to plug, you can either pay that fee and not plug it, but if you don't, here's what you're required to do. By 2030, 8% if you're 250 wells, idle well. But basically, if you got 3,000 wells and idle well, I've got some numbers here I'm going to share with you. 20% a year, you have to clean up your idle well inventory in a very short time. Just throw some numbers. That seems a little large out there, but Era Energy in 2020 had almost 8,000 idle wells. California Resources had over 4,000. They're combined now, so that's 12,000 idle wells. So obviously they're going to be starting abandoning 15 to 20% a year. That's a real cost. Smaller ones like Berry Petroleum, 2,000 plus wells, Sentinel Peak, in excess of 1,000, E&B Natural Resources, 1,000. So there's some significant idle well counts out there, and these are now, under this rule, these are significant and real costs and timing that they have to deal with. So with the timing of P&A, I showed how they're in the reserve world, we're actually probably more strict than the real world, and we should be, given all the news and regulations and stuff like that coming out. Let's look at the costs of P&A now. And here I would submit to you that we may be underestimating things, and the reason for that. So let's look at how we account for costs, or summarize what we do in the reserve world. Inputs, we usually use historical AFE averages from recent P&A jobs, very accurate. Will qualify for most certifications. We use state published cost schedules, per foot rates. Texas has a good one by, district and so forth. Like I said, Texas Railroad Commission, district specific average cost per foot, applied to the well's measured depth. This is often used for financial assurance calculations. If you've ever tried to bond as a small company, whatever, they calculate the amount of feet you have and total wellbore depth and will apply a cost to that, and that's what you'll bond. This sometimes can be more, actually much higher number than a blanket bond. However, these methods are sort of how we calculate it, do admit site-specific geology, different completion styles, complex completions, and of course, we're not required to put inflation factors on. I mean, you might, but you don't have to put inflation factors or cost variability in on this. So while we have pretty formulaic way to approach costs, they don't always reflect what's going on in the real world. So P&A costs in the real world, they often exceed reserve report estimates due to complex wellbore configurations and well integrity issues. Like I mentioned previously, wells that go idle, yes, some have either just watered out, produced out, they're just uneconomic. It doesn't make sense to produce them anymore. But a vast majority, no, got to be careful when I use that type of language. There are many cases of stripper wells that are idle because there was a well failure, and it just simply, it wasn't worth spending the $25,000 or $50,000 to bring a 1 to 2 barrel a day well back online. So it goes idle, not because it was uneconomic, but because the fix makes it uneconomic, which means the abandonment is going to be more expensive because there could be junk down that hole. Like I said, collapsed casing. I remember when I was doing early P&A costs and just putting in per well, I never really considered the site side. I didn't go out and see if there were, rotten tank batteries that have leaked all over the place, if the ground was a mess. Sure, if there's a rancher out there, we'd hear about it, but many cases I never factored that in. That's going to be more and more prevalent. Understanding exactly the condition of the surface facilities. I'll sidebar here, but back to the costs. I remember as a baby company reserve guy, and we had a bunch of shallow wells, and I would literally say, and they were cheap, at that time, we're talking, early 2000s, $10,000 could abandon a well here in this field. Salvage. I would say the pumping unit on that well and the tubing and everything is actually worth more than the P&A costs, and I was allowed to zero out the P&A costs. In real life, costs in the real world, anything of salvageable value, a pumping unit, etc., has long been moved off that wellbore and being used somewhere else before you abandon it. So there's usually not a lot of salvage value that you can net out against the cost. And then if there is junk, if there is stuff down the hole, it's because it's stuck there. Operators may defer abandonment. No, they will, of wells with known downhole mechanical issues. You're going to try to kick that one off because they're going to be expensive. In high-cost wells requiring specialized equipment or deep plugs, it's just common sense. Sites with extensive surface infrastructure needing full remediation. I have known of fields that have extensive, piping, underground systems. How many of us, maybe I'm sure there's some of you that are on top of this, but how many of us have really gone out and when you try to calculate the cost of the final reclamation, when the field goes uneconomic, have taken a look at those large gas processing plants. I've worked for people who've had gas processing plants that were built in the 50s and 60s, and those are not going to be easy to remediate. They could have asbestos and other chemicals. So, how do you account for that cost other than going out and literally hiring an environmental consulting firm or, a consulting firm that specializes in PA to do a site visit? And that gets very expensive. That can make a reserve report extremely expensive. So in the real world, the costs are often more than what we put in a reserve report. And what this does is it creates a backlog of expensive wells that really don't show up in our reporting. So a little comparison here, $25 per foot, 15 per foot, past AFE, state tables, minimal surface remediation, real world, $30 to $60 per foot is not uncommon. Costs vary, well age, location, completion type. I mean, that's something that I never did. I have a field with 400 wells, and the P&A liability would be the exact same for a well that was drilled 4 years ago to the one that was drilled 50 years ago that may really have some downhole junk. I never adjusted for the age of the well. Then guilty as accused. Pad tank removal, I didn't do a lot of field audits to see exactly what we're dealing with when I calculated these costs. So yes, there is a potential that we are underestimating the actual liabilities of reserve plugging costs compared to the real world. So to wrap up this presentation, like I said, this is not a hard, I'm teaching you skill sets to use in PHDwin. This is an awareness talk, show you these issues that we must deal with and help you come up when like the guide says, use engineering judgment. I hope to provide you with some information to help you use maybe even better judgment or more awareness when you have to deal with P&A costs. So let's just quickly summarize real world impacts of P&A scrutiny, why it is important upon us as a profession, those of us who use PHDwin, to really start not only calculating accurate P&A costs, but to document it, to be able to justify why you timed it and use the costs you did. Mainly, if those of you are working for companies that have energy lenders, banks, private equity, there's a good chance they're going to dig in on it, especially if you seek more funding. They're really starting to look at how you book these liabilities. It reduces, if you have a lot of idle wells, your borrowing base capacity is going to be reduced. P&A assumptions can shrink that value of that reserve base loan. I do not feel for the California companies that made these ones I mentioned that had these large amount of idle wells, and under the new rules, suddenly you can't push that idle well out 10 years anymore. If you're a large number, you got to start booking 20% each year. And that's the discount factor goes away. It is right there, and it bumps, takes a hit on your RBL base. Geographic redlining. For that reason, there are many, many energy lenders that will not even fund an acquisition in California. Good luck trying to raise money if you ever decide to go there. Colorado's not far behind. Some are getting leery of that. Louisiana, that's sort of been a litigious state based on other legal issues, but you put this on top of it, they're going to take a very hard look at the P&A if you try to get funding for a Louisiana acquisition. The risks, future cost inflation, etc. I've covered this. I won't labor it. It's all right there. But disputes and M&A valuations due to plugging liabilities. I remember having some arguments with a bank engineer. He won on this. We were trying to buy something, and yes, it had a P&A liability, and they aggressively, there were 60 idle wells, and they simply said all were going to be abandoned within 2 years and hit the NPV of this acquisition hard, such that we weren't competitive on our bid. And I tried to argue, there's no way, there's no requirement to abandon all 60 idle wells in this period of time, but bank was being conservative, as they probably should. So it does have an impact, and you'll see it more and more. So where do we go from here? My sort of divining of the future. You can expect continued strict enforcement of timing rules and reserve reports, despite the real world trends of trying to push that out, but the regulations are now closing that gap. Greater scrutiny, actual plugging and abandonment costs, potential legal investor and lender pressure on that. Again, sidebar here, I've read, and some of you may have heard of some very nasty regulations dealing with this. One is probably not going to gain traction, didn't make it in California, but it was proposed that, you know, the operators who you go in and you buy a field now, not only do you have to bond it at the true plug-in costs, there's no LLC protection anymore. Any acquisition would require a personal letter of guarantee, which means if you're an operator and you play that game, which gives our industry a black eye, but you're producing away, and then you declare bankruptcy and throw all those wells to the state to clean up, they will come after you personally. They can pierce that veil through the LLC. Now, that law didn't pass, but that's the type of things they're talking about. That's what gets banks nervous. You know, the bigs, won't name name, but the bigs, they're always worried that a state of California is a small operator that bought wells from them a long time ago, goes bankrupt, that the state's going to come after, you know, the Chevrons or whatever and make them pay for it, even though they sold the company, all the liabilities, everything. Very difficult legal environment. And, you know, so expect that type of attention and issues. Future reserve audits. How's it going to impact audits? Don't see it getting there because of the expense involved, but in some cases, site visits. Private equity firms who are much more attuned to this, they may want to see some actual site visits, especially if it's offshore platforms or estuary platforms. A lot of nasty stuff sitting in some of those bays out there that are basically uneconomic, but they continue to burp oil and gas just so you can avoid an abandonment cost. So I know they're out there. Deeper technical reviews of downhole well conditions, age of wells. Maybe that's going to have to be starting to factor in. A tighter scrutiny on the field level cleanup, especially in urban environments. You know, Los Angeles and the downtown ones, I don't want to fathom what it could cost to abandon some of those old sites to true, you know, new standards. So be aware of this. This is coming. Those of you who do reserves and audits for California companies are probably way on top of this and know more about this than I do. But for the rest of us who have been sort of Texas, Kansas, Oklahoma, much more friendly environments, I think it's a good idea to watch what's going on out there and to see how both banks, energy finance, and the SEC and public companies deal with this, how they address it. So that's my advice. A lot in this presentation. I probably repeated myself a few times. Lots of stats going back and forth. Might have misstated something. If I did, please email me, text me, let me know that I misspoke on something. But again, this speech, this talk was for awareness. I hope you gained from it. If you have any questions, I'll be around for the Q&A. And if you want to go deeper on this subject, always feel free to reach out to me. Thanks. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Jim. That was a clear look at how to move from assumed P&A costs to evidence-based numbers in your reserve reports. If you're following along and want to build on this with dynamic analytics, stay tuned. Up next, Blue River shows how PHDwin outputs flow into Spotfire using analytics for energy, turning your results into dashboards, QA and QC, and faster decisions. We'll be right back with Blue River.
But before Blue River, I'm going to hand it over to David Pasenda, founder of TRC. He's going to be talking with Jim about that wonderful presentation. So y'all stay tuned. If y'all have any questions, hopefully by now you'll know where to send them. But if not, events@PHDwin.com, or if you're in the YouTube feed, just comment in the feed and Dave will be able to see it. All right, I'm going to get off. Dave's going to get on. Jim's going to get on, and we're going to do it. Here we go.
Good afternoon. My name is David Pasenda with TRC Consultants, and I am lucky enough here to be with Jim Teague. Jim, I'm not sure we can see you. Can we hear you? All right, maybe not. Well, I'm going to take this moment while we're connecting with Jim to talk a little bit about why you might be interested in Jim. He has just generated a book that addresses economics and economic analysis. And we're really lucky this week to have two of the better books out there, I think, on reserve economics. And one of them is Jim's book. So, Jim, I think you're going to give John Wright a run for his money on documenting the right way to do economics. What do you think about that?
Well, I appreciate that. Using my iPhone,
You're in
having
high
technical
company.
difficulty.
No, your book will be in high company. We will happily have both of them around here in our office.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good.
A little spotty, but we can hear you, and you look good, and you look tall, which I don't ever look tall. So I'm jealous of your height. There you go.
It's the framing.
Oh, I gotta tell my wife I gotta reframe it, right? Okay.
Yep.
There you go. There you go. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I think you've taken on a very difficult but current issue. I suspect you probably have, and I think you may have even had some conversations in our office here with Dwayne. He's another guy who's taken this on a lot too. So I won't step on that, but yeah, it's become a very important thing. I do have a question though that I'd like to kind of lead with, if you don't mind.
Sure.
And then I'll make a little observation and generate a couple other questions. But the one I'd like to lead with, there's been a real debate, and really the question is, do these plugin costs need to be disclosed in the smog report, which would go to timing, right? Or can they be done in other financial instruments for the company? And we're kind of implying SEC style reporting,
right?
Which is probably all, otherwise it's caveat emptor, right? Buyer beware. But for the SEC style side, I've seen a little bit of a battle in the company where they say, yeah, it doesn't have to be in the smog report, the standard measure of oil and gas, the cash flow, but rather it can be done, on the financial disclosures, but in other places. Have you, the AROs can be more than just plugin costs for a company, right? So
absolutely. If you're an urban producer, say in the Los Angeles County area, it's going to be a lot more than just plugin costs.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm going to throw reclamation in there too.
Yes.
But I was thinking but even for a company who they may have AROs that aren't associated with the operations of the leases. Okay.
Correct.
Thinking about other things. So from the accounting side, sometimes there's a desire to mass those all together, in the more financial FASB disclosures and not the smog report. Have you seen any movement on that? I know, Dwayne would say they shall be on the smog report, but
I would agree with that. At this point, because it is become an environmentalist weapon, if I can use that term sort of broadly, the more information you put out there, the better off you are. And unless you've got something to hide, and that's a bad situation too. But I think this is not the time or era now to circle the wagons and just try to push costs underneath. And that's on the public front. And of course, from what I've seen with the energy finance community, they're all over this now. They definitely take a very hard look and pretty an aggressive stance. So even it doesn't matter where you are as a private company, they're going to dig into that. So,
no, and I think it's appropriate. I think one of the things that I'm sad to see is there isn't, in my opinion, if there was more regulation about not the plugging side of it, but more about when you took them offline, the offline wells, and the way you manage that. Because I've seen situations where yeah, the well is not economic today, but then economics change a lot, and if people can take them offline, the wells offline in an appropriate way, you know, pull the tubing. And if you got a lot of H2S, you might have problems with, you know, if you leave the tubing in, you can start getting downhole problems, right? But if you continue to maintain that well, you know, it could have a secondary life. I mean, I kind of spent a bunch of time in the stripper well industry, and it was amazing what a few dollars a barrel will make for a difference, right? And those are reserves, and those are important to our society. I mean, the chemical refinery doesn't really care whether it came from a stripper well or it came from $1,000 barrel a day well, right? Oil's oil, right? Energy's energy, yeah. But I would think better regulation around idling a well, I think would go a long way to solving a bunch of these problems. And hence identifying wells with problems that need to be addressed today, right? Are you seeing any of that happening?
No, I'm not, but you're spot on. I'll put on my old production engineering operator's hat on that one, and not so much the reserve hat. And you're you know, it's almost, you know, there's wells that are idled and yet they have plenty of potential, stripper wells. And yes, the price is down, and you know, might be a tubing fix or something simple, but even a $5,000 fix on a 1 barrel a day well, you're not going to do when oil's at 30 or 40. And but as soon as it pops up to say where it is now or higher, you fix it. And I think working with some clients out in the stripper well area in West Texas, Railroad Commission's pretty good. You can get that, you know, you just have to have somebody, an engineer, a licensed engineer, get you an extension. But I've also played the game where that well's junk. It's never coming back. It's got a fish stuck down hole, and we'll just throw it on the idle well status and leave it there forever and until we get called out on it, you know, to abandon it. And so there definitely are, you can almost say, two types of idle wells, you know, the legitimate idle wells, and then the idle to we're forced to abandon category. And how you bifurcate those two, that's a tough question.
And kind of, separating the chaff and the wheat is always the hard part, right?
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, and your point, and I think it is absolutely spot on. It's become a tool for the industry to drive us out of business, or for the environmentalists to drive us out of business. And I can, from personal interactions I had with regulatory, without using names, I was flat out told that from the regulatory group that they didn't care, that they were going to figure out how to run us out of business, and they were going to just run costs up. And you were talking about California having to tag bottom. You know, yes. There's a lot of times, I mean, particularly if you had something nuclear in the hole or something, do you really want to drill that up? I mean, do you really want to deal with that? I mean, and if you're not, and if you're protecting the aquifers, why are you being required to do some of these crazy things? And I think some of them are just abusive, and that's kind of the sad part. That's not good for anybody. That's just a waste of capital for everybody.
It is, and I've actually found, I think we've all experienced this. It really is. It's not sometimes just a overriding regulatory agency. There's good and bad within the agencies themselves. Sometimes you get someone who's reasonable, you know, tagging bottom or whatever, and it's just not possible because the casing is completely split. You know, they'll make you do an attempt, but eventually you'll get a pass or whatever. Others are going to hammer you. You know, the ones that, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. And
others will work. Some will work with you. Others, they've got you by the throat, and they're going to try to make you spend lots of money.
But you could. I've been on these wells. You could make a bigger mess. I mean, you can take something that you can plug safely, and you can go to a place where you can't plug it safely. Okay, and you will. And I've had those arguments. And there are people in that's the regulation. It has to be this way. Okay, we got a couple more here. I think offshore has become a big deal. I know Josh Neese, one of our guys, had a couple of questions. He was talking about some of the plugging, but there's kind of a common thread here as I'm looking at some of these. And one of these is you might want to address sometimes the facilities, like think about an offshore platform, the facilities are they, a couple of these wells might need to get plugged, but there's still other potential, either uphole, behind pipe, or new drills or something, and the facilities would not. You couldn't rebuild the facilities for the money. I mean, how do you bifurcate the facilities from the wellbores of, I think, offshore platforms?
Wow, that's a great question. One, I've never really worked offshore, so I have to be careful speaking to that. My experiences with a couple, I did work for Murphy Oil a long time ago, and they had offshore. And I remember, the costs were tracked very, probably more so than shallow stripper wells, and did a good job. But yeah, if you have a nice facility and the wells are petering out, but you can extend out to potentially new areas, I'm not sure the regulations, what they require you to take those facilities down. On the flip side, I know for a fact that there are companies out there where, a platform is basically uneconomic, but it'll be burped on a regular basis just to keep it from having to be, it's uneconomic, but they'll burp it even though you're losing money year after year to push that way out there. So, but if you think that,
well, I think we're going to have to, Jim. I hate to do this to you, but I'm getting away, and I'll talk too much again. I think we're going to have to jump off and let the next presentation have it. Thank you very much for your work, and everybody look for Jim's look for Jim's book. I think you'll find it insightful. Have a good afternoon, Jim.
All right, thank you very much, Jim. So we're going to go straight now into Blue River Analytics. Thank you all very much, and we look forward to finishing out day 3 of PHDwin Week with this presentation.
Welcome back. Earlier, we explored type well design and workflows that feed PHDwin. Now it's time to take those results the last mile. Blue River Analytics presents PHDwin plus Analytics for Energy Spotfire Workflows. The future's so bright. Blue River is part of the PHDwin developer program, and this walkthrough is designed to fit the way you already work. Let's dive in with Blue River.
Hi, I'm John Guthrie.
Hi, and I am Steve Hoy, and we're the Analytics for Energy guys. So we'd like to start off with a business premise, and that is you are working hard in your everyday office there as an oil and gas company, and you have been approached with an opportunity to purchase assets in the Permian Basin. These assets happen to be in Glasscock County in the Midland Basin. And there are 2 properties to this opportunity that are key for us here in our little demonstration. First one is that it's fairly large. It has to do with a producing field that exists already. There are a fair number of wells in this opportunity. And the second part of it is that you don't have much time. We don't have 6 months to review the opportunity and cross all the T's and dot all the I's. We need an answer here in a very short period of time. So what our strategy is going to be is it's a 2-pronged strategy. First of all, we're going to look at these wells very quickly and evaluate them in the A4E tool, which does a whole series of different operations which will allow us to forecast these wells using sophisticated autocasting. The second piece is then, because this is such a big opportunity, we're going to need to get economics in a system of record, which is going to be PHDwin version 3. So together, these 2 things are going to give us the answer and help us make a decision on this large opportunity in a very short period of time. That's our goal. So as we continue this demo, and we're going to take you through all this and show you how this can work.
Thanks, Steve. So we'll kick off by showing you some of the A4E tools and giving an overview of what we'll be using as we move through the demo. So as I said, we've got QA and QC, and we'll show some of that at the end of this workflow on the way back from PHDwin. The well spacing, we'll show some of that. Production review, looking at the wells that we want to include in our well set. Doing our probabilistic forecasts of thousands of wells with A4E, Markov chain Monte Carlo. Diagnostic plots of forecast production, plus operator comparison. Normalization of the well profiles using multiple completion attributes. And building and returning A4E type well profiles to PHDwin to project the economics. So over to you, Steve.
Very good. So to set the stage, A4E is a Spotfire-based tools. So hopefully some of you or all, many of you on board here are familiar with Spotfire. It's a flexible, very powerful analytics engine that allows us not only to do calculations and computations inside it, but it also has very flexible visualization and selection capabilities, which you will see here. To start this, we obviously have a database that has wells included in the Permian Basin, and we quickly need to be able to push away all the stuff that's not a part of this deal that we're evaluating right now in Glasscock County. So I think John is going to start here, and we can localize ourselves down to the fields that are represented here. You can see there's a thing called a tree map. And John has selected in Spotfire the field. He wants to see the fields represented here, the number of wells proportional to the size of these tiles. John's going to go down here to Garden City South, and we're going to restrict ourselves to the wells in that field. Now, it turns out the AOI is a subset of the wells in this field and owned by a particular operator. And so we are going to, you can now see that John has selected Garden City South. You can see the outlines of Glasscock County in these visualizations centered. And the AOI that we're looking at are actually the wells that you can see kind of scattered in the middle. And John is going to put a lasso around those wells. So here in Spotfire, it's just that easy to select a group of wells that are a part of an AOI. And those are the wells that represent the hypothetical deal that we're evaluating right now. So given that John can now select those wells, we now have the opportunity to look at some of the production characteristics of these wells by reviewing the production curves that are there. So we've gone to the next page in the A4E workflow, and we're now looking at the characteristics of these wells. John can highlight the oil wells in this particular field. And I think some of the interesting things that we can see from this are, first of all, what are we looking at? You can see in the lower left chart, you can see a log rate versus time. And you can see that, well, you're looking at wells here that will IP on the average somewhere under 100 barrels per day. You can also see the average decline over time. On the cum over time plot that you see in the lower right, we can also see that this is a fairly mature field. In the later part of these curves, you can see that they flatten out, meaning that much of the production has already been realized from these wells. There is one well specifically that is quite prolific and still on the upswing. That may be a well of interest as we evaluate further. What John can do after we kind of get a rough sense of this is John can come over to the spark lines on the left. That's where he is now. And you can see little representations of the production curve for each individual well. And we can zoom in on any specific well that we'd like and get some sense of, from an isolated standpoint, which wells are which, right? We can also, at this point then, once we've looked at the column that has the number of months of production, this table is actually sorted in descending order from the highest number of months of production available in the database to the lowest. John's going to mark these wells. In Spotfire, you simply drag your mouse click over whatever wells you'd like to select. He has selected all of the wells that we lassoed in the previous step. And these wells, we can now create a well set that will represent the starting point, the foundation for any further analytics we do, including the forecasting step that we're about to do. So John is going to come down after marking these wells. You can see them in yellow. It's going to come down to the icon that says new well set, and we will actually push that button and create a new well set here in Spotfire. That is a kind of an overview of what it looks like to select a set of wells that we intend to evaluate here in our hypothetical exercise here. So the next and maybe the most important step in our evaluation using the A4E tool is the ability to autocast using the decline data production records from the database to autocast or forecast what we believe the future potential of these wells is, both oil and gas. What John has done, we've moved over to a page called DCA or decline curve analysis. John has marked all the wells that you can see in yellow here. And we've set the parameters for the autocaster, which you can see down here in the lower left. And once those parameters are set, John went ahead and clicked on the gears that you see down at the bottom there, which actually ran the autocaster. We get very good performance on this autocaster. So for the 30 plus wells that we're working on right now, it simply takes a few seconds to be able to get that forecast done. What you're looking at here, because John's got all these wells marked, is you're looking at the results. They're trellised in the upper right, the large production plots that you see here, with the autocast decline curves fit showing over the top of these individual production records. And John's got these all marked, so we could simply kind of scroll our way through these to kind of get a sense of, what the autocaster did. Now, what we want to do is highlight some of the capabilities of this tool. First of all, we have an outlier detection tool, which automatically identifies production records as outliers, and they're ignored in the autocasting process, or the outlier detection algorithm. Here you can see that the points, the production records, they're actually marked in red for gas, green for oil, that when you see these crosses or these X's here, that these are basically identified as outliers. We can adjust or tune the performance of this outlier detection to match the data that we're dealing with, but you can see it's very effective in eliminating some of these production records that we really don't want to consider when we start looking at these decline curves. Secondly, there's an algorithm called a start-stop algorithm. So our tool automatically determines when there are interruptions or changes in the decline curve characteristics and attempts to forecast only the latest segment of production when there are distinct segments between these. John is going to highlight a couple wells here. This is the Bearcat 1505. We can look at the Bearcat 1505H. And if you'll notice, this was the initial pass of the autocaster, and you'll notice that there's a very distinct drop here. We don't know why this occurred. We could go back to the spacing and determine whether or not there's a frac hit that affected this particular well. But in any case, we don't really like the way the autocaster fit this, and we can tune the parameters of the start-stop algorithm to actually detect, using the plot that you see below here called a ratio plot, what threshold would be required to detect this change. And by adjusting the parameters that John has set over here in the lower left for the autocaster, we can adjust that and do a quick recalculation for any wells that we think need adjustments. John can append the new autocast versions into the base set that we did initially just now, and we get a new result based on that updated start-stop threshold. So John can show us both, this is the old version, and now we have the newer version just below that. Notice that now the fit that you see on that second well for oil exactly corresponds. It's so good that it's hard to see it here, actually overlaying the production records. But this forecast we're much happier with. It does reflect this second stage of the well's production. And so this will highlight for you the capability that we have to very quickly tune some of the fitting that we do using the Autocaster to get results that we were happy with. Finally, we're going to go over to a diagnostics page. This is the MCMC page, and highlight a little bit about what Markov chain Monte Carlo decline curve fitting looks like. So John can mark all the wells here, and what you'll find is that for every well, this Markov chain process generates thousands, or it can generate thousands of different decline curves, all of which describe the data, the noisy production records, in an equivalent way. And what it's basically therefore showing you are the error bars around the ARPS parameters that define the decline curve or curves that fit the noisy production. So you're seeing, for instance, in the upper left here, or in the center left, you're seeing a cross plot that's showing you all of the candidate decline curves for each of the 30 plus wells that we have in our data set here. And these little clouds represent different decline curves with different IPs, which are along the horizontal axis, and different initial decline rates, which are along the vertical axis here. And the relationship between those two things, and the fact that there is a cloud instead of a single point. So this is telling us what we all know, which is a single decline curve result in an autocasting algorithm is insufficient to really give a sense of what the uncertainty is in the decline parameters, and therefore in the EURs that we get. So using Markov chain Monte Carlo techniques, we now get uncertainty measurements or error bars around the various parameters. John's going to highlight a single well here, the driver 432H. And if we highlight that well, it'll basically, we can go from looking at a cloud of all the well parameters to a single well. So for a specific well, I want you to note that we have more than 1,000 different decline curves represented here. We could show them in different ways, including the histograms that you see as a center vertical strip here in the visualization space. These are showing you the uncertainties, the different fitted decline curves, and the uncertainty in the initial rates, in the initial declines. The B parameter is shown here in the lowest one of these charts. And finally, the EUR and the histogram that's associated with that EUR is shown here in the lower right. And so this is an eye-opener, right? For noisy production records, which you see here in the, in the production and fit decline curve chart here in the lower part, you can see that the EUR could be anywhere from, at the upper end of this scale, 118,000 barrels down to, at a lower level in the less than 100,000 barrels of oil. So you're seeing what the most likely tendency is for the EURs. You're also seeing the P10 and the P90 values for EUR on this chart. So we're proud of the autocasting capability here. This happens in seconds. And not only do you get a decline curve, which we think represents a best fit, but you're getting a whole family of decline curves. One last point, or one other point that we can make. John is going to switch on the what we call the burn-in, and this will give you the opportunity to see, if you look at this little in the upper right, you're looking at a chart, and what we were looking at previously is the head, or this collection of points that you see in the upper right. This is once the machine learning algorithm associated with Markov chain Monte Carlo has learned the natural variation that's possible in explaining these production records. But if you look at the tail of this cluster that you see, which the tail extends from the lower left on up, you're actually watching the machine learning algorithm learn what variations in these different ARPS model parameters best explain the data, and it systematically moves toward a space that represents, therefore, the natural variation that can be explained by the noise in the production records. So Markov chain Monte Carlo, we believe, is a powerful approach to decline curve analysis, and it's superior in its ability to define not only what the best ARPS parameters are, but in showing you the error bars around those parameters.
While we're talking about diagnostics, let's take a look at some other diagnostic screens that we have in the A4E workflow. We have EUR diagnostics, 2 pages associated with that. Second page has a map, the curves comparison, and scatter plot, all controlled by drop downs for color, size, and shape by. Bar chart similar. Pick the attributes you want to look at and the aggregation that you want to use. And for the scatter plot, similar in terms of being able to configure the x-axis, y-axis, color by, shape by, and size by of any of the attributes that you have calculated within the workflow. And there's a third page, statistics page, where we can do operator comparisons. The mean is calculated based on the attributes selected, and a ratio calculated of where the mean for this attribute sits overall against the operator. So for all operators, it's sitting at 1 at the moment, but if we picked an operator, we can see that for these attributes, they're above the mean. And we can look at wells within the well set by marking them in this sort of fashion. So let's see how we might use this. Here we are in the first EUR diagnostics page. So we have histograms for the EUR oil, EUR gas, and stacked bar charts showing the prod oil and the remaining oil for both oil and gas. So on our histogram for oil, we could look at the high end here of the histogram, and this is showing us a bare cap well at the high end, okay, where it sits relative to the other wells. And we could go to the second page here and say, well, where is that on the map? So it's sitting here. So what about the wells that are sitting around it? Let's take a look at them and see what their curves look like. And also where they sit. Obviously, these are all wells and they're sitting lighted in the scatter plot. So we've got these 5 wells selected. But if we wanted to, we could go and move to this area and see where they sit. Again, these are scatter plot here. They're sort of sitting around the middle here, comparing EUR oil against the remaining oil. And going back to the first diagnostics page, then we can see that they're not at the top, but they're towards the top of all the wells that we have on our well set and sitting in the median area. Finally, we've got a page of statistics, as we said, where we're comparing against the mean for various operators. So we could change the attribute that we're wanting to do the comparison against and see where that sits against all of the operators. So we can set the attributes, we can set the vintage. Maybe we want to change this to be looking by operator as well. And this one. And then we can choose off our well selection list, or we can do a comparison by operator. So see where Conoco, they're sitting ratio-wise 0.42 of the mean for all the wells in our well set, and Vital's just above the mean for these attributes in the well set. So overall, some pretty powerful insights that we can get going through these diagnostics pages. So back to you, Steve, to walk us through normalization.
John has done is he's got all these wells and he's pressed a button there in the text box there under controls. And what that button did is it generated a correlation, a measurement of the relationship between the EUR, the oil EURs, and all the numeric header columns that are available in the database. So you're looking at a tornado chart in the center there that's basically showing us the correlation coefficients, right? So you can see from the top, it's a tornado chart, right? The top is showing us positive correlations, and we move all the way down to negative correlations, right? Strong negative relationships. Those that are statistically insignificant are shown in black, right? But there's a lot of relationships here in these wells that tend to highlight. What we want to do, let's say if we wanted to do a conventional normalization, is normalize out the lateral length. That's one of the header values that we have in the columns here. John could turn around and mark the lateral length in this tornado chart. And he can go ahead then and compute the normalization, therefore, that simply normalizes out the lateral length. We can look at the scatter chart that you see in the center right of the screen here, and that's showing us the relationship between EUR, the oil EUR, and the lateral length. And you can see that there's a linear regression that's associated with this. And we could go ahead and normalize out a type curve at any of the sampled lateral lengths that are available to us here in the database. Now, what we'd like to highlight is the ability to actually normalize out any of the header parameters simultaneously. So from looking at the lateral lengths chart that you see here, there is a fair scatter in the lower lateral lengths up and down, that the EURs are very uncertain, and that clearly the relationship with lateral length doesn't completely explain, doesn't even very well explain some of these EURs that are associated with small lateral lengths. We have wells here that are more productive at very small lateral lengths than wells that their productivity is less at some very large lateral lengths. So what we'd like to do then is kind of highlight the ability to normalize out simultaneously any of the numeric header column values that are represented in this tornado chart we just looked at. So John, let's just for fun, let's assume that the total fluid first treatment is also an important parameter. You can see that it's got a higher correlation coefficient than does the lateral length. And so we're going to add that, I guess, total fluid first treatment. We're going to add that as a normalization parameter. And if we could go look at the field itself in map view and conclude that the latitude, right, the bottom hole latitude is also a parameter that is directly related. What that means is that this tool has identified that the northernmost wells, the ones with higher latitudes, are actually more productive. So using these three parameters, we're going to turn around and calculate a normalization using principal components and some other fairly sophisticated mathematics to generate a normalization function which accounts for all three of these values. Notice that we've got a little better scatter of the scatter plot that you see here, that this is a more effective characterization that we can use to normalize these data. And we're going to go ahead and use this. What we need to do based on this is identify a single well as a datum well. This will be the well against which these header parameters will be normalized. And you can see it now highlighted in green in the lower left. And we will have the option to use this normalization and use the datum well that John just identified as a datum in the normalization that we're about to do when we do the type curves. And notice that this well has a lateral length that's in the 7,000 foot neighborhood. That may be ideal. This may be close to the completion parameters that we might anticipate if we were going to drill subsequent wells in this field. Good. So John has navigated us to the type well profile page. And since we've completed a normalization that we're happy with, we're now in a condition to make some type well profiles. Very simply, this page is very simple to operate. John has marked all the wells that you can see in the red marking in the upper left table there. He's also got a map, which is up in the upper central part, which he just lassoed. That map, he set the contours for this map at EUR for oil in the controls that you see center left. We could mark wells that we wanted to include or exclude from this type well profile by simply lassoing them, like what John is doing here, right? So Spotfire provides multiple wonderful ways for us to include and exclude wells from this type well profile that might cater to our needs very specifically in terms of the evaluation that we're doing here. So what we intend to do here is generate two type well profiles, one using all the wells with no normalization, and another type well profile with all the wells that includes the normalization that we just configured in the previous page. The operation, as I said, is very easy. If John can open up he's got the type well model controls opened up in the accordion where he's pointing right now. We simply determine whether or not we want to apply the normalization. That's basically just a drop down. We can determine how we want to aggregate the production records. We've determined p hat, which is a kind of a Swanson's mean of the time sliced data production records. And all we really have to do is define what the ID looks like for this type well. John's put in here, these will be normalized 34 wells. And we can put in some sort of a comment, which you can see down in the lower left of the control screen there, to kind of mark or help us remember how we selected the wells and how we can calculate the type well profile. In the end, though, all John did was click on the Generate Type Well Profile button, and every time he clicks that button, he generates a type well. In the case of this exercise, he went ahead and generated a type well with no normalization. He simply clicked on the Apply Normalization button above that and changed it to yes, and generated the second type well profile once again just by clicking the button. So a very simple, in a minute or two, John could generate it. He went ahead and generated these two type well profiles, which you can see now listed in the table below. So we can cut to the chase here and take a look at both of these type well profiles, one normalized, one not normalized. You can see in the visualization, the little thumbnail down there, the two decline curves and the resulting fit type well profile. John's going to maximize that window. And this, as you can see, the aggregation of the 30 plus wells results in a fairly smooth, well-behaved, relatively well-behaved data production records profile that you see here for both the normalized and unnormalized wells. By the headings on these two charts, you can see that the top pair are not normalized. The bottom pair are indeed normalized. The differences are subtle, but if you look, for instance, at the maximum production on the oil curves, you can see that for the unnormalized record there, just the second production record is right about at 300 barrels a day. And you can see that in the normalized version, which actually extended out to some of the more aggressive, larger lateral lengths and larger completions for the total fluid and so on and so forth, and the more northern part of the field, that the maximum production record that you see over there, the second one, in the lower or normalized data set, approaches 400 barrels a day as a maximum there. Notice as well that the crossover point where the oil goes below 10 barrels a day on the unnormalized is about 8 years or so in the future, whereas with the type curve that has been normalized, you can see that the crossover point with 10 barrels a day is somewhere between 10 and 11 years. So this is kind of an indication or an exercise that shows you how easy it is for you to generate type well profiles, how flexible it is to be able to change those type well profiles and account for different items. And in the end, these are the well profiles that we intend to send over to PHDwin, where we can go ahead and do economic analysis. So what we're looking at now is the spacing module. And because we didn't have spacing data for the Glasscock County wells that we've been using in the well set, we're using a surrogate here, which is over to the west in Midland County, just to kind of demonstrate the capability. We're just going to spend a minute on this and touch at it at a high level, but we have highlighted, or we've calculated spacing for a whole series of wells here, which you can see in the map. And what you're looking at in the upper visualizations is a cross section that shows how the wells penetrate a cross section that's kind of orthogonal to the grain or the direction of the laterals. In the left, or in the center upper chart, John has highlighted a subset of the wells. You can see that they're colored by operator, and he's highlighted the wells over to the east, which are operated by Vital Energy. And if you look to the right, you can see a gun barrel plot, which is showing us, in cross section, the distances in feet, both vertically and horizontally, between the different well bores as they penetrate this cross section that we've generated orthogonal to the laterals. In the lower, or in the center, you can see a thing that looks like a target. And what's that showing us is for the marked wells, it's showing you the proximity in feet, both vertically and horizontally, of the wellbore directional survey points to every other directional survey point, with the reference points in these marked wells being at the center of this coordinate system, which is 0, 0. So you're looking at the relative spatial relationships between wells nearby and each of the wells themselves. And you get a sense of how close some of these wells are to one another. By little clusters, you might be able to see spacing parameters that are important or that were used in the fields. And it also might give you an opportunity to look for wells that basically don't have nearby production and that maybe represent some future potential. Finally, on the lower right, just to kind of get a sense of the whole picture, John has got a three-dimensional wellbore plot. And John may maximize this, and you can get a feel spatially for all of the survey points that are being used in this analysis. The ones that John marked by vital energy are shown in red, and those that are unmarked are you can see a kind of a more washed out color looking in the green there. So all in all, what this allows us to do, and we can reference back to the well where we did the start stop, it looked like there might have been a frac hit. We would go in and find that well in this, mark its neighbors, and then try to determine very quickly whether or not it's likely that there was some sort of a frac hit based on the analysis that we've done.
Thanks, Steve. We have our forecasts of our 34 Glasscock wells plus 2 type wells. And as we said at the start, we're going to move these to the PHDwin economics engine. Now, the A4E template does have an economics page here. Standard, I would say, economic type calculations and forecasts. In our case, we're going to use the power of the PHDwin economics engine to get a systems of record style forecast from there. So to do that, we go to our PHDwin export page. We select the wells that we want to export. Here we've got the 2 type wells at the bottom here and the others. So I'm just going to select them all. And we can see that we have 3 windows here. The cases, which is the information from the well headers, right, with all the columns from there. The production for both the actual production and the forecast production for all the wells and the type wells and the forecast itself, the definitions of the curves to go into PHDwin version 3. So now I'll stick on my PHDwin hat and move across to there. So to export these files to PHDwin, we do an export of the visualization of Microsoft Excel for each of the tables here. And we can see I've got one for cases, the production, and the forecast. We then can change these files to CSV from Excel and import them to PHDwin. So here we are in PHDwin version 3, a tool you're probably more familiar with for its power on the economics than I am. We've brought the A4E files in here by just using the import option and using the unique ID, adding new cases for the cases from A4E and mapping the data, set up a map for it for the well headers and map the columns appropriately. And then did the import. Then similarly for the production, imported the production files here. It didn't use the unique ID this time, used the retrieval code and mapped the data. And again, there was a mapping for this. And then finally, pulling in the forecasts from A4E, then the layout for that was for the forecast. The mapping is so on. So the unique ID was on the end here, the retrieval code. So that gave me the cases imported. If I change the view here to the standard view, then I've imported the cases, which we can see here. We have the production, we have the forecasts from A4E. And the last thing I had to do was I just added some prices so that I could run some economics. In this particular case, I didn't create any price decks for expenses or custom models or ownership or investments. I just did a very simple price deck and ran the model. So we can see the curves coming in here. including we've got the two type curves at the bottom, the normalized one and the normalized one and the non-normalized one. So let's now move back to see how we can import the results from our economics run back into the A4E PHDwin reports template. So to send all the cases back to Spotfire, we run the Spotfire export. I've set it for cases and summaries, and we select all the cases and run the report. When the report is run, it shows a completion window showing that it's exported the Spotfire case tables, Spotfire ID codes, monthly MS, monthly production, and the one line. The latest PHDwin A4E reports template provides the foundation for creating a full analysis of your PHDwin data. To refresh the data in the analysis, you can click the lightning connector there. Will refresh the data from your Spotfire export within PHDwin. Typically, once you've set up your interface here for the probit metrics, for the values you want to include in your probit metric, that would be a one-time setup for your analysis. And you can see the values that I'm passing into the probit data function. Also, this is a one-time setup as well for your interface to PHDwin for the well names, the UWIs, and the latitude and longitude for use on the maps within this template. So with the data set up, typically you would click the run the probit once you've refreshed the data, and then you're ready to look at the pages. So there's a number of pages within this tool. So here we can see that we've imported our 36 wells here over 2 fields, and we've got various filters and so on set on the left. But you can customize this template to your own analysis workflows if you wish. There's a reports and summary page here where you can set the variable that you want to evaluate, gross gas, gross oil, and do you want to look at it by reservoir or case name maybe, and so on, or case name or possibly operator maybe, and it's flexible there. So this can be configured for your own use. Then we have a reporting table down here by case name, and you can add or take away columns from here to suit your analysis needs. There's a well scenario page, so if you've run multiple scenarios against these wells, then you can take a look at the results from that, either by one well, setting up the table columns, table selector columns as for previous, looking at it over the months, dates and months, so set the columns you want to see and roll that forward in that fashion, or look at individual wells as we go through here, or pick a well off the map. Then on well performance, we can see the actual production and the forecast for each well. So we could pick a well, see the production and the forecast that was generated for it with a cash flow waterfall on the right. Although in this particular case, as I only generated prices, there's no back out of the operating costs, expenses, and so on. There's a simple probit review here. Again, this is similar to the one that we saw earlier in the A4E forecasting and valuations template. Set the filters here and the attributes and color buys to do a comparison of the different attributes that we've pulled through from our PHDwin data. There's a data relationships page, and then we move to the probit perspective, where from the map you can pick the values that we pushed into the probit calculation, and we can see from the probits where these wells sit in relation to one another in terms of P10 to P90, and then which dimensions do we want? Do we want it by operator name or filter by operator as we go to the Vital wells in this case? And then we have statistics generated. So a full range of statistics in terms of the means, descriptive stats, and different stats types. So the analog stats, color coded, the applied curve fits, and the descriptive stats for the wells selected. Then there's some heat maps to finish with, similar again to the A4E forecasting template, that you can select the attribute and it'll generate the heat map and contour plots for that. And then again, a template page similar to the one within the A4E forecasting template, where you can set the map parameters the bar chart entries and the scatter plot and the aggregation. So that's the A4E PHDwin reports template. Again, this can be the basis for building your own Spotfire visualizations to analyze your PHDwin economics.
Wanted to thank you all for your attention here and your attendance at PHDwin Week. We are thrilled to be partners with the folks at PHDwin. Hopefully that you saw from our talk that powerful combination of tools with different specialties results in things that are made to order for businesses. In the exercise we did, I hope you can see that by using the A4E tool to quickly select and evaluate, forecast wells, generate type well profiles, that the power there in the speed and the sophistication of the analysis, it also allowed us then to generate wells which went back into PHDwin. The power there to be able to generate the economics of record that we require for our board of directors on this particular exercise are key. And then the ability to seamlessly take the data from the economic analyses that we saw in PHDwin and run those back into Spotfire to be able to do visual analytics on the subsequent data there represents a kind of a best-in-class workflow as we estimated here. So thanks so much. We thank the folks from PHDwin for the opportunity to be their partner. We value the partnership greatly, and we'll look forward to answering any questions that you might have about the workflow.
Thank you all.
Thank you to the Blue River team. You just saw how to turn PHDwin outputs into living analytics, dashboards that speed reviews and sharpen decisions. Make sure you are registered, so your viewing time counts toward continuing education credit. Coming up this week, Thursday morning, Garrett Gramillion presents the Ethics session. Attendance is required for ethics credit. JD Patrick shares tips for PHDwin version 2 and version 3. At 2 o'clock, we host the Connor Award, live from Austin. Also Thursday, John Farrell from Well Database, with a PHDwin Week exclusive. Friday at 10, Dwayne Purvis. Then, Jonathan Smith, with new additions to the developer program. Our closing keynote from Hassan Cobb with Thad Toops. We finish with Brandon Penner and Jonathan Smith in a user group wrap-up. This wraps up our stream for today, but come back.
We're not done just yet. Let me go ahead and get the guys from Blue River on. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the integration. And, it's been great working with them this year. I'm really happy to have them on PHDwin Week so we can talk a little bit about what's going on. One thing I do want to say, just as a small note, we learned from some of y'all that last session was a little bit blurry. We're constantly tweaking with the bandwidth and everything to try to get it to as many streams out as possible. I'll just say it, the demand on PHDwin Week this year is a little bit higher than we're expecting. We're doing the best we can to crank things up. If there was something you missed, wanting to speak for Blue River Analytics, I'm sure that they'd be more than happy to give you a demo directly. And we will have the replay available at high quality once the week is completed. So sometime early next week. But thank you for being patient with us as we kind of play with those knobs and make sure that as many people as possible can experience PHDwin Week. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead now and bring on John Guthrie and Steve Hoy. 1 second. Let's bring them in. So here's John. Hey, John.
Hey, Jonathan. How you doing?
Doing good. And then, hi, Steve. How you doing?
Doing very well. Thank you.
Y'all
Cheers.
Welcome to PHDwin Week 2025, guys. Welcome. Another year. So that was a great presentation. We really appreciate what y'all are doing with y'all's A4E tool. I want to talk a little bit about the work that we've been doing progressively in the last over a year now. So I had y'all on PHDwin Week last year. Y'all were in the booth. Jonathan, you're in the booth for NAPE this year. And as part of it, there's just been ongoing discussion about how we can integrate our products together, how we can integrate our software stack together. As you talked about, Steve, at the very end of your presentation, where that vision is, where we're going. But as y'all know, there's a lot of the technology that we put together for our developer program, for the way that we're outputting the Spotfire and all that y'all really helped us polish, helped us put together, helped us get a vision around. So first of all, I want to say thank you for being such a good partner with us and having this ongoing dialogue. But I wanted to ask, y'all, I guess we can start with you, John, is, what's it like from your standpoint coming into the PHDwin ecosystem, getting to meet our clients and being there at NAPE and this partnership? How, what's it from your perspective?
Well, for me, it's been great, and I did watch Kimberly's presentation this morning, and many thanks to her for giving us such her workflow and demo was better than mine. I was just I'll make that comment because she actually showed how she uses the tool, whereas I was doing more of a features presentation. But it was great to see her, and we have regular sessions. Well, I have a regular session with her where she tells me the visualizations she would like to see and so on, and which they're adding into their own Spotfire database. There's improvements going on all the time. So I'm always open to ideas, and then I annoy Steve with them as to whether or not he can make them go fast enough for the front end, for the Spotfire front end. So, but it's been great working with you guys. That's next on our roadmap, from my perspective, is we need to get this interface working with Pulse. So I do have Pulse, but we've got quite a bit of testing to do with that, because we've got to be careful of the validation and the interface there. So that's the bit. So the CSV import, you already had all the bells and whistles for that. So that was the easier one to do. Pulse will be a lot more testing. We'll need to go into that.
Right.
But so far,
that'll be the real integration, right, John? When we can have that Pulse packing the data back and forth under the hood. And I think I'm really looking forward to that. Also, I just want to point out that in Build 19, the concept of launching y'all's dashboard from PHDwin looks like it might be a real reality. I just got some last minute tips today about what's got pushed into 19. And I saw it launch. We had it internally. We were launching Excel as the tester, but we set it up so it can be configured to launch y'all's dashboard as well. So we're going to have those conversations too. So there we go. We're going to have this integrated stack where the data pushes, the programs launch each other, they're talking to each other. It's going to make for a really great workflow, I think.
Well, my only contribution was was adding the lightning bolt. So, adding an icon to press in anticipation of being able to do these things. So there we go.
Well, we're getting down the road. One thing I really like working with y'all is that as we have new challenges that come up, I can reach out to y'all and I can say, look, there's this client with this particular challenge. Is this, we're talking about like Kimberly. She's a great example of someone that's really trying to push the cutting edge. Or one I wanted to ask you about, Steve. So earlier this year, PHDwin Week presenter that's going to be on Friday. So everyone don't miss it. 10 a.m. Friday morning. Dwayne Purvis is coming back. He is the legend of PHDwin Week. He's been on every single year. He has an open invite. He gets to keep coming because he keeps coming, right? So that's his thing, right? So the door is always open for Dwayne. But he had a really big challenge this year evaluating a project. He had to take on really big data. And it was something that needed analysis a step beyond what we could just do in PHDwin. Steve, would you mind talking a little bit about that challenge and how y'all are approaching clients that are looking at that big data solution?
Yeah, so that's great, Jonathan. Thank you. At the end of the day, I think the complementary nature of the solutions, right, of PHDwin and its system of record, and then our ability to look at in an automated way to forecast wells en masse is something that Dwayne is taking advantage of now. And, he simply doesn't have the budget or the resources to be able to look at tens of thousands of wells in the entire state of New Mexico and to make reasonable forecasts. So we're leveraging the automated the Markov chain Monte Carlo forecasting engine that we have, and we're able to generate forecasts of those data. There's been challenges trying to group the data into different basins, coal bed methane versus unconventional, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, once we get those groupings sorted away, we can push them right through the engine and start to look at results that are fit for purpose for what Dwayne's got going on. So again, it's another example of what you and John Guthrie were just speaking of, John Smith, is the ability of the complementary solutions are really the most powerful thing that we can offer jointly, and that is we do the things that we do best, and in broadening the scope of the solution, we end up with the ability to help more people with more important business problems than we would either alone. So we're happy to do that. Dwayne's he's great to work with. He's a colorful character for us. We always learn something when we get on with him, and at the end of the day, on we go.
I've learned more.
Steve added in fixes to our algorithm for these long life gas wells that were taking, what was it, 10 years, 20 years to water out?
Yeah, the coal bed methane. Yep.
Yeah, the coal bed methane. So that was a sort of hot fix during our discussions with him. And also I had the pleasure of forecasting 96,000 wells. So that was New Mexico wells. So that was, so my machine was heating up most of Aberdeen while that was running.
I want to point that out again. Say the number again. How many wells at once?
96,000 wells.
96,000 people. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking big data. We're talking a huge chunk of the production in an entire state here in the U.S. And this is the kind of thing that our software stack can do together. Well, let me ask you this. Y'all talking about how y'all are pivoting and how y'all iterated, through that particular project. One thing I think really aligns really well between our two companies is that we completely own our code stack. We're not beholden to some, venture capital VC going to squeeze this company. Y'all have control of y'all's code stack. Y'all have control of where the vision is for your company. And I'll just kind of open up the floor. Either one of y'all can take this on. What does that mean to the end user? What does it mean, to the actual, people that we were trying to provide solutions to, that we have that control, that we don't have some outside investor waiting for that ROI, waiting for that next quarter. What does that mean from y'all's perspective?
I'll take that. I can at least start, John Guthrie. I think the most important thing, and John Smith, you were kind of you were hinting at it. We don't need anybody's permission or a blessing to add a feature or to tweak something that happens. And John Guthrie can comment that we'll have customers that'll call us in the morning and say, "Hey, it would be really nice if," and then fill in the blank. And we can get a hot fix or a patch or whatever we call that out. We've done it in the same day, where Guthrie is sending the customer a thing that they want, and it's proprietary. It can be proprietary for them at the end of the day, but it allows us to respond quickly. And we've seen you do that too. You guys, Jonathan Smith at PHDwin. It's the same thing. Your technical experts over there are fantastic, and we can call up and say, "Hey, this is going on," and we don't have to wait. You're right there. So that's my nickel's worth, I guess.
Yeah, well, a shout out to Dre from me because he got me going with my imports and exports. So that was much appreciated because he got me through that bit of the round trip to get my template set up, my import templates set up into PHDwin. So that was much appreciated.
We're all fan of Dre. Everyone watching is a fan of Dre. I'm sorry, John, go ahead. He's a legend in these parts, right? So go ahead.
Okay. So, and for a couple of the other, Dwayne is one, but there's a couple of other customers who have come to us who are Spotfire users, and we've been going around that loop, and they've been asking us for things on the well spacing. We did an improvement there on the well spacing based on some feedback as to how he saw his workflow going, and I'm certainly very open. And to be honest with you, Jonathan, I've been watching the sort of workflow presentations of this week. So, and seeing some of the visualizations that they've been using. Sadly, it's in Excel, but I'm going, I can do that. I've got some of those are already in Spotfire. Others that the Cube Gore one that I saw for actually on, that was Monday, I think. So I do have a visualization for that. And we actually calculate it within our model. I just never really had an idea as to how to use it. So we just calculate in the back end things that we think we might use for the statistical analysis and the probit plots and so on. So at any dimension, I'm trying to add them in as we calculate the data. We try and add the dimensions in. And so I've had a few ideas this week, and probably I'm going to provide Steve with a few headaches in the coming weeks. So there we go.
Well, there we go. Well, actually, that brings up a good point that I kind of want to discuss with y'all, which is, in this industry traditionally, a lot of what our clients, or not even our clients, shops out there that, we've never interacted with, that are operators, consulting firms, and that sort of thing, they've always tried to look towards like a custom software stack. They have a development team, they go out there, they build a reserve engine, they build a rig scheduler that's very unique to them, right? But it's all this proprietary code. And then what we see happens is the guy who is the leader of that, he moves on from the company, and then they're keeping it together with duct tape or that sort of thing, right? And it doesn't always work that way. The visualization you're talking about earlier, that was DeGory McNaughton's internal code, and I know they've done a really good job keeping on top of it. They're a really responsible consultant firm of what they do with their code base. But there's been some other what I call legacy systems that either we've had to come in and outright replace, or we've had to kind of help keep running. And it's like, they're like, here, help us run it. And I'm like, it's your system. I don't know how to make it run, right? Like, how do we make it run? So one thing I really like about y'all's setup and our setup is we're based upon Microsoft SQL Server. So underneath us is this unified cloud platform for structuring the data, SQL, that everyone is used to. And y'all are built on top of Spotfire. So y'all do the customizations for each client so they can get that custom piece that fits their workflow, fits what they're going for, right? Whether it's that basin, whether it's this, this type of expertise, right? But under the hood is something that's a standardized platform that's used all over healthcare and all over. Steve, if you wouldn't mind talking about that a little bit, what's the advantage for companies to have that middle ground, the customizability, but on these kind of standard toolkits?
Yeah, so I think that most of what we see in terms of issues with companies that really want to use some of these tools effectively but can't, I'm preaching to the choir, I know here, but it's 80% are issues with data. And I think, one step, as you suggest, Jonathan Smith, is, having a kind of a standardized database platform that you can work with, a platform that happily is a wonderful conduit between PHDwin and Blue River and the templates that we built. But at the end of the day, too, comes this element of data stewardship, if you will, right?
We call it data discipline. That's our term for it. That's what we call that, right? Yeah,
absolutely. Exactly. Absolutely. That becomes really the most important thing. And we always like to kind of talk to companies and say, hey, if you're good, if you guys at least start the walk down that path, good things will happen for you, particularly when you want to do analytics and be more effective and make better decisions. Unfortunately, we see, and you do too, Jonathan, a lot of companies that just don't have that discipline yet. They want to do these things. So a good place to start is, adopt a platform just like Microsoft SQL Server. But at the end of the day, the really hard part is going to be the discipline, the data discipline, as you described, Jonathan.
Yeah, that's it. And we talk to so many clients, they don't know how bad their data is because they've never put it together. It's in all these databases. It's in all these spreadsheets. Oh my gosh, we've both seen them, right? And what happened, references off, and the guy that did it was left the company 5 years ago. They might have a bad number for who knows how long, right? I mean, we had Maersk Oil and Gas earlier, and probably can't get in trouble nowadays saying that. There's wrong, quite frankly, right? So, they're out of oil and gas, so I can speak ill of the dead, so to speak. But it happens, right? And this is something that we see come up with these proprietary platforms with too heavy reliance on Excel, too many people that are clobbling together solutions because they don't want to reach out. They don't want vendors in their place. But that's why y'all do everything unique to every company that y'all work with, right? To make sure you find out those needs. And that's why we're trying to build this flexible system of record. And I have this developer program that y'all are leveraging to be able to take this data in all these places, but then we're managing it. You know that the data will be structured that way. We're going to calculate these numbers. We're going to be consistent in those calculations. And so then that way, whenever you're pulling in that data, you're not having to deal with, every new build is going to be some new wrinkle to deal with, right? And I think that's an important part of how we develop and how y'all develop y'all software stack, right? So
I would add to that one thing that we do at this moment in time is all of the calculations and so on, all the statistics, it's all machine learning based, right? We're not, yes, that's part of AI, and AI is the big buzzword for everybody, but all of the results that we have within our A4E tool are explainable. Statistically, we can back them up. We can say why they look the way they do. It's not like asking some agent in the cloud as to how old am I, and I hope they don't tell me at this moment in time. But so because we're very focused on the machine learning type approach and the statistical approach, and Steve's your man for the heavy stats and maths, then we can explain all the numbers. That's why we can do all the charts and the probit plots and so on, because we know where the numbers came from. And it's very important that we start with data, but we can also QA and QC the data on the way in. And that was one of the requests that we had from Larry Connor, for that matter, that there was price decks and so on in PHDwin. And he says, wouldn't it be great just to see where all the pricing was across on a map, right? And how it related and those types of things. So that's probably a direction from Garrett's session earlier, saying what else could we add into the Spotfire export routine? Probably things like the scenarios and the price decks and so on, but the background data to those to be able to do the comparison and the comparison between the numbers and the differences in the scenarios that are being run.
And it makes sense because you sit there and you put it on that map, and you, especially I think expenses, you put them all on a map. Wait a minute, this is all the same rig crew. Why is this one well a different color than the rest? That's in the same field, same rig crew. What's going on there, right? I must have made a mistake. So much of analyzing this data is to make it perceptible, find these issues. And you're sitting there combing through spreadsheets. It's easy to lose track of it, right? And
absolutely.
And one last thing I think is really important for people to understand is that this is something where we're constantly building out, right, guys? Y'all are building out and improving y'all's tool. We're improving our tool every single build, and the way that the integrations work, like rolling out Pulse this year and new ways for us to integrate our products together. And whenever we're all in the same place, you're not in your cloud and I'm not in my cloud. We're in the single data center, we're in that SQL Server instance, and we're passing data back and forth. MySQL, and we're all on the computer. We're not having to deal with dumps. We're not having to deal with exports, not upload and download and all that. I mean, a lot of people just kind of look to that as like, oh, the future of the industry, but they don't realize what they're leaving behind. And they lack a lack of domain knowledge to know that might not be appropriate for this industry. And if you want to speak to that a little bit, Steve, I think people are really receptive to hearing about it.
No, I agree. I think at the end of the day, I think the platform and the things that they deal with, there are a lot of these decisions that they have to make up front are really important. We get a lot of people that say, well, I'm just going to go and I'm going to set up a MongoDB thing up there because it's cheap, or because Joe in IT knows how to run MongoDB or whatever. That's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, that may be fine. But there are so many considerations about what you limit as you said, Jonathan, what you're limiting yourself in some ways. You're maybe expanding your capabilities or opening doors in other ways. But those decisions are hard. And I think I would encourage any of our customers to talk with folks that know what the consequences are of these decisions that you have to make early on, because the cost of making those decisions poorly early on, it gets exponentially worse as you progress on in the wrong direction. So a stitch in time, if you will, in that domain is really a good idea. John, one other comment that kind of fits into the thing is, I think one of the things we're seeing with our customers and PHDwin customers as well is a want to manage their data by exception instead of managing it well by well. What companies are looking at is they're saying, I can't look at all this stuff. I simply can't. And whether it's what John Guthrie was talking about with problems with pricing locally, right? Or problems with forecasts that happen to be off on wells and wells and wells. The old model says that companies would have to maintain a staff that was continuously combing through data looking for issues. With statistics and with visualization, some of these tools, the way to do that in what companies want now is not to have, they can't afford to look at all the wells. Identify in a really intelligent way what the exceptions are and manage those. And then you can have a team of trouble hunters, right? Troubleshooters that are running around taking care of these exceptions. And if they're done really well, you do that for a fraction of the cost and a fraction of the trouble and time that's required to do it the old way. So just another little pitch there, John.
And that's what we're working on too. You saw in Garrett Hoover's presentation, we have that new variance output. That's something we had to develop the technology that was not built in. That's actually the first thing we've done, that instead of it being laid down like all the data that we've been working with previously, we're pulling that out of the economic engine at runtime as it's pushing it out. And there's a lot more data there that we can pass to y'all, that y'all can visualize, that can then make more sense to people. We have it in a nice little formatted report now, but that might not be the best way. It might make more sense to put those on a map themselves, right? And see why is this whole field more of an outlier than this field? Is my analogs wrong? Are my decisions wrong? Am I type curving off, right? Yeah. And so I think there's a lot to do here. But what I want to kind of end this at is that we need companies with vision. We both do. Look, you know what you're talking about, Steve. I was so proud whenever I had Dwayne Purvis on the line, and he got off the phone with me. He said, you know what? I've been looking at all these different type curve companies, and these guys know what they're talking about. I am so happy that you got me connected with them, because they have an understanding. They have that domain knowledge. And so I'm really proud to recommend y'all. I'm proud y'all on PHDwin Week, because y'all have that domain knowledge. But sometimes it's hard to have a vision. We don't do the job, is what I always tell clients, right? We're not sitting there under the gun to get a reserve report out, to get it to the auditor in the next quarter. We're sitting there to facilitate that. We need engineers with vision. And so, especially to the younger engineers, I'm talking to you right now, or younger technicians out there in the industry. How are you going to make your mark? How are you going to stand out in the industry? If you just go and you grab someone's off the shelf thing, if you run to someone's cloud product and put your name on it or whatever, erase their name and put yours on it, that's great. What happens whenever the boss finds out all you did was put a name on something? Where does your skills come from? Where are you going to make that mark? We need vision. We need someone like you to step up and give John and Steve a vision of what the visualizations look like. Give us a vision of what data needs to be captured and put out and graphed, so that way we can make this more efficient. We have the ability to really push the industry forward, but we need your vision to make it so it works out. So if you're watching this feed and you like what you saw from Blue River, reach out to them. They'll be more than happy. How do they get a hold of you guys? What's the easiest way? You can go to our website. Just go to PHDwin.com, and they've got all their links there, right? Or reach out to, I was going to say the other John, right? The John not on the call right now, right?
Yeah, John Buckley.
John Buckley, yeah, the third Avenger, the third Avenger, right? Like you reach out to him. He'd be more than happy to talk to you about A4E and get you a demo of that software solution. Talk about how these guys can help you out. Or if you reach out to me, if you want to be part of the developer program. If you want to get an idea of what outputs are possible, you don't use Spotfire. You want to use some other tool. You have some internal tool or something like that. Reach out to us, and we'll be more than happy to work with you to figure out what your vision is. So, all right, guys, I've already kept you a little bit past time. I appreciate y'all being good sports and hanging along with me. I appreciate y'all being great partners and working this year. Welcome to y'all's second PHDwin Week. I really appreciate y'all being part of it. and I'm looking forward to this partnership going forward. So y'all have a great day, and I appreciate y'all coming on.
Right. Thanks, Jonathan. Cheers.
All right. Cheers, guys. Y'all have a good one. So that ends our third day for PHDwin Week 2025. Be sure to catch us tomorrow morning. I'm looking forward to it. Tomorrow is the big morning, 10 a.m. Garrett Gramillion, the ethics presentation. You have to watch this thing if you want credit hours. Now, there are some exceptions. If you have something that's an exception, email events@phdwin.com, and I'll be happy to talk with you about it. But if this is where you're getting your credit hours for the year, you need to be watching that session. Make sure you show up 10 a.m. so that way you can catch it. It's going to be an incredible session. I'm really looking forward to it. I've been working with him hard with him, and he's putting a lot of good work into that. We're really happy that Garrett has stepped up and been willing to do that for us this year. Afterwards, JD Patrick from the support desk is going to talk about some tips for V2 and V3. I've been helping him with that. I'm looking forward to it. And then we were talking earlier about Larry Connor, one of the most prestigious users in PHDwin history. I used to joke whenever we launched version 3 that it was 50% blood and sweat and 50% Larry Connor. And it probably wasn't that far off. And so make sure, show up 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Who is we going to give the Connor Award to? Larry's going to be here in our office, and he's going to give that Connor Award to someone new. And so who's it going to be? I can't wait to find out. So definitely show up 2 o'clock. And then 3 o'clock, what are you doing with your data? Do you maybe need a new data vendor? We're talking about data discipline earlier in that last session. You know, is this the year to maybe look at some new solutions? Look at A4E. Look at maybe a new data vendor. Well, Database is going to come on, and they're going to talk about how we've been working together this year, the problems that they're able to solve, and maybe how they can be a solution for you. But, you know, we want to make sure that, you know, that's not where PHDwin Week ends. We're going to have a Friday session as well. Dwayne Purvis, that we talked a lot about that last section, is going to kick us off Friday morning, 10 a.m. Then I'm going to come on. I'm going to be talking to another energy data vendor called Energy Domain. And so you'll have some options. You'll have some things to look at this year. You'll have some things to consider other than the traditional options that I'll just say it, we're all having trouble picking up the phone with lately. And so let's take a look at them. And then Whitson. A lot of people talk about Whitson this year. They've got some really cool, there's just that last thing Blue River was talking about statistics and how the industry is moving in that direction. Whitson's got some real cool tech in that regard. They're partnering with PHDwin. And so we're going to talk about where we're going to go with that partnership. It's early days, but I'm excited to have them on PHDwin Week. Then 2 p.m., Haas Cobb. That is coming back again. He rang the bell first year PHDwin Week. He's coming back again to talk about the perils of the black box. What happens when you just take someone else's answer and erase the name and put your name on it? What can go wrong? We're going to ask the professional there. He's going to come on, and he's going to make sure that we set the record straight, so to speak, about why engineers should be on top of engineering. And then we're going to end off the day with some questions with Brandon Penner about a little update about how version 3 has been working for him. And then we're going to bring a bunch of people back on to talk and finish the session out. I've called a user group meeting. We're just going to have a bunch of people on at once. We'll answer a lot of user questions from a lot of different people. In particular, if you did not get your question answered during Jim Tagg's presentation today, I apologize. We had way more questions on that one than we had time. I asked him already. I got him on the phone. He said he's going to be coming back in that 3 o'clock hour. So come back. Come see us. More PHDwin Week coming your way. But this is it for day 3. Thank you all very much. My name is Jonathan Smith, and I really appreciate your time, and I appreciate all y'all showing up. All right. Thank you very, very much. Have a good one. See you all 9:30 tomorrow morning for a QED's quick start and day 4 PHDwin Week.